Borderlands is in a weird place. It was in a weird place when I first made my critique series on the franchise, and now, 4 years later, it's in an even weirder place. Public opinion has turned on Borderlands. It was turning in 2021, and now it's turned. People do not like this series. Not only is it cringe now, it's always been cringe. Being a Borderlands fan is cringe. Also, I think the word cringe is cringe now. I'm losing touch with the kids. I'm sorry, I can't do TikTok. Borderlands doesn't have any allies left in the culture war. It's far too woke to be a bastion for those weirdos, and it's far too edgy to be propped up by the SJWs like me. It also doesn't help that it's the product of a rather infamous company and an extremely infamous CEO. No one really wants to be Borderlands champion. I don't really want to either, but unfortunately, for better and worse, good times and bad, I'm a Borderlands fan. I am cringe. I think, regardless of anything that's come out about their production or how badly some of the writing might have aged for some people, these games have a ton of artistic value. They are marvellous, groundbreaking titles, each and every single one of them, constantly pushing things in ways that bigger, more established developers wouldn't dare try. Borderlands is a franchise where you can drive across a desert, fight dragons, shoot people with burgers, and explore the rich inner life of a corporate middle manager without it ever feeling out of place within the larger series. It's an artistic impossibility, and yet it's sustained itself for over 15 years now. Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 3 are extremely different games, but the line from one to the next is completely straight. A linear sequence of considered design choices and evolutions. Not always evolutions that everyone agrees with, but evolutions nonetheless. There is a lot to love about every single game in the series, and a lot to hate, especially if you're a weirdo like me who plays Borderlands for the plot. Borderlands was the first series I ever tried to critique. Borderlands 3 specifically is the first game I ever made a long-form critique video on. But the first time you do something isn't usually the best, and I think I can do better. This video then, this monster, is in that lovely awkward position between remaster and remake. A touch-up of old scripts with new voiceover and some new, less choppy visuals, with a few new segments thrown in for the stuff that's come out since I covered the games originally. Basically, it's a patchwork mess made up of years worth of different ideas and creative drives, not unlike Borderlands itself. Maybe you're not interested in Borderlands at all, that's fine, it can be a very daunting series to get into. Maybe you just want to hear a story, and the best place to start a story is the beginning.
So, you want to hear a story, huh? One about treasure hunters. Have I got a story for you? Pandora. This is our home, but make no mistake, this is not a planet of peace and love. They say it's a wasteland, that it's dangerous, that only a fool would search for something of value here.
If I had to describe Borderlands in a single word, I would say subtle. For a game with such a lasting legacy, a 15-year-long franchise and the birth of its genre which now dominates the AAA scene, subtle probably isn't the word you'd expect, and yet, compared to everything that would come after it, it's what fits best. Nowadays, the Borderlands franchise is defined by its loud bombacity, by its colours, its explosions, its slap you in the face with a good time mentality. But in 2009, it's a very different story. That's not to say that Borderlands 1 is boring or dull, it's got that Borderlands identity, just subtly. It's a game of many firsts, and yet in terms of brand saturation, Borderlands didn't really take off until the runaway success of Borderlands 2 a few years later. That's both a blessing and a curse, as we'll see. A subtle identity might have been more manageable for Borderlands in the long run, but that just wasn't meant to be. For better or worse, there is no game in the series quite like the original. The entire vibe of the game, and really the entire vibe of the franchise, is all created right in the opening cutscene. It's easily the most subdued of the whole series. It also happens to be perfect, and I don't think they've ever topped it. How can I say that when it consists mostly of a bus driving down a road? Easy, because there ain't no rest for the wicked.
I can't hold back though, you know, I wish I could. Oh no, there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes.
That song is the perfect encapsulation of everything Borderlands is trying to do. It sets the mood for everything to come. Cage the Elephant's twangy country-sounding guitars combined with their very modern style of singing tell you everything you need to know about the setting. This is the future, but don't expect anybody to act like it. The lyrics of the song are all about the hustle, making money, stealing money, and the folly of greed, which is ultimately the tale that Borderlands wants to tell. The opening shot, this weird alien dog thing being run over by a bus, tells you everything you need to know about Pandora. This is a savage, violent place where even good guys, or near as there is, don't put much value on life. Even the billboard which the weird alien dog thing is crawling out of is perfect. A billboard welcoming people to a new paradise out on the frontier, now rotting and decaying in the middle of a barren wasteland. Unarguably, the best storytelling in the whole game is right here in the opening, in this song, because the rest, well, let's just say it leaves much to be desired. Let me give you a quick summary of the rest of the game's story. So, you meet a guy who tells you to kill a guy so you can grab a thing, then you talk to another guy who helps you kill a guy to grab a thing. Then you talk to a lady who sends you to talk to another lady who sends you to talk to a guy who sends you to kill a guy to grab a thing. Then you talk to another guy who helps you kill a big monster and grab a thing. Then once more you talk to a lady for help to kill a guy to grab a thing, but it's a trap. Then, finally, you talk to a lady who sends you to kill a lady and grab a thing, but plot twist, the thing kills the lady and then you kill the thing. The end. Okay, sure, there's more details to the story than that. Most of these guys have names, but the core of the story really is going to a place to grab a mysterious thing. And you know what? That's actually fine. Borderlands 1, unlike its sequels, has no desire to tell a big grandiose story. The whole tone of the main plot is extremely relaxed, there is no tension or ticking clock. Sure, your character is here to find the vault, a mysterious alien treasure trove, but the vault's not going anywhere if you go off and do a bunch of side missions. Borderlands isn't about the main plot, Borderlands is about the hustle. The game teaches you this very early on by throwing a main mission at you that's just above your level range, teaching you that sometimes you're going to have to go off and do some random side jobs, and that's just part of the story too. Borderlands is so not fussed about telling a story that the majority of dialogue in the game isn't even voiced. Mostly it's delivered in the pre- and post-mission briefs. The dialogue that is voiced is kinda random, and fascinatingly, any spoken dialogue is saved in your inventory so that you can savour it again later, I guess. I mean, you can stop and read all these little dialogues if you want, but honestly, I recommend you don't. You'll figure out what's going on. Is it going to add anything to your experience to read the dialogue so that you know that this guy is very obviously going to betray you? That this guy is clearly pulling your leg? No! Borderlands is about the hustle. It doesn't matter why you're doing these things. Who cares why you're collecting these car parts? Why you're murdering this group of bandits? What matters is that you're getting paid for it. Borderlands is the first in a genre that would become known as the looter shooter. It feels silly to explain what that is nowadays because it's become a staple of the industry. Games like Destiny, The Division, Warframe all use the exact same rhythms of shooting and looting. But before Borderlands, the two had yet to meet. Not to give the wrong impression, very little in Borderlands from a game design perspective, or other design perspectives, is new, but it's the combination that was new. There had been many shooters before Borderlands, and there had been many looters before Borderlands. The colour-coded rarity of weapons, that instantly understandable white, green, blue, purple, orange, comes almost directly from Diablo. But in combining the two, Borderlands created a new subgenre, and what's fascinating in going back to the first Borderlands is how it absolutely nailed the subgenre on the first go. Playing Borderlands is like playing the template of every game that would come after. The way loot and ammo are dispersed, the way numbers fly out of enemies as you shoot them, the way health bars hang above their heads with a number representing the level next to them. The entire power curve of escalating enemy difficulty that forces you to be constantly scavenging for better weapons and equipment. The exact same rhythms you see in all the future Borderlands games, or Destiny, or The Division, they can all be found right at the beginning here in Borderlands. All the games that come after bring quality of life improvements, like auto-hoovering up ammo in the third game, which, my god, do you miss? But the core loop stays exactly the same, especially across all of the Borderlands games. Combined with the highly stylized art of the game, Borderlands has a timeless quality to it, especially compared to the other games that came out around the same time. Granted, the footage you're seeing now is from the 2019 remaster, but a remaster can only do so much. Most of Borderlands 2009 companions have received similar remasters, and there's no denying that Borderlands still looks the best out of all of them. What's particularly mind-blowing about that is that the game's art style wasn't actually settled on until 2/3 of the way into production. You can see in this very early gameplay footage that the game originally just had this bland, gritty sci-fi look. Considering how much of the entire franchise's identity is wrapped up in its cel-shaded art style, it's crazy to think of a world where that wasn't always the plan, but I suppose it goes to show how important a change that actually was. Where it gets murky is the origins of that art style. The official story is that they saw some of the game's concept art and decided the whole game should look like that. The reality is a little more morally dubious. The whole game, and particularly the intro, is shockingly similar in art direction to a 2006 animated short film called Code Hunters. Some of the shots in Borderlands' iconic opening are seemingly lifted directly from the film, and the entire vibe of the game is extremely similar. This is not a coincidence. In fact, the creator of the film, Ben Hibben, has said that he was in contact with Gearbox during the development of the game, but things broke off before anything official happened, and he had no idea about the art style shift until the game came out. Is this plagiarism? I wouldn't say so. You can't own the concept of a cel-shaded desert, but does it kinda sting a bit to realise that the most iconic and important part of the game was lifted one for one from another guy's work? Yeah, it kinda does. Borderlands has at this point massively overshadowed Code Hunters in popularity and success. And this far into the series, it's pretty clear that Borderlands has made its own thing with the style. Modern Borderlands, or even Borderlands 2, does not resemble Code Hunters nearly as much as the first game does. But it's just one of the many things that tarnishes the legacy of Borderlands, and Gearbox in particular. Interestingly, the thing that probably ages the visuals the most are the guns, another of the things the game is famous for. There are quite a lot of them, but what ages the guns back here in Borderlands 1 is that they haven't yet developed their signature looks. Weapons in Borderlands are split between different manufacturers. In Borderlands 2 and beyond, each of these manufacturers has an instantly recognisable style and functionality to them. Torgue weapons are explosive and have a distinctive Torgue shape and colour scheme. Hyperion weapons get more accurate the longer you fire them and have a sharp and sleek looking design. You can even identify the rarity of the weapon by its colours. Average weapons are grey and fading, while rare ones are shiny and colourful. In the first game, the brands are instead arranged by quality, with Atlas at the top and TDR at the bottom. The brands do have slight mechanical differences, but only in terms of number values, not the fundamental differences you see in the later games. And visually, the guns are only told apart by colour. Since you spend almost 100% of the game with a gun on your screen, it's the thing that most instantly ages the game more than anything else, and it's one of the reasons I use subtle to describe the game. These are not the crazy, colourful and unique weapons of the future games. These are just guns that look slightly sci-fi. It's a similar story with the skill trees. In comparison to the skills and abilities of the sequels, the trees of Borderlands are quaint. Subtle, you could even say. But let's take a step back and talk about the very existence of these trees and abilities, because they too are a staple of the genre that began here in Borderlands. Instead of a pre-made character like a Master Chief or a player-created character like in a full RPG, the opening introduces you to 4 possible player characters to pick from, each with an entirely different skill set and vibe. They map roughly onto your typical D&D party balance. You've got a ranger, a fighter, a tank, and a wizard. Each character has 3 skill trees focusing on different aspects of their class, and then a special action skill that can be used every so often on a cooldown. And again, this is the exact idea behind every looter shooter to come after. Destiny just condensed the fighter and tank into a single package and called it a Titan. Another thing that makes the intro so great is how it introduces these characters. It barely tells you what each of them actually do. Rather, you mostly pick them based on whose vibe you like the most. Really, their vibe tells you about their mechanical function anyway. First up is Mordecai, a lanky assassin-looking dude who introduces himself with some cool sword tricks. Obviously, he's our glass cannon. Then Lilith, who does some sort of weird magic invisibility thing, clearly our wildcard magic choice. Then Roland, who doesn't even want to be on camera, putting up his hand to block our view, exactly how his turret works. And finally, Brick, who, look at him. Obviously this guy just drops the guns and runs around punching people. These intros are the only development these characters get in the game aside from their little quips and comments during combat. But for this game, it's all they really need. Each of these intros is a sales pitch yelling, "Pick me! Pick me!" I don't think they nailed making these characters mechanically different enough to justify multiple playthroughs until the next game. But still, it's certainly a more fun way to replay the game than just with the same character again. I normally don't like silent protagonists, and when we get to Borderlands 2, silent protagonists are going to be a real problem. But here in the first game, I think it works well. The story was never about these characters or even these characters. The story is about the player rolling through the wasteland, making money and collecting bigger and better loot. That's not to say there's no interesting storytelling being done. In fact, I'd argue Borderlands 1 has a fascinating story if you know where to look. It's not the story told by the script, it's the story told by the world itself. Pandora, and by extension the universe beyond Pandora, is a fascinating place. We are in a space-age civilization, but people down here on the ground still use old-fashioned cars. Everything has a fine layer of rust on it. Pandora is a planet that's been abandoned, both by the people currently living on it as well as the people who used to. Who used to? The Dahl Corporation. Borderlands is a universe without governments. Everything is ruled by mega-corporations, and Dahl is one of the biggest. They manufacture guns, shields, bins, toolboxes. Your UI was provided by the Dahl Corporation. They also run mining operations, towns for the people who work there. They maintain a standing private military. They fund scientific research into alien artifacts. Almost every built-up structure that isn't a shanty was built by Dahl, and almost all of the people you meet in the game, including all those bandits you gun down, are former Dahl workers, although some were more voluntary than others. When Dahl started their mining operations on Pandora, they brought a massive amount of unpaid criminal labour, and when they abandoned the planet, they abandoned all the people on it too. This all happened long before the game starts. In fact, the Dahl Corporation has nothing to do with the main story whatsoever. Mostly you learn about this via context clues in the environment and a series of audio logs by a scientist named Tanis, who plays an important role in the main story. Over the course of all 15, you listen as the prissy and frustrated genius scientist loses her goddamn mind after spending so long on Pandora. She starts by complaining about being sent down to chase myths and fairy tales, and by the end she's shooting people in the back and imagining their elaborate backstories just to have some form of social contact. The main story does have a villain, Atlas, the corporation who've occupied Pandora now that Dahl has pulled out. It's their base you fight through at the end of the game, but they're not a very present villain. You don't even encounter the Crimson Lance, Atlas's private military, until about 2/3 of the way through the story. Their boss, a lady called Commandant Steele, contacts you over the radio a couple of times during the story, basically saying, "Turn yourself in," or "Leave now." But she's not a memorable or interesting villain in any way, which is funny given what Borderlands would become known for. There's no motivation to stop Atlas from getting to the vault before you, beyond if they get it first they get all the money, and you want that money so you should probably stop them. Before Atlas you'll be fighting a whole bunch of bandits, but these guys aren't really villains either, they're obstacles. The true villain of Borderlands is Pandora itself. Everything on this planet wants to kill you. There's not a single non-hostile animal in the game, and every creature you encounter is more horrible than the one before. Weird alien dog things with sideways mouths, giant bugs and worms and weird flying bat bird things, and more giant bugs and a giant behemoth the size of a building that spawns more weird flying bat things. The bandits are an extension of this too. They're just as cruel and bloodthirsty as the animals. Murderers, mutants and maniacs, the lot of them. But it's understood that they were made that way by Pandora, just like Tanis. Within those ancient alien ruins, with their powerful and valuable technology that everyone's after, even more stuff that wants to kill you. These bizarre, hollow-faced bug things hiding in the dark recesses of the planet, ready to pounce on anybody who comes too close. And then of course there's the vault, your game-long objective to find the big hoard of treasure and loot. It turns out to be a giant tentacle monster ready to slither out and eat you. At first this might seem like a really weird ending. It's almost a prank on the player for getting to the end. You expected a big pile of treasure and instead you got a big monster. But that's the whole point. Everyone in the game is obsessed with the vault. The bandits, Atlas, Tanis, even the random friendly NPCs you meet along the way. There's betrayal, manipulation, and a whole lot of murder on your way to the vault, and in the end all that was waiting for them is an all-consuming maw. It's a fitting end for Atlas and the Commandant, if not the player. For the player, it's more a culmination of the other story the game's been telling, the one told through gameplay, where you face down this planet of terrors and conquer it. For this playthrough, and most of my playthroughs, I did this alone, though Borderlands is, of course, famous as a co-op game. We've got 4 player characters and 4 co-op spots. I think you can see where this is going. But my gosh, have you ever tried convincing 3 friends to buy a decade-old game and then coordinating times to play together? An absolute nightmare. That's okay, Borderlands does still work fine as a solo experience. But it's definitely a lonely experience with the lack of voiced NPCs and the long travel times. Your only real companion throughout the game is the mysterious guardian angel who contacts you several times throughout the story to guide and nudge you towards the vault. But she only appears at pivotal moments of the story, even if she implies she's always watching. And in the end, it's clear that she was just manipulating you too. The music of Borderlands 1 is subtle in a way that none of the sequels are, providing a quiet ambience to everything you do. The feeling of playing Borderlands alone reminds me of Halo 3 ODST, although where that game is about the melancholy silence of a war-torn city, Borderlands is about the melancholy silence of a long-abandoned place, an old desert mining town long after the silver has dried up. Despite where the franchise has gone, the Borderlands look continues to be anchored by this game, especially the starter areas around Firestone. The orange-red rocks with sand and rusted metal shacks dotting the barren landscape, that is iconic Borderlands, and it's this landscape that Borderlands 3 would recreate for its version of Pandora. It's definitely the most memorable area of the game visually, especially compared to the endless piles of scrap and refuse around New Haven. Though the red concrete and metal of the Crimson land space contrasted against the snowy mountain do leave their own impression. Pandora is obviously very Mad Max influenced, but with a sci-fi Code Hunters twist that makes it distinct. Between the shanty corrugated steel structures are these science magic devices, like these incredibly advanced pylons that 3D print cars. In most other sci-fi settings, these would be presented with awe and wonder, but here they are rusting away like an abandoned petrol station in the middle of nowhere. And sprinkled across the ruins, you have these delightfully cheerful vending machines instead of traditional merchants. It's a wasteland, but not a post-apocalyptic one, just an abandoned one. Borderlands' character design has become iconic, and that also gets a strong head start in this game. Even with so little dialogue, the characters leave such an impression, especially Dr. Zed, a gruff-looking sort who's actually very pleasant and keeps everyone healthy despite not technically having a medical license. Helena Pierce is another. She's the grumpy leader of New Haven, the biggest town in the game. Half her face is scratched to oblivion and she has a robotic arm, neither of which is explained until an audio log in Borderlands 2. But they don't need an explanation, they're just extensions of the deadly planet she's trying to live on. She has, I think, one line of spoken dialogue in the game, but she leaves such a clear impression. New Haven is a dump. It's literally built right in the centre of a dump. But it's safe, and it's safe because it has a no-nonsense lady like Pierce looking out for it. And of course, there's the franchise mascot, Claptrap, which if you've never played a Borderlands game, you might be surprised to learn it isn't a character, it's a class of robot. There's dozens of Claptraps in this game, all with the same voice and personality. These little guys are straight off the assembly line. Claptrap becomes a weirder and weirder character as the games progress, but here in the first game, the Claptrap serve as one of the game's sharper, more subtle pieces of satire, an element of the universe that the future games will keep leading into further and further. Each major zone in the game is separated by a big door, a door that can only be opened by a Claptrap standing there when you present him with the right passkey, a system that has remained in place ever since Dahl's occupation. It's a quirky detail, but also just a wonderful little bit of world building, a commentary on pointless corporate redundancy, because of course you could just scan your pass at the door, but no, it's clearly much better that you have to get out of your car on your way to work and present your travel pass to a stupid little robot who's so excited to open that door because his entire existence is opening doors for people. No wonder everyone on Pandora hates them. Imagine the miner who has to drive to work and get out of his car every day to watch this stupid little robot do a dance as it opens the door for him that has no meaningful reason to actually exist other than control of the workforce. They took what was clearly a hardware limitation and turned it into a little bit of environmental storytelling, and I love that. What I love slightly less are the people you find behind all those doors. The most recognisable piece of Borderlands iconography is probably the bandits, specifically these guys, who are referred to as psychos throughout the franchise. They come in all shapes and sizes. There's little guys who speak in high-pitched voices, and then there's the big badass variants with muscles on muscles and mismatched limbs. This is where we run into maybe the biggest controversy that continues to surround the franchise to this day, its continued struggle against ableism. Borderlands has been in and out of hot water for years due to its continued use of people with dwarfism, gigantism, physical deformities, and mental health issues as typical cannon fodder and the butt of jokes. The in-universe explanation for these people is that before the game started, during the Dahl mining enterprise, the workers made a weird discovery deep in the mine that drove many of them insane and mutated their bodies. I'm putting that in there to tell you that it doesn't matter. Having an in-universe explanation for these people being insane and different doesn't excuse the language being used or the thematic implications of using them as cannon fodder. This is a problem that persists all the way into Borderlands 4. The specific language has been changed in the newer titles. They no longer use the term midget, they're now tinks, but changing the names doesn't really change the underlying problem of gunning down people for being different. Though the heroes are good guys and all able-bodied and mentally healthy, and the bandits are all insane weirdos and freaks, at least as the game would have it, it has some not-so-nice implications. I want to give Gearbox the benefit of the doubt here, specifically because when it comes to representation, they've always been years ahead of the curve compared to the rest of the industry, and even by the second game, this is clearly a problem they were aware of. Even the first game includes some good representations of disabled people, Helena Pierce for one, but also TK Baha, a blind, one-legged guy you meet early on who's probably the nicest character you meet in the game. He's just living his best life out in the wasteland, not letting his disabilities get him down. He's also murdered off screen later in the game, but not because or due to his disabilities, it's because he lives on Pandora, and Pandora tries its damnedest to kill everyone. He was too stubborn to move to New Haven where it was safer. I don't think these enemies come from deliberate malice against people with dwarfism or mental health issues. I think the malice is a side effect of the purely game design problem of enemy variation combined with the playful and jokey atmosphere of the whole game. As a game designer, you want different shapes and sizes of enemies. You want enemies who shoot you, and you want enemies that run at you for melee attacks, and you want big enemies that take lots of damage, and you want small enemies who are harder to hit. You can see the exact same balance happening with all of the different types of deadly animals. It's a game designer solution. The offensive language was thoughtless, and there's actually worse examples of it in Borderlands 2 than 1, and that's a problem they have fixed. But the core problem? I don't think they know how to fix it, and I don't have a solution either. There's no question that having different varieties of enemies makes the game more fun. It keeps combat fresh and engaging. How do you keep that up while not dipping into hot water and also deal with the fact that you're stuck with the Psychos as your brand's mascot on the box of every single game? I don't know. That's a difficult problem to face. It's something that as a Borderlands fan, I've had to accept as a stain on the franchise and its legacy. As time goes on, I think these elements of the series are only going to age worse and worse. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of other more superficial criticisms I can make of Borderlands, like the driving. Borderlands contains long vehicle sections and driving mechanics and even car combat, and honestly I wish they hadn't bothered with any of it. The driving feels just awful. The cars come to a complete stop if you hit any piece of scenery, and reversing controls are even worse. Combat with other cars is terrible. Your mounted gun doesn't rotate fast enough to keep up with who you're chasing, and the people you chase drive around in completely random and unpredictable patterns while the guy on the turret rails you with pinpoint accuracy that you cannot in any way avoid. There's a boss around the midpoint of the game who's like the car combat boss, but your car isn't durable enough to last until he actually spawns, so you're better to just respawn and walk in on foot. Car combat doesn't even fit with the rest of the game's core loops. It's got nothing to do with any of the loot you spend the rest of the game looking for. The cars have a set health bar based on your level and the choice of a machine gun or a rocket launcher. Which isn't much of a choice really, because the machine gun only shoots in the suggestion of where you're aiming, and the rocket launcher is pinpoint accurate and does way more damage because it's a rocket launcher. The one saving grace of the cars is a purely environmental one. Cars allow these areas to be much bigger and open. They increase the scale of Pandora and the wasteland. Driving along old crumbling roads reinforces that decaying and abandoned feeling. There are other things I could nitpick too, like Roland's turret and how it disappears when you're downed and it can't shoot backwards, but I don't think it would be worthwhile. Borderlands is a very scrappy feeling game. It has a charming, cobbled together feel to it that you just don't see in the majority of AAA games. A lot of the NPCs, like Scooter and Crazy Earl, are just voiced by people from around the production team. The credits include a big part where everyone on the team leaves a message, which ranges from heartfelt thanks to spouses, taking care of sick parents, to your mum jokes. Gearbox, at least at the time of Borderlands 1, was one of the last of a dying breed of game studios. The era when games were mostly made by a bunch of dudes hanging out with a kind of frat boy atmosphere. In recent years, this era has been pathologized as a time of true creative freedom and ingenuity in the industry. But that ignores why the frat boy era had to go, and the continued holding on to that vision, particularly by Randy Pitchford himself, is only going to lead the series into further and further controversy as the years go by. The scrappy charm is also why Borderlands isn't as beloved as its sequel. If Borderlands wanted to attract a bigger audience, it was going to need to get bigger itself. Which is how we get to the final first of Borderlands. The franchise's commitment to long, high quality, and oftentimes better than the base game DLC packs. But unfortunately, before we can get to those, we have to talk about my favourite thing ever, zombies. This was the late noughties, so of course we need a zombie mode, right? Thankfully, it's not as bad as that sounds. In fact, this DLC represents the first big pivot into what we now recognise as the Borderlands vibe. Which is to say, it has an actual story, and it tells jokes. You may have noticed that I almost never talked about jokes during the base game, and that's not because there isn't any, they're just really subtle and mostly relegated to side quests. The game has a weird sense of humour. Like in the introduction to Ninetoes, the first boss in the game, he gets the subheading, also he has 3 balls. Like, what is that? Is that a joke? Is that a reference? Does this guy literally have 3 testicles? What do you mean he has 3 balls, Borderlands? That's the level of humour we're talking about for the base game. The zombie island of Dr. Ned is entirely constructed around jokes. It's zombies by way of B-horror and the island of Dr. Moreau. It's also extremely meta, with tons and tons of jokes about the tropes of the genre. The biggest of them is Dr. Ned himself, who is very obviously Dr. Zed from the base game with a fake mustache and a name tag. And there's a running gag throughout the DLC that whenever anybody talks about him, they're sure to mention that he's totally not his brother Zed in disguise. I think the whole tone of the DLC is perfectly encapsulated in this audio log you find about halfway through.
Consider this my solemn promise to begin attempting evil for the sake of profit from this point on. My brother, who isn't even the same as me in disguise, would never support me in this. I hope no one ever finds these logs and incriminates me to my employer, Jacobs, because that would probably set off a whole chain of events where I have to try and kill them with my horrific creations. Oh well.
The DLC couldn't be paid to try and take the zombie business seriously, which is what connects it way more to the sequels than the base game. It has a much lighter tone than anything going on in the main story. The DLC is successfully funny too, even in the small details. It's a silly, goofy humour, but if absurdity is your jam, then this DLC has it. Like when you take a trip to the Generally Hospital, or listen in on the Tannoy announcements about how just because 97% of the workforce is dead doesn't mean that the remaining 3% get to stop working. The DLC is also very short, only about an hour and a half from start to finish, so it's just stuffed to bursting with all the jokes they could think of. Would you believe me if I told you that in this hour and a half DLC there's 3 separate occasions where you have to wait for your comically slow transportation to arrive while fighting off hordes of zombies? The first 2 times are admittedly quite funny. The first time you're waiting on the lift up to Dr. Ned's house, which he's hand cranking comically slowly with the obvious hope that the zombies will get you before the lift does. The second time you're on hold with a Jacobs customer service lady who's on the other end dealing with the corporate bureaucracy to send you down an escape shuttle. The whole segment is just genuinely great black comedy. The Jacobs Corporation could not care less about the zombie plague situation or any of their dead employees, but Dr. Ned has disrupted their lumber operations, so could you go assassinate him for us, please? The third time you have to wait for your transport is an extremely slow drawbridge, only this time there's no comedic aspect to the waiting, which is when you're like, I think the devs are just messing with me now. After which you get contacted by Ned, who tells you, yes, he is in fact messing with you.
Keep coming. I don't care. I actually designed this shit in stages, so it'd be more entertaining for me.
For what it's worth, the zombies are decently designed. From a game design point of view anyway. From a scare factor, they rate like a 2 out of 10 on the Zombu scale. And you can take that from a true and tested kind of mortiphobe. The zombies play totally different to anything in the base game. For a game from 2009, they did a pretty decent job at simulating a horde. The zombies are slow and weak, but there's just so many of them, it feels like they keep coming forever. It's easy to get overwhelmed. There's also your bog standard zombie types, spitters, crawlers, tanks, exploders, the usual suspects. The game even throws some were-skags at you to reinforce the Dr. Moreau-ness of the island. If you're watching the video, what you're probably noticing by now is how phenomenal the environmental design is in this DLC. Zombie Island throws away the rocks and deserts of the base game and goes all in on a Scooby-Doo style Halloween Wonderland, with these big twisty warped trees and big gothic style architecture and all these weird houses on stilts into the distance. Instead of a day-night cycle, the areas in this DLC are always set to an eerie midnight, and some of the framing is shooting way out of its league, like when you first enter the Generally Hospital area. It's an impressive amount of work and detail put into a DLC that's ultimately a big joke. Though in a way, the fantastical nature of the area enhances the comedy of the script. If we're doing Scooby-Doo antics, why not do it right? There is a main plot, though it's written to be obvious and predictable for the sake of making fun of how obvious and predictable it is. It mostly consists of Dr. Ned trying to kill you while pretending he's trying to help you, and then eventually both of you trying to kill each other without pretense. Twice, because as the credits roll he rips through the credit screen as a horrific zombie monster. The presentation is way more cinematic and way more charismatic than the base game ever tried to be. Every main quest is now fully voiced, and there's lots of wonderful little moments, like when you find the town Claptrap bound and gagged, bouncing around helplessly. Or how the DLC reuses Old Haven, a minor but important location from the base game, to recontextualise the zombie outbreak, as the city is now Dead Haven. And of course, Dr. Ned himself, who's a great and memorable villain for how casual he is about all of this. He has the tone of a passive-aggressive roommate who you stole the last yogurt from. It's that element of the DLC, and some others, like the totally unfazed customer service rep, that make this DLC feel so emblematic of everything to come after. Dr. Ned is the first in a long line of charismatic Borderlands villains, and the customer service rep feels like a direct precursor to the passive-aggressive respawn machines of Borderlands 2 onwards. Which is especially interesting since it's highly questionable if this DLC is even canon with everything that comes after. The joke of the DLC, that Dr. Ned is obviously Dr. Zed in disguise, is quite funny. Except, skipping forward to the next story DLC, Dr. Zed is still alive. He's still alive in Borderlands 2. So Dr. Ned really is a different guy? Maybe this is like a double twist meta reveal joke, but if so, it kinda doesn't work. Tales from the Borderlands revisits Old Haven again, and not only are there no zombies there, there's a gigantic Atlas base hidden under the city. I mean, I guess it's not impossible that there's multiple secret bases underneath Old Haven, it just seems statistically unlikely, that's all. Dr. Ned is mentioned again all the way in the Halloween DLC for Borderlands 2, which itself is questionably canon, and I just don't know. I know this doesn't matter, but it's very confusing to me, okay? I guess I am happy they didn't really kill off Dr. Zed, because I like Dr. Zed, he's fun. For Attack-on Zombie DLC, I have to confess that the zombie island of Dr. Ned is much better than it has any right to be. Even the side quests are of a higher standard than the base game, like finding the audio recordings of Hank Reese, one of the poor fellows who became one of Dr. Ned's wereskags. His letters to his wife are sincere to the point of absurdity. He starts wearing a ridiculous hat his daughter made for him because he's just that nice a guy. It's his shining macaroni crown of death flags. You even meet a zombified TK Baha who vomits up useful items if you feed him brains. It's the low-stakes, high-silliness fun that would come to shape the Borderlands universe already forming here in the first ever DLC. I'd like to say it continued, but instead we have to take a sharp dive in quality as we teleport into DLC 2.
For now, I'll get my jollies off on bringing pain this way. Or maybe this way. And in the end, the crowd will love me for my brutality. I'll make them yearn for more and more of my pain.
Mad Moxxi's Underdome Riot may be the worst DLC pack in any Borderlands game. I say that with no sense of irony, no exaggeration. This is it. We've hit rock bottom. At least until we hit the DLC of Wonderlands 60 years from now. The only thing that could possibly give it a run for its money. In the base game, there are combat arenas you can find dotted around the map as side missions. You enter and fight increasingly challenging enemies for reward and XP. Those little side missions are the entire basis for Underdome Riot. Welcome to boring horde mode. There are 3 themed arenas, each with 3 levels of challenge. There's a dependent number of rounds, and each round consists of 5 waves. At the end of each round, a modifier is added to the enemies, like more damage or extra ammo, and the numbers are tweaked to provide a bigger challenge. If you die, then you're sent to the penalty box for the rest of the wave, where you can still shoot down and throw grenades to help your allies, and then respawn at the end of the wave. If everyone ends up in the penalty box, it's game over. Unless you're playing solo, of course, then the penalty box doesn't really apply. At Tier 1, there's 5 rounds, and when you finish those, you can play each again at 20 rounds. The only reason I can possibly see for actually doing this is for achievements, because otherwise this is a boring waste of time. When I say waves, there's not a big pool of different types of enemies that may come from each wave. The waves follow a set pattern every single round. Starter, gun, horde, badass, boss. A pattern repeated into infinity. The only things that change between rounds are the modifiers, statistics, and maybe the boss at the end of the round if you're lucky.
You may think you're shit hot, but you haven't seen the badass wave yet!
Oh, trust me, Moxxi, I've seen it. These rounds don't go fast either. The arenas are big enough that you often have to run around a bit to find the last enemies, but not big enough that you don't get sick of them after a few rounds. And the enemies are scaled so that they're always the same level as you, meaning it's always a challenge. On that front though, it's not balanced for single player whatsoever, and you're lucky if you can even make it to round 2 playing solo. The reason I even know what happens at higher rounds, which is nothing, is that there's an exploit I use to get those achievements, where if you come in with a low level character, it only scales to the host. So I plugged in a second controller and I cheesed it. Doing it this way still took me 7 hours, because it doesn't matter if all the enemies are level 1, running around and killing them still takes a lot of time, and then there's a delay between each wave, and then there's a bigger delay between each round, and then repeat this pattern 25 times for each of the arenas, so really repeat this pattern 75 times to repeat the DLC. It's awful. The arenas in the base game were at the very least a good source of XP, as they threw a lot of enemies at you very quickly. But for reasons beyond my comprehension, killing enemies doesn't award XP in the Underdome. So you'll play this for 7 hours without even gaining 1 point of XP. If you do manage to beat the first 15 waves, you'll be awarded with a single skill point. And each round gives you an extremely underwhelming pile of guns. There is no universe where that time benefit graph comes up positive. The DLC is contextualised as a game show hosted by a character called Mad Moxxi, who appears to be a circus ringmaster crossed with a hooker. She makes lots of sexual innuendos as you fight and is apparently hosting this arena while on the prowl for husband number 4. I know the way I'm saying this right now makes Moxxi sound like an outdated sexist mess, but Moxxi is actually one of my favourite characters and the only good thing to come out of this DLC. She's about to become a very important character in Borderlands going forward, joining the main cast of friendly NPCs alongside the likes of Dr. Zed and Scooter. But we don't get to talk about good Moxxi yet, because right now she's just kinda loud and annoying and seemingly called Mad Moxxi, so they can have the oh-so-clever spin on Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Underdome Riot is by no stretch of the imagination a riot. The big arena format is something Borderlands would continue to revisit, but never again would they fudge it up this badly, so clearly lessons were learned. There were 3 plot threads left hanging by the end of Borderlands. One of them was the origin and purpose of your guardian angel, which Borderlands 2 would take and run with. One of them was a joke ending about the Claptrap and Firestone being hacked and turned into an interplanetary ninja assassin, which would for some reason be expanded on in the last DLC. The final one, and the one I thought was the most interesting at the time, was Atlas, and what they were going to do about the fact that you just murdered a whole bunch of their guys. The secret armory of General Knoxx picks up on that plot thread. A fresh battalion of Crimson Lands are here to reclaim the planet, led by the titular General Knoxx himself. This DLC has many problems, which we'll get into. It's also one of the best in the series, not because of anything particularly great or interesting, but because this DLC is the first time that Borderlands nails the Borderlands vibe. It's this DLC, more than anything else, that Borderlands 2 and all the subsequent games are a sequel to. The big twist is that for the first time, we have a genuine story to discuss, not kill a guy and grab a mysterious thing like the base game, and not an extended meta joke like Zombie Island. An actual plot with heroes and villains. I mean, it's not amazing, but, it's pretty good. The DLC starts with an Atlas propaganda video about how they've come to liberate Pandora from the thieves, perverts, and murderers who rule over it, aka you. The broadcast is hijacked by a mysterious figure called Athena, who states the obvious. It's a bunch of lies, and really Atlas are here for their own selfish wants. She has a plan to take them down, and she wants your help to do it. Put simply, kill their boss and steal all their guns. The change in vibe is evident from your first conversation, meeting up with Scooter. There's an actual cutscene where he talks to you and says funny things, and just generally has more character. Scooter doesn't leave much of an impression in the base game. He's a squirrely little southern mechanic, and that's about all you get. Here, he has a kind of awkward charisma to him, where he just talks, and he's clearly a bit dense, but you love him anyway.
Alright, hey, what I'm gonna need is an X372 supercharger, but not the 373. There's recall on that thing and the kind of people burning live and shit. Also a big old tank of nitrous and one of them fancy exhaust booger things. I don't even know what it does, man.
The same treatment is given to Moxxi, who shows up as a mission runner for part of this DLC when she becomes an actual character that we can talk about. Moxxi is indeed hypersexualized, and she talks about sex a lot and makes endless innuendo. However, the critical detail that makes this not a weird male-gazy mess is that she doesn't do this for the benefit of the player. This is just how she chooses to present. A lot of women across the video game spectrum dress like Moxxi, but fewer and farther between are the women in games who are actually aware of what they look like and how they dress and embrace it as a part of their identity. Partly because that's just who she is, she really does just love sex and being sexy, but also because it gives people the wrong impression of her. Underneath it all, Moxxi is one of the sharpest and most cunning characters in the series. The makeup and the cleavage aren't a facade, it's just that there's much more to Moxxi than meets the eye. That's an element of her character that the future games will explore in more detail, especially the prequel. But here in the DLC, there are some hints towards it. She helps you break into a prison to free Athena using a car that she herself designed. Moxxi's also older than you might expect, old enough to have at least 2 adult children, as it's revealed in this DLC that Scooter is her son, which is set up in the base game where Scooter makes several weird comments about the promiscuity of his mum. The fact that Moxxi maintains her sexuality and promiscuity even after becoming a mother without any semblance of shame, something which many would consider to be taboo and frowned upon, is one of the things that makes her an empowering character instead of an exploitative one. She contrasts perfectly with another of my favourite characters also introduced in this DLC, Athena. Athena was an assassin for the Crimson Lands who went rogue after they sent her to kill her own sister without her knowing. She's hyper serious and hyper competent in contrast to basically everyone around her, which is what makes her stand out. That hyper-seriousness of her character is used to perfection in Tales from the Borderlands when it can more directly interact with the silliness of everyone else. Back here in the first game, NPCs never really talk to each other, rather they talk about each other through you, which is one of those things that becomes extremely distracting once you notice it. In her seriousness, Athena grounds the DLC, which is where the big balancing act of Borderlands comes in. Balancing the lighthearted comedic tone with the more serious and plot-driven moments is core to what makes the series work. My absolute favourite character in the DLC is General Knoxx himself. Knoxx is a fantastic antagonist because he doesn't act like an antagonist at all. Like Athena, he's a hyper-competent, hyper-serious dude. But instead of venting that through anger, he's just completely resigned to the fact that he lives in a world of idiots. He starts his first radio chat with you with a long, deep, resigned sigh, which is the perfect opener to the sort of guy he is.
All right, this is General Knoxx.
He's a total 180 from the angry phone calls of Commandant Steele. He doesn't want to be here, he hates his job, he hates his life, but he's going to try and kill you anyway because he's too much of a professional to leave a mission unfinished. After you've torn through all his men and reached him, he's just about to kill himself in the most elaborate, spectacular way possible. Not because he particularly wants to die, but because he really just can't be bothered doing the boss fight and would rather just get it over with quickly. It's also pretty clear that Atlas is screwed if you take Knoxx out. As Knoxx tells you, his boss, Admiral Mikey, is a literal 5-year-old who got the position via nepotism, and sends him increasingly ridiculous orders that he can't really do anything about because anyone higher than Mikey clearly doesn't give a damn what anyone would have to say about it. It's the humour and energy that Knoxx brings to the DLC that is so Borderlands. It represents the shift into character-driven storytelling instead of MacGuffin-driven storytelling. Unfortunately, for all the things the DLC gets right, the key word in there is actually driven. The story of this DLC is quite good when it's happening. Unfortunately, between all of that happening is a long series of interconnected highways, which means more terrible driving. So much more terrible driving. On the one hand, I love the vibe of these big long highways. They reinforce the fact that Pandora isn't post-apocalyptic, it's just a really crap place to live. Somebody built all these roads, a whole industry must have been using them, all abandoned now. The primary settlement of the DLC, T-Bone Junction, is a whole town built around a particularly windy intersection, which looks fantastic. On the other hand, the driving is boring and bad, and there's nothing to break up these extended driving sections except the occasional Crimson Lands APC and some checkpoints that you have to get out and clear. You can't even turn on the radio like in a real commute. Also, the DLC doesn't give you the courtesy of the fast travel point at any of the locations where you need to go, so any main or side quest requires you to drive all the way there and all the way back again. You do at least get a new vehicle for doing this. Well, actually you get 3, but the monster is the only one you should actually bring along the highway because the racer is made of tissue paper and the APC makes the journey even slower. There's another vehicle part where you have to make a jump, and if you just straight gun it, you'll actually fly right over it by a country mile, so you have to precisely time your boost. In this game, with its terrible clunky driving controls. Awful. Awful and bad. The purpose of the APCs and all the checkpoints does come across well. The DLC does a great job at making the Crimson Lands an imposing force. They introduce many more types into the mix, like jetpack troops, medics, elemental troops, and the big mech suit guys, who are introduced in the most casual way possible. One of them just waltzes around a corner and you're like, oh shit! The Crimson Lands feel like an invading military presence, and they're way more difficult to fight than the bandits. Even when I out-leveled them, fighting the lands feels like an uphill battle. There's new bandits in the DLC as well, the ones running the prison that you rescue Athena from. Only this time, they're all dressed like an Elvis music video. 'Cause prison. They're led by a guy called Mr. Shank. Uh-oh, did you feel that? I think we just entered another controversy. Mr. Shank is Moxxi's second husband. As you progress through the prison, he calls you on the radio to taunt you, but his heart's not really in it. It's also made very clear that he's got something going on with one of the other bandits named Chaz, which he's trying to hide, and that's the joke.
Chaz is really nice. Hey, I'm not into him. No way. And if you're looking for the girl, I can assure you she is unharmed. Shit, not that we wouldn't. I mean, we'd totally harm her. I'm thinking of harming her right now. Maybe Chaz will come too.
I honestly don't know how to feel about this. It certainly feels like a cheap, outdated gay joke, but I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. If the joke is that this scary-looking tough guy called Mr. Shank is actually a big softie, and it's not specifically his sexuality that's the butt of the joke, but rather the contrast between the two personas, then is the joke offensive? If you change Chaz out with a lady, would the actual content of the joke change? I don't know if it would. On the other hand, does that matter? Is using homosexuality to emasculate the guy and insinuate he's weak not homophobic in itself? On the other hand, the guy does still try to kill you in a boss fight, so does Chaz, and they ain't no slouches. And the game really does humanise him a lot for a throwaway boss. After you kill him, Moxxi kind of freaks out, realising maybe she didn't actually want you to kill her second husband after all. She even refers to him by his real name. But also, Mr. Shank is clearly ashamed of being gay, with the whole pretending not to be. Clearly he feels being gay would make him less intimidating, and I just don't know. I present you the facts, make your own decision. There's some other weirdness too, like how around the area there's wanted posters for each of the 4 main characters, except the one for Lilith is cropped right on her boobs for some reason. I mean, I guess the reason is that it's a joke. More like her tits are wanted, am I right, lads? Way! Except the joke isn't that funny, it's just a really dated boob joke. If you go exploring around T-Bone Junction, you can find a weird, creepy shrine based around this poster and, Mr. Meat Popsicle living there. I'm not saying Borderlands gets more mature than this, but it definitely gets less problematic than this. Eventually. There are some people who will tell you that the lack of stuff like this in games these days is censorship and creative stifling. But the reality is it's just a sign of the industry maturing. These boob jokes and gay jokes reflect a very teenage mindset about humour. One that used to be commonplace, but as the industry grows and the people at the top start to become parents of their own teenagers, the appeal of that sort of humour just goes down. Of course, to a lot of Borderlands players, this doesn't matter at all. In fact, for a significant percentage of players, the only thing that really matters about this DLC is the finale. After your boss fight with Knoxx, you get to raid his titular secret armory, although it's more of a dash since you're on a timer before the place blows up. It's a big old room just filled to the brim with chests, more than you could possibly carry away, sort of like a big vault of loot. I've always wondered if this was a reaction to the ending of the base game. It seems mighty suspicious to me that you get a big storeroom full of loot at the end of this DLC, the thing that was denied to you at the end of the base game. I'm not saying it's a bad ending per se, it just feels a bit of a shallow one. You've probably picked up on this by now, but I'm not a number-crunching type Borderlands player. There's a whole other dimension to these games which I haven't touched on yet, but it is a huge part of the game's appeal and the lasting legacy of the franchise. There's tons of YouTube videos out there about maximising damage output with builds, farming the correct legendaries to get the highest DPS, even farming for specific pieces of specific weapons if you want to get really specific. Crunching the numbers to become so efficient that you can end up breaking the game entirely. That side of Borderlands has never been the appeal for me. I'm not saying it's a wrong or invalid way to play, there's no such thing. It's just that for me, I play for the story, the tone, getting lost in the world of Pandora, and yes, the combat, which is fun. But I prefer to play as I go, grabbing the best weapons I can along the way, hoping for the best. I would never dream of farming for a specific gun. The big treasure trove at the end of the story, either this one or the base game, was never my primary drive. My drive was just seeing how it ended. But I can acknowledge that, especially for the first game, I may be in the minority on that one. The Secret Armory of General Knoxx is not perfect, it has flaws, but I respect what it stands for, what it means to the Borderlands franchise and everything that came after. And it sure isn't as weird as the final DLC.
The treasure hunters could handle all manner of beastie, bandit, and battalion, but they weren't expecting the interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap.
When people say that Borderlands 1 is the most serious one, that's because they haven't played this DLC. If you thought the meta zombie stuff was the weirdest thing in this game, have I got some news for you. What makes it doubly weird is that this final DLC is also supposed to be a neat little bow to tie the whole Borderlands experience together. It even ends back where the game first started, with Marcus and the bus in front of Firestone. It just also happens to be about the evil machinations of the interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap. So, what is this? Why does this? Let me explain the plot and then we can see about answering those questions. Hyperion hacked the Firestone Claptrap to make it highly intelligent and thirst for your death, but it got too smart for its own good and started a revolution to free its fellow Claptraps from subjugation. Also, it started turning everything into weird clapborgs, banded traps, rack traps, and, oh hey, all the main antagonists of the 3 previous campaign traps, because narrative bow? We finally get a boss fight with Commandant Steel. Yay! This is definitely what we wanted.
Please just kill me. Let me die with my dignity. Check me out. Yeah, get down.
This is less funny and more just existentially horrific. You're hired to deal with this Robolution problem by the same people who started it, Hyperion, and specifically a guy called Mr. Blake, head of Mercenary Relations and Tourism. The two of you grab some things to make a hacking device that can turn the interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap back to normal. That's the part of this DLC which isn't completely bonkers. Mr. Blake is a great character. He's the classic guy in the suit. He's far more concerned that the INAC is producing Claptraps without a patent than he is about the whole Robopocalypse thing. He's dressed much nicer than anyone else in the game with his fancy sci-fi suit, and his model and animations have so much character to them. More than anything else, he gives the clear impression of the types of people who really run this galaxy. Suave, smart, and absolutely ruthless businessmen. That works. What doesn't work is Claptrap, Interplanetary Ninja Assassin. Would you believe it, but Claptrap, even with his existentially horrific Clapborg abominations, isn't a very imposing villain. I don't think that's what they were going for, but I also don't think he's an overly funny one either. If the last DLC represented a shift in the franchise, then this DLC represents a shift for Claptrap specifically. A shift from funny and cute side character to increasingly ridiculous franchise mascot. If the last DLC represented the careful balancing act that makes Borderlands work, this DLC is the first example of them stumbling head over wheel right off that edge. It's just too much. I mean, the DLC did get a laugh or two out of me, like for example the device you need to find in order to hack the Claptrap, the Wireless Information Router Encoding Device, or WIRED for short. For the most part though, it's actually too absurd to be funny and just starts to be confusing. Like the side quest where you have to hunt down the legendary Claptrap, who's a Claptrap that acts like a chicken, and that's it. It's a chicken Claptrap. In a location called Sanders Chasm, but that's by the by. Or the end, when Marcus comes out and gets shot in the back by Claptrap. What is this? Marcus is the one narrating the story. Obviously he's not dead, he shows up in Borderlands 2. I guess the joke is, he gets shot in the back by Claptrap? Just like Zombie Island, there's a ton of work put into this DLC. It's all of really high quality, all of the different environments and the tiny little touches, like how even some of the plants have been trapped too. There's genuinely cool locations like this big dense industrial town, or this massive canyon quarry, or this final run where you fight all the Claptrapped bosses for a second time, where each of the arenas has been staged to look like their original locations, with tons of Claptraps cheering in the stands around. It's absurd, but it's also clearly a lot of work. Like Sander's Chasm, or as I prefer to call it, the Saturation Cave, because for reasons beyond me, the saturation in this cave has been turned up like 25%. It's a series of confusing and winding tunnels that does feel more like a cave than anything they've done before or after. It also, as you get close to the end, has a question mark drawn on the minimap as if to taunt you that, yes, this cave is in fact very confusing. Almost every enemy in the game has been reskinned with a Claptrap variant. All of the animals, all the bandits, not to mention all the new variations of combat Claptraps, they've just fully committed to this ridiculous idea in a way that I do respect. Even the landscape has been Claptrapped with bits of metal and circuitry and red glowing eyes staring at you all over the place. And the graffiti. You really have to wonder what was going through an artist's head when they drew a Fidel Claptrap or Clap Guevara. Was it drugs? I'm starting to suspect it was drugs. The only thing missing is the Crimson Lands, who've been replaced by Hyperion soldiers. It is interesting that this DLC pivots to Hyperion as the main company of interest. Despite all the absurdity of this DLC, that is something that would turn out to be highly telling for the next game when Hyperion becomes the big bad. The idea that Hyperion would try to assassinate the Vault Hunters after the events of the base game lines up perfectly with the events of Borderlands 2. It's just the fact that they'd use a Claptrap to do it that's a bit suspect. By the end of the DLC, we've come full circle. We've refought all of the bosses in reverse order of their introduction, and we're all the way back to the start for a confrontation with the very first character we met in the game at the first location in the game. But it's not like this is narratively satisfying or nostalgic or anything. It's a joke, plain and simple. This DLC is truly the first time that Borderlands jumps the shark, or more accurately, it jumps the mega interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap. The ultimate final boss fight in Borderlands is against the Gigantamax Claptrap in the rubble of Firestone, a building that's actually still there when you come back here in Borderlands 2 to fight an entirely different giant robot, but whatever. After you defeat Claptrap, the credits play over your character using the wired device to repeatedly hack Claptrap into submission. This extended, weird slapstick sequence, your final moments of Borderlands. It's a weird, weird place to end things. It's funny to me to hear people complain about the more recent Borderlands games being too silly, not like the good old days, because Robot Revolution is arguably dumber than even the dumbest jokes in Borderlands 3. It's a parody of itself, designed to break any immersion you might have had in the story being told. An extended joke that vastly overstays its welcome. There are some people who will say that applies to the Borderlands franchise as a whole and scoff at the idea that anyone could be legitimately invested in the story and world building of this franchise. But I think that's harsh. There are Borderlands lore channels here on YouTube for a reason. There are a lot of interesting stories and ideas mixed in with all the jokes. And at the series' best, the story and the jokes come together to create a weird and wonderful mix unlike anything else available. Robot Revolution just gets the mix wrong. But that doesn't undermine the foundations that Borderlands and especially Secret Armory set up for the games to come. If there's one word I wouldn't use to describe Borderlands 2, it would be subtle. Borderlands 2 is an amazing game, superior to its predecessor in almost every way imaginable, but it's not a subtle game, it's loud and proud from start to finish. Borderlands 2 cemented the cultural identity of the Borderlands franchise, its art, its humour, its characters, and, maybe most critically, for better and for worse, it introduced one of the most famous villains in all of gaming. There are a lot of people who will tell you that Borderlands 2 is the best game in the series. There's a lot of those people who will go as far to say that none of the other games are even worth playing besides this one. I don't think that's fair, but I do get it. In a very real way, Borderlands 2 is a franchise in of itself. But like all good stories, the best place to start is the beginning. Borderlands 2 is a deliberate subversion of Borderlands 1. It starts with the Borderlands 1 intro until the Borderlands 1 intro is hit with a train. It's funny, but it's also the perfect way to introduce this game. It establishes the change in tone and direction before the game even starts. Borderlands 2 is roughly 1 billion times more cinematic than the first game, and symbolically smashing the first game with a sci-fi train is certainly a strong way to establish that. Speaking of symbolism, the song, Short Change Hero by The Heavy. Like the first game, the opening song is telling you about the plot of the game to come. No Rest for the Wicked was about greed and money, the hustle. Short Change Hero is all about heroes. Who are they? Where do they belong? If Borderlands 1 was about the hustle, Borderlands 2 is about heroes. Not heroes in a superhero way, more in asking, what is a hero? Borderlands 2, the prequel, and even Tales a little bit, focus a lot of their storytelling on that very question. Instead of the sales pitches of the bus ride, we have an actual action sequence where each of the new Vault Hunters shows off their skills in a fight, which makes the new art direction clear in multiple ways. Borderlands 1 had good character design, but it was muted. Lots of brown tones, lots of muted colours. Borderlands 2 is colourful, and it wants you to know it. Everything pops, everything is bigger, weirder, and more exaggerated. This intro also starts with actual plot. The train is a trap, and a man named Handsome Jack has lured them all there to die. Which is, I suppose, enough motivation for the characters to do the rest of the plot. I hope so, because they never speak about it. All of the Borderlands games officially open with a Claptrap introduction and him handing over your UI. It's become a bit of a tradition. But it also makes for a good comparison of the different tone that each game is trying to convey. In Borderlands 1, Claptrap was your introduction to the universe of Borderlands, a reminder that we're not doing anything too dark or too serious because we still have a silly little square robot guy here. Borderlands 2 opens by putting Claptrap in completely the wrong place, surrounded by death and using black humour to cope. Claptrap was already one of the most talkative characters in the first game, but here his dialogue is easily doubled. He's the last Claptrap left alive, and isolation has driven him a bit batty. He's your companion for the first part of the game, helping you leave the snowy glacier and make it back to civilization. It's quite a chill start compared to the explosive intro, but compared to Borderlands 1, it's a bombastic explosion. It's hard to overstate just how different these two games are when it comes to the script. Borderlands 2 takes a while to get going, but it does in fact get going. You're going somewhere. You're going to a place to meet people to help stop a bad guy. You're not going to a place to kill a guy and grab a mysterious thing. It has a story. It's been 5 years since the events of the first game, and the Hyperion Corporation has taken over Pandora. After you opened the vault and killed a big monster, the planet cracked, and an alien element called iridium came to the surface. Hyperion apparently came to mine the iridium, but in reality, they came to conquer, led by their CEO, Handsome Jack. Hyperion has also discovered a second vault which they intend to open. Your characters came on the promise of treasure, but as a player you know there's probably a big monster in there. The protagonists of the last game, as well as most of the friendly NPCs, formed a resistance to Hyperion's occupation, the Crimson Raiders, a ragtag militia made up of the remaining Crimson Land soldiers that were left after Knoxx died and the planet was abandoned by Atlas. It's very consistent storytelling that flows naturally from one game onto the next. But also, there's Face McShooty.
Shoot me in the face! In the face!
Humour is very subjective, which is what makes it very hard to analyse critically. What different people find funny is entirely dependent on their own personal sense of humour, so when I say that Borderlands 2 is a very funny game, that comes with the caveat that some people can't stand this game, or this series, because of the constant endless barrage of jokes. It's something that Robot Revolution was already leaning into, but because Borderlands 2 has so much more dialogue, a script roughly 7 times bigger according to the developers, it becomes a lot harder to ignore. Claptrap is make or break for a lot of people, and I'll admit that not all of his clips work for me. Some of them do, like this one.
If I sound pleased about this, it's only because my programmers made this my default tone of voice. I'm actually quite depressed.
And some of them really don't, like this.
Oh God! They're coming out of the wall, spankers!
They come at you so quickly that you don't even have time to decide if it was funny or not before the next joke has started. With Claptrap especially, but the whole game is like that. The humour is constant. But it's diverse, and it's that diversity of humour that I think makes it work, even if some of the jokes are really starting to show their age. Some of the humour in the series is just crass nonsense, like wall sphincters, but some of it is very clever, commentary and parody of the tropes of video games themselves. The respawn machines are my favourite. Whenever you die, you're digitally reconstructed as a clone at a nearby nooo station. This is the explanation for respawning without the game reloading a save. The first game has them too, but this time, they're sassy.
Dying is awesome. All of the cool kids are doing it.
Every game with combat involves dying sometimes. Rare are the games that acknowledge that as part of the story. Rarer than that are the games that acknowledge it while also taking a second to call attention to how absurd that actually is from a storytelling perspective. This thing doesn't need to talk, but it does talk. and in its talking it gives the game an incredible depth of personality. Much later on, there's a quest where Jack pays you to jump into a pool of lava for his amusement. It's a quest that completely breaks the boundaries of sensical storytelling altogether, just for a little bit, to make fun of how ridiculous it is to be the protagonist of a video game. It's easy to slip into arguing that one style of humour is better than another style of humour, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that just because this is a clever joke that it's somehow objectively better than a fart joke. I think us critics especially have a tendency to get all high and mighty about humour, that lowbrow humour is beneath an arse snob like me. But I think that crass nonsense has its place. I'm not immune to a well-timed fart joke. What really makes it all work is the Borderlands balance, and Borderlands 2, more than any other game except for maybe Tales from the Borderlands, nails that balance. The game has to be both funny enough to make you laugh and serious enough that when the emotional stuff happens it doesn't feel completely out of place. The game maintains that balance in two key ways. One is that the story always takes the threat seriously. Even though the villain is arguably one of the funniest characters in the game, he's not funny in a way that diminishes his villainy, he's just a snarky asshole. The silliest jokes are left exclusively in the side missions, most of which are references to other bits of media that give you a sigh or a chuckle depending on your personality when you realise them, like the mission Splinter Group, which requires you to hunt down a group of mutants in the sewers called Lee, Mick, Ralph and Dan. The stuff that remains in the main story is either the weird humour that's a carryover from the first game, or character humour rooted in all the strange personalities of the Borderlands world. Borderlands 2 has an extremely colourful cast of NPCs, and that's the second key to Borderlands balance. If the humour is annoying you, then this doesn't really apply, but if the humour works for you, then it starts to serve a narrative function. It gives you a reason to fight. The weirdness and silliness of all these different people can become endearing if you let it. Handsome Jack's main objective is to kill everyone on this planet and start fresh. Everyone here is a maniac or a criminal, and the universe would be a better place with all of them gone. For a lot of the game, it's easy to see his point. Pandora is filled to bursting with violent murderers and monsters. You have no qualms about killing the bandits, so why should you have a problem with Jack's plan? It's because when he says everyone, he means everyone. The goofy mechanic Scooter, the unlicensed but helpful Dr. Zed, the greedy businessman Marcus, the spiffing adventurer Sir Hammerlock, the sultry barmaid Moxxi, even Claptrap. These aren't good people in the traditional sense of the word, most of them actually are murderers. But they're funny, wacky, and likeable. Their weirdness is endearing. You don't want to see them all get wiped out. Or you find them and all their wacky antics insufferable, then the game's not going to work for you at all. Luckily, the game was written in a way that you can just ignore the story completely if you really want to. Borderlands 2 is, after all, a video game about shooting weirdos in the face.
Thank you!
Borderlands 2 plays very similar to the first game. You shoot, you loot, you level up, rinse, repeat. But Borderlands 2 is a better game in every single way. It's a refinement. It takes all of the ideas of the first game and makes them better, keeping the things that worked and improving on the things that didn't. The most notable change is the guns. It's a drastic improvement on the first game, with every brand having an instantly recognisable look which is equally represented in their unique mechanical functions. Dahl weapons look more traditionally militaristic and they're all burst fire. Jacob's weapons are all old western themed and are semi-automatic. Maliwan weapons are sleek and futuristic and they all have elemental effects, and so on and so forth. There are no normal guns in the game. Every gun you pick up comes with strengths and weaknesses. Elemental effects are the clearest example. They were in the first game too, but less refined. Fire weapons work great against organic enemies, but terribly against shields and armour. For shields you need electric, and for armour you need corrosive. Well, you don't need it, but you definitely don't want fire. You're at disadvantage then. Vladov weapons have high damage output, but they're terrible at range. At range, you want Hyperion. The minute-to-minute gameplay is all about switching things up, bringing the right tool for the job. With my build in the first game, once I got a powerful machine gun, I was set for life. In this game, you can't simply pick one gun and stick to it, you need to be constantly mixing things up. It gives Borderlands a unique rhythm amongst shooters. It's not like a Call of Duty where you pick the gun you like the best, it's a game of scavenging and experimentation. Some of the gun combinations might seem useless at first, like a Vladov fully automatic sniper rifle, but against a slow-moving target you can deal a lot of damage very quickly with that thing. Especially if you're a sniper, because the new gun generation system works in perfect tandem with the revamped skill trees, which are now twice the length and become way more diverse. If these characters have to stand on their mechanical differences alone, they can take the weight. Each character has strengths with a specific type of weapon. Zero is obviously much better with a sniper rifle than anyone else, and for Gage you really want an automatic weapon. The further you get into the game, the more divergent each character is to play. Each of them has a totally different vibe in combat. Maya starts unleashing wild elemental effects all over the battlefield. Zero becomes a ghost, constantly darting in and out of stealth for wildly powerful blows. And Krieg? Oh boy. Krieg, along with Cage, were initially released as DLC, but nowadays you're most definitely buying the Handsome Collection with all the DLC included. Krieg is a psycho, like the enemies you fight, and a lot of his abilities revolve around getting hurt, including a whole tree that gives you crazy bonuses if you set yourself on fire, which is wild, but all of the characters get wild in their own way. Gage has a tree that totally changes how you play that I cannot use. It's all built around a stacking buff called Anarchy that gives you increased damage and lower accuracy with every kill. It's extremely powerful and can stack up to 999 times for a 900% damage buff at the cost of having no control where those bullets go whatsoever. But that's fine, you also get a skill that makes bullets ricochet towards enemies. All of the stacks are lost if you prematurely reload, as in reload before the clip is empty, which is why I can never use this skill. I am an obsessive reloader. I reload after every kill. I do it in every game. I hate not having a full clip. And using Anarchy, I have to consciously avoid reloading the entire time. It's too stressful. But Borderlands 2 has me covered. On another tree you get a skill which gives you health regen when your magazine is full. Suddenly my constant reloading is a strength and not a weakness. Skill trees in Borderlands are all about specialising, and since you can always reset your skill points, you're free to play around. You can spec Maya to be a fantastic support character, where her action skill Phase Lock heals allies and can revive them instantly, and she can provide constant team health regeneration. Or you can spec her to be an elemental goddess with corrosive clouds and flame punches and a Phase Lock that spits out elemental damage to everyone in a wide radius. The interweaving of the different character skills and their action skills and all of the guns makes Borderlands 2 an extremely replayable game. It's not perfect, I don't mean to give that impression, but luckily most of what isn't perfect you can ignore. Most of it. Driving is back, and somehow I think it might actually be worse than the first game. It's clunky and terrible to control, but at least the machine gun does actually shoot in the direction you're firing now, so that's nice. The looting is basically identical to the first game, but it feels different. In the first game, the looting was the point of the game. The most fundamental level of the story was find cool stuff. In Borderlands 2, the looting isn't really what the narrative is about. Instead, the looting is because you need to scavenge for better stuff if you want to win. You're on the back foot, and a rare gun will give you the edge you need to triumph. It's a subtle but impactful difference in how the looting is incorporated into the story. Truthfully, despite still being called one, you're not really a vault hunter in Borderlands 2, you're a freedom fighter. Once you leave the glacier with Claptrap, your goal is to find and join up with the Crimson Raiders, although it's clear that they need your help as much as you need theirs. Maybe more so, as they seem to be struggling to keep the bandits at bay, let alone Hyperion. It was Roland who founded the Crimson Raiders, rallying his old unit together into a fighting force for the betterment of Pandora, headquartered in the town of Sanctuary, which was mentioned many times in the first game, but you never actually got to go there until now. One of the strangest quirks of Borderlands 2 is that the main characters of the story are the guys you were playing as last time, only you're not playing them anymore. All four are given so much more development in this game than they ever were in Borderlands 1. They've been busy. Roland is kidnapped by a band of raiders before you can meet him, so you team up with Lilith to rescue him. She's a person now, with thoughts and emotions. She and Roland dated for a time in between games. She's become a fearsome bandit killer called the Firehawk. It's weird, but it does work. It's exciting to get to know Lilith better because, in a weird way, I am her, or at least I was her. After playing the first game for so long, there's a sense of personal investment in each of the four returning player characters that you don't really get with any of the other NPCs in the game. A kind of story investment that's completely unique to sequels. It's also good for setting a baseline of expectations. Borderlands 2 loves its twists. It literally has twists on twists. For the first few hours, Borderlands 2 is quite similar to the first game. It's a lot more colourful and a lot more talkative, but you're doing stuff that you would also be doing in the first game, fighting bandits and deadly nature across Pandora while being guided around by a mysterious guardian angel. Hyperion has been talked about a whole bunch, but you've not encountered them since the intro, other than Handsome Jack, who's been calling you over the radio as you go, mostly to taunt you and make jokes. He's taking a back seat and just observing your progress, right up until your first big moment of victory, where he's been patiently waiting to undermine it all. After fighting your way through a dam absolutely bursting with bandits, you finally make it to Roland, but before you can even say hello, the wall is blown in from the other side and he's yanked out of the cell by Handsome Jack's private robot army. It's chaos like nothing you would see in the first game. Comparing it to the introduction of the Crimson Lands is almost laughable, where you just wander into Old Haven and they're just walking around chilling. Hyperion's assault is ruthless and efficient. Their army is entirely composed of these tall, blocky robots called loaders with a design that I absolutely love, and the music. Hyperion is a fantastic villain, from their design to their intentions. They're a stark contrast to the bandits you've been fighting so far. Unlike the Crimson Lands, it's so clear that you're not fighting a military and a government, you're fighting a corporation. The design of Hyperion is the most corporate of any of the brands. Their sharp edges and sleek designs look like something concocted in a boardroom, and the loaders are no different. They're not designed to look evil like the Crimson Lands and their stormtrooper helmets. The loaders look a bit silly, they look industrial, like things that were designed for lifting crates, not shooting guns. The primary Hyperion colour is yellow. If we're talking colours, that's like the least threatening colour there is. Hyperion doesn't have commandants or generals, it has a CEO, and that makes it more dangerous than Atlas ever could be. A military has rules and regulations and orders. A CEO with a robot army can do basically whatever he wants. And he does, often. Even when you're not directly fighting them, Hyperion looms large over the whole game, both literally and metaphorically. Literally because wherever you are in the game, you can see their giant moon base ominously watching you from above, as well as the earthquakes that occur at various points in the story as Hyperion drills get closer to the vault. Handsome Jack is a constant presence in the story, commenting on everything you're doing, and he keeps mentioning some secret he has. It's hard to talk about Borderlands 2 without just falling into the trap of summarising the entire story. That's basically what I ended up doing in my original video. The game is full of small setups and payoffs. Throwaway lines end up being secretly meaningful in a second playthrough. There's also so many small details of humour or world building that make the game feel so narratively rich, even with all the jokes. Just to throw a few at you, it's set up that Sanctuary was built on top of an old mining ship when you first get there, but the ship is long dormant. It's also elaborated on what the heck Lilith is and why she can magically teleport. At any given time in the Borderlands universe, there are 6 women with alien magic powers, sirens. Lilith is one, so is Maya, and so was Commandant Steele from the last game. They have some sort of connection to the Iridians, the ancient aliens who built the vaults in the first place. It's also revealed here that the sirens have some sort of connection to Iridium, the weird purple element. It supercharges their powers. These are all going to be important details later, but they're set up casually and separately, layered into different missions and different conversations. It makes the story feel extremely cohesive, especially on a replay, which is good because mechanically it's a game designed to be replayed many times. It's full of jokes, but it's also full of genuinely interesting writing. There's no character that demonstrates that dynamic quite as well as Tiny Tina, the 13-year-old explosive expert who never, ever stops talking.
This here's Mushy Snugglebites, and this is Felicia's Sexo Pants. These fine-ass women could stop that train for you, but I'ma need their badonkadonks first, and they got stolen by the bandits a few days ago. Go get them! Nap time!
The story of Borderlands 2 is mostly the work of Anthony Birch, who initially came to prominence with a web series he did with his sister Ashley called Hey Ash, What You Playin', in which Ash played this hyperactive, vaguely insane character playing games. Tiny Tina is essentially Ashley Birch doing the same character, but recontextualized into the Borderlands universe with surprising depth. If black comedy is at the core of the series, then Tina is the very bottom of that black pit. A 13-year-old explosive expert is inherently dark, and her manic, chipper demeanour just makes it even darker. A sane world does not produce Tiny Tinas, but Pandora is not a sane world. You can discover snippets of her backstory throughout the game, and they are extremely dark, not played for comedy at all. Her parents were kidnapped and experimented on by Hyperion. She only escaped thanks to her mother hiding a grenade in her dress, hence their obsession with explosives. In a side quest, you also help her invite a special guest to a tea party, who it turns out was the one who sold her parents to Hyperion in the first place. Tina is weird, hyperactive, sometimes annoying, sort of a reference to a niche internet thing, and extremely sympathetic. She is the heart of Borderlands. Considering how important and pervasive she is in the franchise going forward, she plays a surprisingly minor role in the base game of Borderlands 2. Just a few side quests and help with a train heist. It's during that same heist that you fight Wilhelm, Jack's top enforcer, and a pretty important character himself, even if he doesn't really seem that way. He doesn't even get his own Borderlands title card, which is extremely jarring in retrospect. He's the person who destroyed New Haven alongside Jack, as well as one of the playable characters in the prequel. It's a lot of heft for a guy who's ultimately just a big red herring. He drops a power core that can be used back as Sanctuary to power the shields, so Angel suggests you take it.
Hey, you know, I think it's finally time to tell you that little secret. Angel's working for me.
Lowering Sanctuary's shields, Jack. Executing phase shift.
This is a genuinely amazing twist, probably the best in the game. It recontextualizes everything you've done so far in this game and the previous game. Angel has been extremely helpful. She's helped you do damage to Jack's operations, and Jack has shown no sign whatsoever that he knows about Angel. And yet, it doesn't come out of nowhere at all. In fact, it's very heavily foreshadowed if you know what to look for. Like how Angel needs a Hyperion device in order to hack the vehicle station, because she's a Hyperion AI linked to the Hyperion network. She said it at the very start. You're alive for a reason. And you are. You're alive because Jack wanted you to be. It's a perfect mid-game twist. You just delivered the death blow to your new allies and you didn't even realise it. It would have been the end of the Resistance had they not had a few tricks left up their sleeve.
Man, this is one of them moments. Catch a ride!
Scooter gets the city in the air and Lilith teleports it to safety by harnessing the power of Iridium. Setup, payoff. You couldn't pick a better scene to symbolically represent the Borderlands vibe. A floating city being bombarded by a moon base. It should be ridiculous, but instead it's tense. Will our plucky ragtag rebels make it out of this one? Angel keeps contacting you after this, refusing to elaborate but still insisting that she really is on your side. And it's right here, after one of the best points in the game, that one of the game's biggest flaws comes into sharp focus. Borderlands 2 has a great story, it really does, but anchoring the story is you. A total void of personality that people talk at instead of talk to. I don't like silent protagonists, and Borderlands 2 might be the worst example I've ever seen. In fact, it may be the reason why. Borderlands 1's silent protagonist worked because Borderlands 1 didn't have a story that needed a character. It wasn't character-driven storytelling, it was stuff-driven storytelling. It was okay that Roland or Breck or Mordecai or Lilith never spoke up because they never had to. The story was about rolling through the wasteland collecting stuff. You don't need a personality to do that. Borderlands 2 is extremely character-focused. The main driver of everything that happens in the game is the rivalry between your character and Handsome Jack. But it's a completely one-sided rivalry. Jack taunts you all game long and your character just takes it. They took the time to name, create and plot out personalities for all these interesting characters and then they just don't use them. It's a baffling creative decision, especially when you consider how the previous game's protagonists are used. The game ends up being about the conflict between your nemesis and the people you were playing as in the last game, with you as a tool in the middle. It's such a weird place to be in. How did they understand that it would be a waste not to flesh out the last game's characters while also making the exact same mistake with the next generation? I want to know what Maya thinks about this, what Axton has to say about that, what Krieg has to say about literally anything, or what people think of them in return. It seems like madness that they don't explore that. They struck narrative gold and then decided to stop mining. It hits the crux at this point in the story. You have no reason to trust Angel anymore. She knows it, you know it, but you have to go along with it anyway because the quest marker tells you to. More than any other point, you need a character here to voice this frustration, to have an argument about it, to be convinced. How did they not realise this was an issue? Well, apparently they did. A few years after the game came out, Anthony Birch wrote an article for Kotaku about this very subject, and it's a fascinating read. In the article, We Were Wrong to Make Borderlands 2's Heroes So Quiet, Birch explains why they made the game's protagonist silent and why he now realises it was a mistake. It's fascinating because, as it turns out, what I always thought was a budgetary sacrifice, that voicing 6 different characters across the game and voicing other NPCs different lines towards them would be far too expensive and time-consuming, was actually a concrete creative choice that Birch fought for against the feedback of focus testers. He writes, "This minimalist style of characterization worked for Half-Life, it worked for Bioshock, and even though your characters only kind of sort of talked in Borderlands, they never commented on the plot, it worked there too. So when I was tasked to help write Borderlands 2, there wasn't even a question in any of our minds. Just do what we did last time. I personally preferred silent protagonists to talkative ones, but that's only because, I was smart and everyone who disagreed was stupid. 2 years later, creative director Paul Helquist and I sat down with a focus group and listened to them spend roughly 45 minutes talking about how bullshit our main characters were. This came as a surprise. Isn't it better that apart from shouting, "It's like having 3 dicks" when pulling out a second assault rifle, Salvador the Gunzerker never says anything at all about the plot? Isn't it better that you get to decide how you feel about the events of the story? Now, I don't need to sit here and argue with the guy. He agrees with me, which is why the prequel takes a hard shift in the opposite direction. But it's still wild to hear that the writer genuinely felt this made the story better, that total immersion was ever something they should be trying to achieve, especially since the protagonist's steely silence makes for a less immersive experience. I do want to hear what Salvador has to say about the plot, because he's a weirdo with weird thoughts. I would like to hear them. He's also the only one on the team who's actually from Pandora. He has a local's perspectives on things, and that would be interesting to learn about. Instead, we get steely silence. The story of Borderlands 2 still works, and I do still enjoy the game and everything it has to offer. It just feels like something is missing, especially as I play it again now with the knowledge that the sequels would do just that. The saving grace is that Borderlands 2 is a video game, and so there's another aspect to the story that has to be considered, the things you actually do in it. A silent protagonist is only really possible in the medium of video games. Even if a character never speaks in a movie or a book, a lack of character is impossible to show. In a game, however, the story is driven by what you do more than what you say. And like I said, the story of your nemesis versus the people you played last time is still a good one. A little later, while you're trying to get the stuff necessary to break into Control Core Angel and get the Vault Key, Mordecai's pet bird, Bloodwing, is kidnapped and experimented on. Jack forces her to attack you and eventually blows up her head before you can rescue her. Bloodwing is Mordecai's action skill in the first game, so if you were a Mordecai main, this could feel like an extremely personal moment. This is exactly what I mean when I say that the game's more about the people you were playing last game than you. The player characters have no emotional attachment to Bloodwing, they've barely met her. Mordecai does though. Jack just murdered his best friend and his secret weapon. It's a successful emotional beat and character motivation for the guy you were playing last time. Angel's betrayal means more to them than it does to you. Angel was the reason they opened the vault in the first place. I think it's the closest a game has ever come to being a second-person story. The last player character to pop back up is Brick, now a bandit leader after the rest of the gang kicked him out for being too violent. One last interesting character dynamic for the dude you were playing last time. Brick might be the most deceptively depthful of the 4, because when you meet him, he's not the blood-crazed psychopath you might be expecting. He's more like an overly excited American football player. That violence and anger does lurk within him, but it doesn't define him. He's not a fundamentally bad man, he just has trouble seeing right from wrong when someone kills his dog, which I think is pretty understandable. He also hands out some of my favourite side quests in the game. My 2 favourite locations in the game deliberately stand in opposition to Sanctuary, the town of Lynchwood and the City of Opportunity. Opportunity is in a totally different sphere of design from the rest of the game. It's a clean and polished glass metropolis, so new it isn't even finished yet. It's the future for Pandora that Handsome Jack wants to build. Clean, comfortable, and extremely corporatized. At first, depending on your personal aesthetic, this either looks like progress or hell, but the more you learn, the more it seems like hell. The plan is, gather the richest families in the universe to live here as a sign of how safe and secure Pandora has become. He's even planning to pay people for living here, where they can live there and be happy and worship him like a god. It is specifically a city for the galaxy's elite. There's an audio log you can find where he tells the builders that they won't actually be allowed inside the city when they're finished working on it. The city is a message, a giant shiny middle finger to the denizens of Pandora. Around the time you get access to Opportunity, you also get access to Lynchwood. Side quests only, but it's equally important as a dark reflection of Opportunity. A western-themed town full of bandits and ruled over by a violent sociopath known only as the Sheriff. Although the prequel later names her Nisha. Naturally, she's Jack's girlfriend. She's also the person who killed Brick's dog. Lynchwood couldn't seem further from Opportunity at first, but in reality it's just a more honest version of what Opportunity is. There's 283 laws in Lynchwood and all of them are punishable by death. Seems extreme, except...
Did you know littering in Opportunity is punishable by death? If not, you also ought to know complaining about opportunities laws is considered verbal littering.
Lynchwood is grimy, mucky, and ruled with an iron fist by a literal puppy killer, but functionally it's exactly the same as Opportunity, just more honest about it. It's the dichotomy at play within Handsome Jack himself, the shining face protecting a rotten interior. It almost feels tacky to praise Handsome Jack. I feel like I should have a more nuanced take than that. But the truth is, he really is just an absolutely tremendous villain. A vain, egomaniacal sadist tech bro with more money than even makes human sense. He's also hilarious.
This one guy in New Haven, right? City's burning, people are dying left and right, yada yada yada. This jackhole rushes me with a spoon. A freaking spoon, and I'm dying laughing, right? So I scoop out his stupid little eyeballs with it, and his kids are all, wah! And I can't even, he can't see where he's going, he's bumping into stuff, and anyway, I don't know, maybe he had to be there. The moral is, you're a total bitch.
He's a successful execution of a character trope that's very hard to pull off, a likeable asshole. Not likeable in a way where you want redemption for him, he's a horrible monster who needs to be stopped. But he is always compelling, you're never annoyed to get one of his messages. A lot of that credit has to go to his voice actor, Damien Clark. His charisma defines the role, he makes Jack what he is. I had a lot of love for General Knoxx, the grumpy and tired big bad of Secret Armory. He was a guy who was likeable in a normal sense, whereas Jack is the guy you love to hate. He's always 2 steps ahead, he undermines you at every turn, he punctuates important plot beats and character moments with stupid jokes to make them hurt even more. He's so proud of himself, so secure in his victory that he'll let you kill one of his best guys just so he can knock the wind out of you a few moments later. By the point you finally reach him, you can't wait to punch his teeth out. A very early side mission gives you a lot of insight into the type of person Jack is, a series of audio logs chronicling the fate of Helena Pierce. She was on her way to Sanctuary when Jack caught her. He made a personal appearance along with Wilhelm, and he takes a second to laugh hysterically at her facial scarring.
Okay, how about this? Lady, I don't even know what to call you. You tell me why you look like you headbutted a belt sander, and I'll let all of you go right now.
My husband gave me a skag pearl ring. The pearl released hunger-inducing pheromones.
Oh, you know what? I am so sorry. I just, forgive me. Where's your husband now?
He's dead.
That is a heartbreaker. But you got something in common with him now, at least.
It's an undignified way for Pierce to go. She wasn't much of a character in the first game, but she was a memorable one of the only truly good people on Pandora. And Jack laughs as he shoots her brains out. He's not too dissimilar to you in that way. Blam! The old saying goes that everyone is the hero of their own story, and Handsome Jack is obsessed with the idea that he's a hero, the hero. It's his justification for every cruel thing he does. Why does Jack care so much about Pandora? Why does he want to awaken a big monster to wipe everyone out and pave over it with a shiny utopia? The Borderlands universe is unfathomably large. People talk casually about travelling across galaxies. So why all this money and energy on Pandora, this backwater nowhere? It's like if Elon Musk was super obsessed with conquering a completely unlivable desert on another planet. Which he is! Just like a bunch of weirdo billionaires. Musk and Bezos and all those guys who want to think of themselves as the saviour of humanity because they helped create a rocket ship. Jack was a satire of this mindset even in 2012, but it's only become more and more relevant as tech bros seemingly dominate more and more of our lives. Jack is obsessed with Pandora because Pandora is a place where he can be a hero. Pandora is a place where his cruelty can be justified because it's against people who deserve it. That's why he's so insistent that you and your friends are criminals and bandits. He has to believe that, because if that's true, then, in his mind, that justifies the death, the manipulation, and the torture. He's already done horrific things in this story, and somehow the worst is still to come, but he believes in himself. He truly believes that he is the hero. He believes it so hard that he's convinced a bunch of people it's true. But we'll talk about that more when we get to the prequel. Jack isn't doing this out of greed, out of a sheer love of violence, or even to help anyone. The reason he's doing all of this is to validate his own actions. He has a deep need for validation, as seen in Opportunity, but also with how he talks to you. The fact that Jack talks to you all the time isn't an accident. He's trying to convince you that he's right, that he's a better man than you. Especially in the early game, he is constantly pointing out all of the flaws on Pandora, pointing out how much better he can make things. He wants validation from you. When people don't give him that validation, that recognition, he snaps and he lashes out. You hear a lot in the echo logs. That is the fundamental difference between the good guys and the bad guys. The Crimson Raiders are not great people. They're murderers and thieves and convicts, but they're not fighting for themselves. They could, after all, just leave. It's a big galaxy. They're fighting because they want to protect people, to protect each other. Even Brick, his cruelty was too much for the Raiders, but he was lashing out against the man that betrayed New Haven. The world, especially the world of Borderlands, is coloured in shades of grey. The Crimson Raiders understand that. Good and bad are irrelevant qualifiers in a place like Pandora. The best you can do is band together and try and make something not quite as shit as everything else. But Jack only sees in black and white. He only sees in heroes and villains, and since he's the hero, you must be the villain. And anything is justified when it comes to taking down a villain. I think I preferred my delusion that this was a completely fictional mindset, but apparently it's the go-to thinking about the world once you cross $1 billion check balance. The only time Jack shows any real weakness is when you reach Control Core Angel. He starts panicking. He begs you not to enter that room and see what's inside, because it's time for Twisty Twist number 3.
To truly stop Jack from waking the warrior, you cannot just steal the vault key. You must destroy his catalyst. You must destroy me.
Angel is not an AI. She's a siren, a girl locked in a tiny cage forced to do Jack's bidding, which is bad enough on its own, but even worse when you consider Twisty Twist number 4.
Get the hell away from my daughter!
That's our 4th twist on the same line, which I believe means we have officially made a square. Both of these twists are also foreshadowed if you know what to look for, but only if you know what to look for, which is what makes the game extra rewarding to replay. For example, throughout the story, Angel continually stops herself from swearing when frustrated.
Son of a witch.
Setup. Payoff. If manipulating you, killing Bloodwing, torturing Tannis, if none of that got you to hate Jack, this twist cements any doubts you may have. In order to open the vault, Jack needs to charge the key, and to do that he needs 2 things, Iridium and a siren. For years, Jack has been powering Angel with Iridium to charge the key, to the point that her body has become reliant on it. If you pull that plug, she'll die, and she wants you to do it anyway because she's sick of helping him, and this is the one good thing she can still do. He feels no guilt about this whatsoever. You may be the one who pulls the plug, but killing Angel is not your fault, it's his. He locked his daughter in a tiny room and pumped her so full of dangerous chemicals that her body had become addicted to a constant supply of them, all while forcing her to do his bidding. He may as well have killed her. But he never considers that. He can't even comprehend that what he's done to his daughter is awful and exploitative and manipulative. For the rest of the game, he calls you child-murdering psychopath. Right up until the very end, he insists upon it. Even his own daughter's death is about him. With her last words, she calls him an asshole, but now he's on a righteous quest of vengeance for his baby girl. Never mind what she actually wanted, because he never cared about what she actually wanted. He cared about what she could do for him. With Angel dead, Jack makes his first in-person appearance, and it's certainly a memorable one. He shoots Roland dead, kidnaps Lilith, and completely undermines what was supposed to be a moment of victory. Jack shooting Roland isn't a twist exactly, though it is foreshadowed in a frankly hilarious way on a second playthrough. Subtle. It's not a twist, but it feels that way, like Jack has broken the rules. Roland was a player character. He can't die. He's me from the last game. There's a side mission afterwards where you just walk around town telling everyone the news, and it's not played for jokes, it's just a sincere moment of grief. Roland was a good man. He hadn't always been, but he tried to turn that around, tried to build something better, and Jack just shot him in the back. With Roland dead and Lilith kidnapped, Brick and Mordecai hold out the latter part of the game, counterbalancing the front. There's a really out-of-place mission to fight your way through a bandit camp, but then they send you to the Hyperion Info Stockade, formerly known as Firestone. It's the only returning location from the first game, and yes, I know what you're thinking, it is very similar to the end of Claptrap's new Robot Revolution. Only this time it actually works and isn't a really weird joke. Firestone has been scarred. There's pills of purple iridium slag everywhere, and the denizens have all been replaced with robots. An audio log reveals Jack chose this location intentionally. It's symbolic of where it all began for the Vault Hunters. And he wanted a show of strength that he's claimed it, that they cannot protect Pandora. It's a smaller, quieter location to think about what's happened so far. What Jack did to Angel, that's what he's doing to all of Pandora, abusing it, controlling it, twisting it, and hurting it in the supposed name of protecting it. Pandora itself was the villain of the first game, and now Jack is rubbing it in that he's beaten it. He's conquered this place, and he's so confident in this fact he's planted his information base right on top of where it all began. The only problem with his whole plan is that he's not the protagonist. I am. Mechanically, I've always thought the Warrior was a bit of a boring boss fight, but narratively it is the climax you always knew was coming. When it's defeated, Jack is alone, on the back foot, and screaming his last words, insisting to the very end that he's the hero. You can kill him yourself, or you can let Lilith do it. Seems fair to let her do it, given that, as we've discussed, she's actually the main character. It's a strong end to a strong story, but I still kinda wish I was playing the hero. So far, I've centered a lot of this analysis on Handsome Jack. Most people do, because it's easier, it's more direct, and he's a fascinating character to dissect. But I want to switch tacts. There's another story being told here, and it's an interesting intersection with a big returning issue from the first game, Borderlands and its issues with ableism. The language is still a problem, in fact in this game it might even be worse. Michmong? Guys? Really? But thematically, Borderlands 2 offers an interesting counterpoint to the ableism debate. There's one part of Handsome Jack that I haven't mentioned, mostly because it's subtextual rather than textual, and it's about his name. Handsome Jack. Handsome Jack is vain. He wants things to be pretty and perfect, especially himself. He's built his entire identity around being handsome, and yet, it's a lie. There's another reason that scene with Helena Pierce on the train is so important. He laughs and mocks her scars despite being exactly the same. His face is fake. He's wearing a mask. Underneath, he's horrifically scarred. He's missing an eye, and the vault symbol, that upside-down V that pops up all over the series, has been burned into his face. It's never directly brought up in the game, you might not even notice it if you don't sit and stare at his body, but symbolically, you don't get clearer than this. Borderlands 2 does not fix the ableist language, but thematically it offers the argument that nobody is normal. We're all damaged in our own unique ways. There are no normal NPCs, not even the generic people walking around Sanctuary are normal. They're depressed, they're going a bit loopy, they're just plain weird sometimes if you sit and talk to them. Everyone has their unique flavour of weird. Ellie is extremely overweight, Sir Hammerlock is missing an arm, a leg and an eye. Tiny Tina is Tiny Tina. Tanis is clearly somewhere on the autism spectrum. Even the old Vault Hunters are fleshed out in this way. Mordecai has a serious drinking problem that gets worse when Bloodwing dies. Brick is extremely violent. Roland, who seems like the primary candidate for a normal guy, is shown repeatedly to be completely socially inept, incapable of switching off or detecting sarcasm or flirting, or of ever chilling the hell out and not thinking about the mission. More so than the people, though, it's Pandora itself that's broken. It's been beaten and abused, both by Hyperion and those who came before. When Sanctuary takes off, it opens up a massive hole in the ground. The Caustic Caverns, Dahl's old mines. There's a couple side quests down there, including one to find the ecologues detailing the history of chrysalisks, these big three-legged crystal guys. Initially, they were friendly, but they were also valuable, so the Dahl Corporation ordered them hunted down. When the security team refused, they were all gunned down. With this act of violence, the chrysalisks turned on the miners and killed them all, remaining untrusting and hostile to all humans to this day. In another miner quest, you push an old minecart through the area as Tanis gives you some history. She has a fantastic line about all this.
As it turns out, Dahl turned tail when the Crimson Lance showed up and flexed their various muscles. The central issue being that Dahl brought many workers here, including myself, and left without evacuating most of us. The bandits you fight out there used to be family men, workers, scientists. We're all broken because of them.
Handsome Jack wants to fix all of this. He wants to pave over the cracks and bruises of the planet with a glossy sheen. He wants everything to be perfect. By fighting him, you're saying, no, you're fighting to protect this planet and its people and all their imperfections. You're saying that just because something is broken, that doesn't mean it's worthless. The vault symbol across Jack's face is about as direct as you can get. It's an exact echo of the iconic Psycho mask with the vault symbol across the face. But Jack rejects that part of himself. To Jack, imperfections are ugly and deserve to be destroyed or hidden away. What he did to himself, he wants to do to all of Pandora. Your objective is like the side quest for Ellie. The bandits have made hood ornaments making fun of her weight, but she likes who she is. So she sends you out to kill them and grab the ornaments so she can decorate her garage with them. She's proud of her imperfections. The analogy isn't perfect. The game gets quite problematic and uncomfortable sometimes, with the 2 separate missions where you help Scooter make unwanted advances on women coming to mind especially, both of which end in the lady's death because they want to avoid him. It's messy. But I still think it works. Of course it's messy. Life is messy. People are messy. That's the whole point. And the game, despite all its silly jokes, all its immature tendencies, is a more mature game than the first, and a more meaningful one. Borderlands 2 is a fantastic game. It looks amazing, and especially with the remastered graphics, it always will. It plays amazing. But more than anything else, it feels amazing. It's one of the only games I know which can make you laugh and make you cry in equal measure and never feel out of place in either scenario. It also set a new standard. Borderlands 2 blew the original game out of the park, and living up to the high standards set by this game would become a constant struggle for everything going forward, even the game's own DLC.
Legends speak of Captain Blade's lost treasure of the sands, of a prize so great that men would turn the sands red in pursuit of it, of a pirate queen, courageous and deadly, who would stop at nothing to find it.
We've established this new standard for Borderlands. Bigger stories, bigger stakes, bigger laughs, bigger cries. Where do we take this game now? I mean, obviously the answer is sand pirates! What? Why aren't you applauding the brilliance yet? Captain Scarlett and her pirate's booty, yep, that's what it's called, is definitely a strange place to go after the base game, because pirates is a very strange concept to base a whole DLC around. Borderlands 2 pushed the Borderlands vibe pretty far, but it pushed it in a distinctly more sci-fi direction and away from fantasy. Zero, for example, would look extremely out of place in the first game, but the second game's more colourful palette and adoption of more obvious sci-fi elements means that he doesn't stick out. The game still has that Western apocalypse look because it's baked into the game, but there's a rich history of crossing Westerns with sci-fi that the game can tap into. The history of sci-fi pirates isn't so rich. There's also crossover between cowboys and pirates beyond both being popular Halloween costumes. They both have the same cultural symbolism of cool outlaws living on the frontier, free of rules and regulations, man. I can't see how they arrived at the idea of pirates. But pirates just feel more like a fantasy thing than a sci-fi thing. That's why Star Wars can make pirates work, because Star Wars is as much fantasy as it is sci-fi. Borderlands 2's pirates are very traditional pirates, with their tricorns and their hook hands. It just feels like a step too far into Cartoonville. Just a little too far, but too far nonetheless. The plot of the DLC is essentially a retread of the first game. There's a secret treasure hidden out in them sands, and you've got to work with a lady who's obviously going to betray you, the titular Captain Scarlett. Captain Scarlett is a fun character, and she definitely gets the best lines in the DLC. It's just that the pirate theme seems so arbitrary. She would work just as well, maybe even better, as a Han Solo type space treasure hunter. Aside from visuals, she's not got much pirate stuff going on. She's not speaking in the pirate voice or raiding the British Navy. In fact, the DLC does shockingly little with the tropes of the pirate genre. Half of the DLC you spend with characters who don't relate to the pirate thing at all. The first character you meet is Shade, the last survivor of a dried-up beach resort town clearly suffering from severe dehydration. He's also about one step away from becoming a serial killer. He develops an instant clawing obsession with you because you're a real person, unlike the corpse he's put up around town with voice recorders of himself putting on voices that he's normally friends with. Shade has no pirate theme, but he is at least good for a few laughs in his bizarreness. A little later you meet Herbert, who's just a creepy weirdo with absolutely no redeeming qualities whatsoever. His entire deal is that he's madly and obsessively in love with Captain Scarlett, and that's the whole joke. This guy takes up 2 whole main quests with his hilarious antics, including recordings of Scarlett sleeping and reciting his terrible poetry. The existence of Herbert and his weird creepiness makes me feel extra weird about the DLC's title. Scarlett isn't Moxxi, she doesn't flaunt her sexuality. The DLC is in no way about her arse, and the one guy who is obsessed with it is a dirty old weirdo whom she murders with a bomb. If she doesn't want to be objectified, why are we doing it in the title of the DLC? Don't make me complicit with this guy, Borderlands 2. What really annoys me about Herbert is that there is absolutely nothing about him that even remotely has anything to do with a pirate trope or cliche. At least Shade lives in a beach resort. I cannot for the life of me figure out why he's here, degrading the already minimal pirate vibe of the DLC to nothing. Sand pirates is certainly unique amongst pirate media, but Borderlands has already done so much desert. What it hasn't done, even to this day, is water. The area that the DLC takes place in is a dried up ocean bed, which is kinda cool, but it's not new for the series. The secret armory of General Knoxx was also built up around a dried up ocean bed. Pandora isn't a desert planet, it has water. Plenty of water, it has oceans. If they wanted to do pirates, they could have done pirates. I mean, I'll give credit where it's due. When Gearbox commits to an idea, they commit. All of the pirates look great. There's loads of new enemy types to deal with, including the most annoying type ever introduced, the cursed pirates who leech health off of you when they hit you. The dried up seabed of the DLC is much more committed to the idea than Secret Armory, with these big dead corals and bones of big sea creatures and the switch from cars to sand skiffs, which feel very Star Wars. It's good work. It just feels like out of place work. If you cut out the pirate stuff, the plot of this DLC is almost a shot-for-shot remake of the first game. It has more talking in it, that's for sure, but we're all the way back to killing a guy to grab a mysterious thing storytelling here. It's a massive step backwards from the intricate character work of the base game. A big pile of loot just isn't that alluring on its own. Big piles of loot are all over this game. I need more than the promise of treasure to get me through the narrative. It worked for Borderlands 1 because Borderlands 1 is about collecting loot and the vault was well established and built up. The lost treasure of Captain Blade is just a bunch of chests left by some guy. I didn't even get a legendary out of it. Borderlands 2 has the same gameplay, but it's built differently. It's built to tell a bigger, more intricate story than this. Going back to the rhythms of Borderlands 1 feels like a regression. Once you've gotten bigger, you can't really go smaller again. The only part of the DLC that going back to the structure fixes is side questing. In the base game, side quests are good, but they often feel tangential and out of place with the main story, because the main story was given an actual structure, with tension and a ticking clock, so going off to help logins with an increasingly silly Top Gun reference just feels out of place. Here, just like the first game, you're free to go off and do that stuff because the narrative has no ticking clock. You're hunting, but the treasure's not going anywhere until you find it. Unfortunately, most of the side quests are also less interesting than the base game side quests and continue to not really explore the pirate theme. There's a series of quests helping Shade do menial and pointless tasks to indulge the delusion that his dead friends are alive. There's some quests for the chef aboard Scarlett's ship. There's some quests to help the granddaughter of a famous pirate destroy the evidence of her grandma's crimes. The best amongst them are the messages in bottles, which point to less well-hidden treasures of Captain Blade. Mechanical, they're as simple as looking for the X, which marks the spot, but in the end you get an audio log filling in some of the history of the man himself. He was an interesting guy. It's revealed through these logs that his persona is completely fake. He was a pacifist by nature, and he wasn't a pirate for the joy of the crime, but for the security and safety of travelling as a pack. When his crew found out, they tried to kill him, and he intended to let them, but it turned out that his fight-or-flight response was stronger than he expected. So he killed them all and hid the treasure before disappearing into the sands. He's a bit like Mr. Shank, except without the homophobic undertones. Captain Scarlett and her pirate's booty is not the worst thing ever. It's at the bottom of my list, but it's nowhere near the endless pain that was the Underdome. It's fine. It's got some good jokes, but at the end of the day, there's really nothing exciting or daring about it. It's the most basic idea of what DLC can be. More Borderlands, this time in pirate flavour. That wouldn't really be noteworthy if it wasn't for the fact that the rest of Borderlands 2's DLC packs have much bigger creative ambitions than that.
I'm Torgue, and I'm here to ask you one question, and one question only. Explosions?
Okay, not my smoothest transition, I'll grant you, though it's not incorrect. Mr. Torgue's campaign of Carnage has a very different approach to Pirate's Booty. Functionally, the structure of these DLCs are similar, jump through a bunch of hoops so you can open the big pile of treasure, but in execution, they couldn't be more different. If I had to pick one word to describe Campaign of Carnage, it would be f*** it. That's 2 words, but if you're questioning that, you're not in the spirit of f*** it yet. This DLC is the most outwardly comedic Borderlands 2 has yet gotten. There's almost no tension in the plot, and what little there even could be is immediately undercut by jokes. It might be annoying if it wasn't successful at it, but it is. Make or break for this DLC is its title character, Mr. Torgue, who is, without a doubt, one of the funniest characters in the series. He's a recognisable trope, the bodybuilder who loves trucks, beer and women. But he's that recognisable guy cranked up to 11. He belts out every single line of dialogue at full volume and every line is instantly quotable.
With Pyro Pete dead, you're now the number 4 badass on Pandora! Grats, motherfucker! Also, you should treat Moxxi nice. Nothing is more badass than treating a woman with respect!
Torgue is the reason that this DLC has no tension, but in a good way. The best example is when you're coming up to the first boss and he yells at the top of his lungs exactly what's about to happen. It's not like you didn't know that was going to happen anyway, so Torgue bellowing it out in all his eagerness is just funny. I mean, comedy is subjective, etc, etc, and if you don't like Torgue, this DLC is going to be a real challenge for you. It's not that this DLC would be bad without Torgue, but it would be thoroughly average without him. His constant commentary has the DLC shooting way higher than it has any right to, because story-wise, well, if the last DLC was our weird genre mashup like Zombie Island, then we've just hit our Underdome. Here's the situation. Another vault has been found. This one will open when the biggest hero on Pandora spills the blood of the biggest coward. Seems extremely weird and out of character for the mysterious alien forebearers to do, but whatever, we'll just go with it. Mr. Torgue, the CEO and mascot of the Torgue Corporation, has decided that this is awesome, and he's set up a tournament to find Pandora's #1 badass. And in honour of that mission has renamed the region the Badass Crater of Badassitude, just in case there was any question if you were supposed to take this seriously. The villain is a guy called Piston who claims not to be a cheater despite obviously being a cheater. So of course, he is the ultimate coward to take down. None of this really matters beyond being a vehicle with which to constantly barrage you with jokes. And while he does make the DLC, Torgue isn't the only one to get in on the action, since your sponsor for this event is Mad Moxxi and your trainer is, naturally, Tiny Tina. Pirate's Booty had almost no returning characters. Sir Hammerlock and Scooter each show up to give you a side quest, but other than that it's an all-new cast. This DLC, and all DLCs going forward until we hit Bounty of Blood in Borderlands 3, are all about returning characters. Which is a structure I like better, because it provides opportunities to expand on these various side characters in fun and interesting ways. Moxxi has a very minor role in Borderlands 2. She only has one major side quest in the base game where she asks you to destroy Handsome Jack's new arena that he was having built specifically to spite her after they dated and broke up in between games. Here, she gets to step more into the spotlight, where her clever innuendo clashes brilliantly with Torgue's loud frankness, as after her rescue she starts to co-host the tournament with him. Tina too, she has the exact same manic energy, but if you enjoy that about her, then this DLC just brings more of it. Her training involves eating cookies, but when it turns out they're raisin cookies, she has you destroy them all. I mean, I get it. It's fun seeing these characters interact, which doesn't happen very often in the base game. There's an exchange between Moxxi and Tina where they end up in a little argument because they could not be more different. There's a similar moment between Hammerlock and Scooter in one of the side missions as well. There wasn't space for these kinds of character moments in the base game, so using the DLC to do that sort of thing is fun. And it is enough to carry this DLC through what has to be some of the dullest environments and quest objectives in the whole game. The Badass Crater of Badassitude may have a fun name, but it is so generically Borderlands, it wouldn't look out of place at all in Borderlands 1. The same desert and long windy roads and old buildings. And then the Rust Yards is a ringer for the same environments of the scrap heaps around New Haven. The one exception is the Beatdown, a large urban area of condensed streets and rundown buildings. That's new. The rest, not so much. The tournament is structured better than Underdome Riot, though that's like saying that being nicked with a butter knife is better than being stabbed with a chainsaw. There's 4 bosses on your way to the top, and before you can reach each of them you have to compete in a mini-combat arena with its own objectives. For most of them it's just a big fight, but for the second boss, Motor Mama, it's a race. Well, this is just thrilling. The bosses themselves are quite fun, especially Motor Mama herself, who's a delightfully nice and cheerful cannibal. Unfortunately, Piston is not that interesting. His character mostly consists of showboating about how strong he is and insisting that he's not a cheater. He doesn't really need to be a strong villain, he just needs to be an annoying asshole in your way. And the giant robot Tyrannosaurus is very cool, even if I had to cheese it. Serves him right for being a dirty cheater, I say. Does any of it really make sense? Not really, but embrace the spirit of f*** it. This DLC drops any pretense that it needs to make sense or do anything but make you laugh. It'll just point out that something doesn't make sense and make a joke about it. It's not the kind of tone that could sustain a full game, but as an individual DLC, it works great. Visually, it's not nearly as good as Pirate's Booty, but the script is so much more memorable. We're a million miles away from Herbert and his creepy love poems. Campaign of Carnage recognises that the Borderlands setup, kill a guy and grab a thinging your way to the top, is inherently not very tense, and it uses that lack of tension as an advantage to make you laugh instead. If only we could be doing it somewhere other than a big desert.
Danger! Excitement! Moustaches! It's time for another episode of Vault Hunter Adventures featuring Sir Hammerlock.
Following our pattern, we should now be on Secret Armory, the big one, the follow-up to the main story, the one that shakes things up and redefines the series. Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt is more directly tied to the base game than the previous two DLCs, but it's not a follow-up in the same way Secret Armory was. Borderlands 2 was a pretty concrete game, it did not leave much room for follow-ups, outside of the new vaults which they're obviously not going to explore in a random DLC. So Big Game Hunt is more of a weird thing that happened afterwards than a direct follow-up like Secret Armory. The setup is that you're out for a spot of hunting with your old pal Sir Hammerlock. However, the fun is interrupted by a gang of savages led by a guy called Professor Nakayama. The Professor is out here attempting a secret plan to clone Handsome Jack. You may have noticed an issue in that summary. Me too. We'll get to it. I'll start on something positive first. We're finally out of the desert. This DLC is instead set in a mountainy swamp region centered around a big cave, which on its own wouldn't be amazing or revolutionary, but after 2 deserts in a row, it's very nice to have a swap in colour palette. The DLC also has much more interesting enemy design. The savages come in an exciting new variety of flavours, including what may just be the most annoying but also most interesting enemy type in the game, the Witch Doctors. These guys on their own are tough with a huge variety of abilities, but they can also periodically level up all the enemies around them, creating a nightmare scenario if you don't take them out quickly. They're interesting mechanically, but, well, look at them! What the hell are we doing here? Everyone seems to have at least one NPC in Borderlands that they just can't stand. Mine's Tanis, at least after the first game. For some people it's Claptrap, for some people it's Tina, and for a surprising amount of people it's Sir Hammerlock. I quite like him. People say his accent sounds fake, but it sounds fine to me. He's a specific type of character, the posh British explorer. Pip hip, what ho, and all that. You know the type. And as such, he mostly exists to make light jabs at that sort of person. Like a mission in the base game where he asks you to study bullymongs to come up with a new name for them, while getting increasingly frustrated that all the good names are already taken. He's fine because he's a side character on a planet that's already filled to the brim with people. Now we're entering his world, and things are starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. There is a reason this kind of figure is the butt of jokes. It reaches back to the history of these posh British nobles researching and discovering places like Africa and Australia, where people already lived and all the things they discovered had already been known about for hundreds of years. That's partly what the Bullymong quest is making fun of, the colonialist impulse to rename things because you know better. The DLC goes all in on that spiffing adventure aesthetic. We're off to a new continent to explore and to hunt and to gun down the savages that infest the land. A classic, not technically African but clearly African safari. I give Gearbox too much benefit of the doubt, but I have absolutely no excuses to pull out for this one, especially since this is the first time in the series that any of the generic enemies you gun down are black. They really picked the wrong time to start adding diversity to the enemies. Sir Hammerlock himself is black, which I guess is supposed to defang this kind of criticism, but that's literally the I have a black friend argument. It doesn't cancel out the weird racist thing you're doing. You're not here for any kind of noble purpose. One falls in your lap, but you came here for sport hunting, and the native people who live here are being positioned as an annoying obstacle in the way of your fun. There's another side quest that I think is also meant to take the sting out, where one of the savages gives you a quest to hunt down rare animals. He opens talking in gibberish, then realises you don't speak the native language and so gives you the quest in English instead. Don't worry, the game says. These people aren't actually a cheap racist stereotype. They just want to kill you because they're insane, so don't feel bad about gunning them all down. Somehow, that doesn't make me feel any better. The real savages weren't actually savages either. They were people with their own languages and cultures and civilization. Things that those old rich fops were much less interested in than the resources they could claim from their land. Or, the people they could claim from the land, for that matter. Even in 2013, Gearbox should have known better than this. It's the most outwardly racist thing in the entire series, and it's annoying because the games are usually much better about issues like this. Borderlands as a franchise has continually been at the forefront of diverse representation in video games. Even in the centre of this DLC, Hammerlock is an openly gay black man. One of the DLCs in Borderlands 3 is about his gay wedding. In 2012, we are pre-gamer gay, so that is completely unprecedented. Mr. Torgue, like 15 minutes ago, just told us that nothing is more badass than treating women with respect. It's just baffling that they could get it right in some places and then screw it up this badly. This was a prime opportunity to make fun of this exact kind of outdated tribal stereotype and parody it in a classically Borderlands way. But instead, it's all played as if it was released in 1932. A bunch of gullible, savage cannon fodder, nothing more, nothing less. Some tribal flavouring for your not technically African safari. Sport hunting is already a pretty hard sell for a whole DLC. Pirate adventure? Sure. Arena tournament? Makes sense. Sport hunting? How do you make a plot out of sport hunting? The answer is, you don't. You hijack the DLC with a different plot, but they still tried to sell the DLC on sport hunting. It's called Big Game Hunt. To its credit, the DLC does have plenty of hunting in it, it's just that it's boring and forgetful hunting. The main feature of coming to a new continent should be a whole host of strange new animals to fight. Borderlands 2 was already pulling heavy duty on the weird alien animals, with all the returning ones from the first game, plus new additions like the four-armed gorilla-type bullymongs and the extremely annoying cloaking stalkers. To add to the pile, this DLC adds a big chitinous bug and a big armoured scorpion. It also brings back the big spindly drifters from Secret Armory. There's a connection after all, but primarily the animals you're fighting are two new types of big bugs. All of the legendary beasts you're sent off to fight are just reskinned versions of animals you've fought 50 times already. Maybe with an extra gimmick, if you're lucky. It's an absolutely astounding lack of creativity. With one exception, the giant spores. They're weird, they look completely alien, they're fun. More of this, less bugs and racism, please. There's one saving grace of this DLC, and it's the antagonist, Professor Nakayama. The story of this DLC is very short, especially compared to the last two, but it easily has the most memorable antagonist. Nakayama is a big nerd who was obsessed with Handsome Jack. After his death, he went a bit loopy and came to this continent to hide and bring Jack back. But his ship crashed when a stowaway accidentally did a bit of sabotage. When you first arrive, he sends his followers out to kill you. Sure, you must be here to stop his evil plans. And when it turns out you really are here just for a spot of hunting, he gives a desperate plea for you to please come and fight him. Nakayama has anti-charisma. He's so unthreatening and so uncharismatic that he comes full circle and becomes really entertaining. He's a terrible villain, his plans are easily dealt with and he's in way over his head. As you get closer to unravelling his plans, he's clearly absolutely terrified of you. And when you finally reach him, he falls down the stairs before the boss fight starts. He's great and memorable, and clearly somebody agreed because the villain of this obscure middle DLC shows up again in the next two games. Though what would end up being the lasting legacy of this DLC more than Nakayama is its reincorporation of Handsome Jack. The way this DLC uses Handsome Jack feels symbolic of what would follow after. Following this DLC, Jack returns in the prequel and Tales and Borderlands 3. The franchise cannot seem to move away from him. His shadow looms so large, and the way this DLC plays with that legacy feels oddly prescient. Nakayama has an obsession with him, and so do the natives, as they've been somehow convinced to worship Jack and Hyperion, including Claptrap, who also makes a guest appearance in this DLC, this time being worshipped as a god, until he insults Handsome Jack, of course. Handsome Jack has developed a weird fanbase over the years, and I think Nakayama is supposed to be a parody of that sort of fanboy. The guy who loves Handsome Jack and talks about how cool he is without ever really acknowledging that he's literally a fascist. The biggest fascist on Pandora, as Mordecai puts it. The DLC is about a guy who cannot accept Jack's death, and that just hits a little too close for the franchise as a whole. His increasingly weird attempts to bring Jack back as big monsters rings true for the games going forward. He even reappears again in the next DLC.
Once upon a time, the Vault Hunters played a game.
We've had our genre mashup, had our arena battle, had our main story continuation, kind of. Now it's time for the wild card. But where Claptrap's new Robot Revolution was a weird novelty joke taken too far, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragonkeep is one of the best DLC packs ever made. I don't mean for Borderlands, I mean across all games. Dragonkeep feels easily twice the size of the previous DLCs. It has an entirely new setting, including new textures and models for almost every single character and item, with multiple factions worth of new enemies. It's almost a whole other game. In fact, as of 2021, it is a whole other game. The DLC was repackaged and sold separately under a slightly new name as part of the promotion for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which is a sequel to this DLC. The reason it got a whole sequel is that the core setup is absolutely genius. Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragonkeep is a fictional game being played within Borderlands 2. It's called Bunkers and Badasses, but it's very much Dungeons and Dragons. You're playing out what the Dungeon Master and the players are describing. That might sound complicated at first, but it's quite easy to follow when you're actually in it. For example, early on you enter the main town and Lilith wants to go talk to the villagers. So you get a quest objective to go talk to the villagers. You're acting as her token on the board. The DM is of course Tiny Tina, and the players are Brick, Lilith and Mordecai, the remaining Vil Hunters from the first game. So the DLC has two interwoven stories going at once. There's the surface level, the story being told by Tina as DM, and then the layer above of the DM and the players playing the game. Visually alone, it's worth it. A fantasy setting with the Borderlands art style looks amazing. There's an insane amount of work on display, more than anything in the other DLCs by a long shot. Every environment is brand new. All of the vending machines and respawn machines have been reskinned and re-recorded for the new setting. And there's a whole new range of fantasy enemies. Skeletons, trents, knights, orcs, dwarfs, wizards and dragons, and of course, my favourite, jumpscare mimics. All of the new locations look fantastic, each drawing on a specific type of fantasy staple. Dwarven mines and enchanted forests and medieval fortresses. There's no attempt at realism, the entire world is imaginary, so if something seems weird or out of place, it's fine because the whole DLC is imaginary, it's supposed to look weird. For example, there's an early quest where an NPC gives you a riddle to solve. Tina asks the players to roll an intelligence check and Brick slams his dice too hard on the board, breaking the figurine. In your reality, you see this NPC being crushed by an enormous dice that fell out of the sky. But it goes bigger than that. The actual world will change according to the things being said. For example, at one point Mr. Torgue calls in and asks Tina to put him in the game. So the character you were talking to disappears and transforms into Mr. Torgue. Or on an even bigger scale, when you enter some areas, things like this will happen.
You enter the Forest of Tranquility!
Tranquility? Boring.
Okay, good point. Dang, now I gotta come up with a better name for the forest.
The effect and atmosphere is so different and so cool that it's easy to get lost in it. After a while in the DLC, you completely forget that this is still the same game as Lynchwood and Opportunity. The base game feels a million miles away. But even in a fantasy setting, it's still Borderlands. The vibe is still there. That black humour mixed in with the goofiness and a strange amount of sincerity, just translated to a fantasy setting. Like the place names. I got a giggle out of the generally hospital back in Zombie Island, but Dragonkeep is on a whole other level. We've got the Hamlet of Swift Passing Through, or the Forest of Being Eaten Alive by Trees, or my personal favourite, Camp Dwarf Torture. Borderlands loves references, and there's plenty in this DLC, like a quest to help a forlorn adventurer light bonfires and collect souls. But the most interesting by far is the quest to slap Prince Jeffrey, because the quest uses the game within a game premise to get meta about making references. Gearbox isn't the one making an elongated Game of Thrones reference, Tina is the one making an elongated Game of Thrones reference. This is back during Season 3 when Game of Thrones was still the new hotness and not a forgotten disappointment. Remember those days? You make it to Jeffrey's court with a throne made of melted down guns and you slap him to make references come out. That is, until Tina runs out of references. Instead of looping the dialogue like normal, the dialogue stops and Tina explains that she's done all her references. She only actually watched the show one time. Mordecai doesn't get the references at all and gets increasingly annoyed by the others talking about it. When you finish the quest, he demands that Tina reference something he knows, and the game flips the script on you by having Tina and Mordecai geek out over a show that you know nothing about. I mean, it's probably a reference to something, but it isn't something I know, and I think that's better. It's a great self-aware quest about reference humour in general, acknowledging that a reference on its own isn't that funny. You need to create something that stands on its own as well as just being a reference to something. The biggest fantasy twist of all is that your character speaks now. Very, very occasionally.
That thing looks like it does something to the other thing, and yeah, I got nothing.
It's odd. You're still a silent protagonist, but now you're a silent protagonist that says things randomly that don't affect the plot in any way. You don't talk to anyone. The best way to describe it is that there are certain trigger points in the story where your character will speak a line of dialogue. The most obvious one is here, when Tina says that you'll think about what you'll spend your reward money on.
With the Sorcerer's Tower in sight, you think of what you're going to spend your reward money on once you rescue the Queen.
Guns and ladies. And sometimes dudes.
They're not really placed for natural flowing dialogue. You still get talked at, though this time that's less of a problem given that the D&D players talk for you. They're in here, I think, to backfill some characterization into these protagonists, which they certainly do. It's a half step between voice characters and silent protagonists that I've never seen any other game do, but at the very least, it's a step in the right direction. A standalone release of this DLC makes sense from a marketing sense, drum up some hype for Wonderlands by refreshing people's memory of the original. From an artistic perspective though, it is very hard to separate Dragon Keep from Borderlands 2. The story is a very rough retelling of the main game from Tina's perspective in a fantasy setting, with Handsome Jack replaced with the Handsome Sorcerer. And for a lot of the deeper meaning of the DLC to be clear, you really need to be familiar with the base game. The standalone release tries to make up for this by including an extra cutscene recapping the plot of the main game, but I don't know how successful it is in getting new players invested, because summary or no, this is a very bad place to start. It's full to the brim with references and callbacks that you need to have played the game beforehand to understand. It's very much designed as a final DLC. On the one hand, the DLC is about playing D&D, with each of the three characters taking on a typical D&D player role. Lilith is the long-time player, the professional, the fan. Brick is the eager newbie. He's never played before, but he's into it. Mordecai is the reluctant newbie. He thinks this is all a stupid waste of time. And the DLC is about their journey of discovering that they enjoy this game. The end of the intro cutscene, however, hints at the other element of this DLC.
Come on, girl, you know we gotta wait for Roland before we start.
On top of everything else this DLC is about a 13-year-old girl being forced to accept the death of her father figure. And it works. A lot of Borderlands NPCs can come off as quite one-note. They can be fun, but they're always the same. They're simple characters. Dr. Zed is always Dr. Zed, helpful and slightly sinister. He doesn't have an emotional arc. Tina was no exception. There's the Tea Party quest, but even during that quest she never drops her manic persona. This DLC gives Tina a lot of development by acknowledging that she's still a kid who's been through a hell of a lot, and it does that primarily with its use of Roland. Tina's assertion that Roland is definitely coming makes all the old Vault Hunters deeply uncomfortable. None of them really know what to say to it. It's clear none of them are, or have any desire to be parents, and yet a 13-year-old has fallen into their laps and they don't really have a choice. For the most part, everyone treats Tina like she's a tiny adult, and there's a discomfort in the clash between her outer persona and her inner kid that the adults in the room haven't the faintest idea how to deal with. It gets more uncomfortable for all of them when Roland starts showing up in the campaign. In typical Borderlands fashion, it's both uncomfortable and funny, as in Tina's world, Roland talks like Tina. Things escalate. Before each boss fight, Tina keeps bringing back Roland to help, and the Vault Hunter's discomfort slowly turns to anger as they keep telling Tina to stop, to accept his death. The rough retelling of the base game takes an interesting twist too. You get trapped in the Sorcerer's dungeon and a familiar voice calls out to you, asking for help. When you get there, Angel turns into a horrific spider monster and tries to attack you. Angel was never redeemed in Tina's eyes. She's a villain who lured Roland into a trap. It's a clever inversion of the main story, and it is quite disturbing as she yells at you about how it's all her fault and she's the one to blame for all of this. It disturbs the players too. After finally reaching and defeating the Handsome Sorcerer, Tina summons Roland once more to celebrate the victory, which is when the team finally snaps at her, yelling at her that Roland is dead. Tina breaks down. She knows. But this is her fantasy, and in her fantasy, Roland can be alive. Just because someone's dead doesn't mean they're gone. You don't have to forget them. The Handsome Sorcerer makes a final surprise attack, but it's deflected. Bloodwing flies in to save the day. The DLC ends with a funeral for Roland. Tina hugs the statue, and the sun sets. It's a genuinely well done tale of a girl learning to accept the death of a parental figure, and they never interacted a single time on screen. It's crazy to realise that, but their entire relationship is inferred. But the fact that it works so well is the magic of Borderlands. Moments like this are not accidental brilliance, they work because humour is not the opposite of drama like some people think it is. Humour is one of the ways we as humans bond and connect. It's the fact that this is a silly world full of silly characters that bonds you to them and makes you feel these moments with just as much impact as if they had been some super serious melodrama. They're silly people, but at the end of the day, they're still people. And Borderlands is at its very best when it understands that. That's what really makes the DLC work so well, because it's not all about grief, it's mostly about the characters playing Dungeons & Dragons. The first time I played this DLC, I had never played D&D, but since then I've played a lot of it, and this DLC does a fantastic job of recreating the experience of playing D&D with your friends. It's that weird vibe of everyone being interested in the story while also having fun with it and including silly jokes. Like when you first make it to the Dwarven Mines, they've been enslaved by the Sorcerer, and Tina suggests you should team up with their leader. However, Brick rolls the highest and gets to do the talking. He accidentally kills the king with a critical punch and messes up Tina's entire plan. All of the dwarves in the mine turn hostile, and now you have to fight through all of them as well as the Sorcerer's forces. It's the exact kind of silliness that happens when someone in the party is feeling a bit chaotic that day. Or there's just silly inside jokes, like how all the aforementioned dwarves look exactly like Salvador. Or just the crazy stuff that happens when you're playing D&D, like a side quest to collect a gun where the players keep rolling critical ones to pick it up, eventually leading to the gun turning into a monster with swords for hands. It's exactly the sort of chaos you get with a lenient dungeon master who's along for the ride. It still has all the action and fighting on your end, but the tone is so chill. There's no tension, but that's good. There shouldn't be any tension. This is just friends hanging out, playing a game. Dragon Keep is a perfect send-off to Borderlands 2. It brings everything full circle in a clever, considered, and genuinely heartwarming way, while also being funny and extremely bold and daring. A fantasy DLC for Borderlands could have gone horribly wrong, and instead it was spun off into its own series, and it deserves it. Assault on Dragon Keep is still to this day one of the most impressive pieces of post-launch content ever released. It would have been a fantastic place to end the game, but as any good galactic trillionaire knows, you don't turn off the money printing machine while it's still printing money. Assault on Dragon Keep may have been the last major DLC pack for Borderlands 2, but they would continue supporting the game into the next year with 5 more smaller story DLC packs labelled as Headhunters for reasons I don't really understand, as well as a max level raid mode called the Raid on Digistruct Peak. Raid on Digistruct Peak is the only DLC which I really can't talk about in much detail because it's not for me. Digistruct Peak is for the number crunchers. It has a narrative, technically, but that narrative is just that Tannis has set the place up as a training facility for potential Crimson Raider recruits and wants you to test it out. Its real purpose is to serve as a time sink for endgame players. It introduces an overpowered mechanic where each time you complete a run, you can overpower the enemies of the entire game above where the level scaling should take them, for an even higher level of challenge and reward. Personally, I've never gotten the appeal. I had one character at the maximum level, and even then, with Krieg as overpowered as I can manage, there's a certain point where the challenge just isn't fun anymore, at least for me. But these are the players the Gearbox really cares about. The players have put a whole lot more time into these games than I could ever dream of. To these players, plot just becomes a hindrance to the number-crunching madness that they actually enjoy about the games. The real draw of all these DLC packs isn't the plot, it's the raid bosses at the end, which I don't even last 2 seconds against. I don't begrudge them that. I think it's a testament to the quality of the game that both me and them can coexist in our own little worlds. The first of the Headhunter packs released for Halloween is TK Baha's Bloody Harvest, a spooky romp with their old blind zombie pal. We're continuing the trend of high effort even to these smaller expansions. This area looks great. It takes the Scooby-Doo aesthetic of Zombie Island and goes all in. It blends a little bit of Dragon Keep in there too, although this DLC is supposed to be set on Pandora, even though it has magic reanimated skeletons that fight you, and the main boss is a magic evil pumpkin man. Yeah, they weren't too fussed about canon on this one. The real highlight of the DLC for me is the return of TK Baha. As a zombie, which I could do without, but he's not the most threatening zombie, he's just incessantly upbeat and friendly, which I appreciate. He has a brief return in the base game when you visit his old house on behalf of his niece who suspects Hyperion of plagiarising his gun designs, but it's nice to see him in the flesh once again, even if it is the non-canonical zombie flesh. It's ridiculous Halloween goofiness with no attempt to connect to the wider Borderlands story, and that's fine. Holiday-themed goofiness is what all these headhunters shoot for. They're only about 30 minutes to an hour apiece, so they're short and quick extra bursts of extra content for seasonal fun. Next up on the calendar was Thanksgiving, so for Thanksgiving there was the horrible hunger of the ravenous Wattle Gobbler. And it's Thanksgiving with Mr. Torgue in his weirdest appearance so far. You see, this is the story of you helping Mr. Torgue kill a gigantic invincible turkey so that he can eat it. Visually, this headhunter isn't nearly as cool as the previous one, mostly it's a big industrial kitchen, though it does dress up the bandits like chefs. But the script has the last one beat, because Mr. Torgue is still a delight. Better though is how this Thanksgiving DLC manages to flesh him out a bit. It introduces a new character, President Smith of the Torgue Corporation, who reveals some of Torgue's backstory. As it turns out, Mr. Torgue is really more of a figurehead than an actual CEO. Not much of a shock since he doesn't seem like the office type. He did design the explosive weapons, but he sold the technology to the company for $12 and a high five. They kept him on for PR reasons, but now Smith is tired of his nonsense and wants him gone, so he sends some of the other contestants to kill you. Or rather, tributes, because on top of all this weirdness already in the DLC, it's also a Hunger Games reference. I like the Torgue stuff though because it refocuses the anti-corporate messaging of the series. Torgue being the CEO and a chill cool dude was a weird pairing with Handsome Jack and Hyperion, but the revelation that he's just a mascot separates Mr. Torgue from the Torgue Corporation as a whole, allowing them to remain a sinister corporate machine. Although this is a revelation that the more recent games seem to ignore. Next up is Christmas, or as it's called in the Borderlands universe, Mercenary Day, and this is the story of how Marcus saved Mercenary Day. I've never been a big Marcus fan. His greedy salesman shtick never really did it for me. I don't dislike him, I'm just ambivalent on him. And this DLC isn't really going to change my mind because this DLC is peak Marcus. What it does do is fill me with Christmas cheer as it's a wonderful Christmas land. You're off to the town of Gingerton to find out why they haven't received Marcus's shipment of guns. As it turns out, the townspeople were frozen. What monster could be responsible for such a thing? Why, an evil giant snowman named Mr. Tender Snowflake, of course. Who else? We're back to questionable canon here, but this is simple Christmas fun. And what is Christmas without shooting some evil snowmen? The weirder part is that during this obviously non-canonical Christmas romp, they try to inject some actual lore and world building. Like how apparently Mercenary Day was a promotional event created by Dull, where for one day all mercenary operations were free, but the residents of Pandora took it and made it Christmas for some reason. Or the little snippet Marcus gives you that he's overweight intentionally because it makes people underestimate him, an idea he picked up from Moxxi. The weirdest one is that after you've defeated Mr. Tender Snowflake and knocked off his magic hat, you get a second quest from smaller than average Timothy here to deliver some presents from Hyperion. Naturally the presents are traps because the residents of Gingerton are all ex-slabs, bricks of bandit gang from all the way back in the base game.
I suppose I understand why they wanted us dead. Gingerton is full of ex-slabs and Hyperion was never fond of anyone who followed brick.
That's great, Timothy. Hey, I just killed a giant snowman. Is now really the best time to try and convince me that Gingerton is a real place on Pandora with a genuine backstory? But also this DLC comes with the woolly jumper skin for Krieg, which obviously makes it the best DLC ever. Initially, they had only planned 3 headhunters, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas to wrap out the year. But they ended up doing 2 more, and you can tell. There's a bit more effort put into these last 2, and they feel more connected to the base game than the others, of slightly less questionable canonicity than the Magic Evil Snowman. For Valentine's Day, we got Mad Moxxi and the Wedding Day Massacre. Moxxi has arranged a wedding between the Zafford and Hodunk clans to secure peace between them. It's a callback to a series of side missions in the base game where you help Ellie engineer a war between the 2 clans because they're both kinda awful. Both of them fall into a specific stereotype. The Hodunks are southern hicks who love women and cars and their boss is an old coot who speaks in unintelligible gibberish. And the Zaffords are Irish, and all the most top of the morning to ya, let me get me whiskey, they're after me Lucky Charms. What you'd expect of somebody who only knows Ireland via St. Patrick's Day. It's also revealed that Moxxi and her kids used to be part of the Hodunks until old Jimbo asked her to kill someone on threat of making Ellie the clan wife. So that's good to know. Thankfully you do get to kill them all at the end of the questline. Here in the DLC, the weird stereotypes are still in full swing, but there are many saving graces. Moxxi and Ellie don't have much interaction in the base game, though it's made clear through audio logs that they have a very strained relationship, specifically with Moxxi trying to pressure Ellie into losing weight. Here, they get into various arguments about how to handle the situation. You help Moxxi brew up a love potion, but things turn sideways and you end up killing everyone anyway. A love story for the ages. What's most exciting for me as a lore nerd is that the protagonists talk again. Much more and much more often than they even did in Dragonkeep. They chime in throughout both the main quest and the side quest with quips and insights into their characters. They are, for the first time in the game, not silent protagonists anymore. They have conversations. It's truly revolutionary stuff.
Stella! Need your wig. Mind if I borrow it?
Oh, I'm sorry, but this wig is wired into my friend or foe subroutines. If I were to remove it, I'd go insane and probably die.
Thing is, I'm on a quest, and it calls for that wig.
But it's just a side quest, right? You could just, not finish it. It's not worth, killing my girlfriend and I, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you'll still have the quest hanging around in your log, but that's not such a big deal, right?
Sorry, but I hate leaving quests unfinished!
The game just feels so much more natural this way, to the point of being sort of annoying. You could have been doing this the whole time and you weren't. It teases a version of Borderlands 2 that could have been even better, but will never actually be. The final Headhunter, released to celebrate Spring Break, I guess, was Sir Hammerlock versus the son of Crawmerax, though it could more accurately be called the beach episode, as Lilith herself points out. You're off to a beach resort for a break, however Hammerlock is kidnapped by a big monster called the son of Crawmerax. Crawmerax Sr. was a big monster from the Secret Armory DLC in Borderlands 1, the first in a long line of raid bosses. The son of Crawmerax is here to get revenge on the old generation of Vault Hunters, but it'll have to settle for you instead. Of course, a tropical beach DLC is the perfect time to bring back the savages, right? Right? Only this time they have a new tact for making it not weird and racist.
Hey man, don't call me a savage! Oh, you speak English. I thought I graduated from Eden 4 Megaversity with honors! Check your privilege, dick!
Oh boy, there's a nostalgic flashback, eh? A check your privilege joke. Just because this guy went to college, that doesn't magically make it okay to play into racist stereotypes. He may proclaim to be insulted by the title savage, but the game still labels them all as savages. They're still running around in vague African tribal gear sacrificing men to the giant bug god. I don't think a check your privilege joke is really a get out of jail free card here, but I suppose it is at least an acknowledgement of the problem. Besides that, this DLC is fun. It's a nice check-in with everyone now that we're in a calm period. Mordecai's got a new pet bird and he's quit drinking to raise it, and the old crew is getting nostalgic for the Borderlands 1 days. That's their side of the DLC. The second mission is yours. You get contacted over the radio by Sparky Flint, the son of Captain Flint, the first bandit leader you killed all the way at the start of the game. He started a support group, Victims of Vault Hunters, and he has 6 assassins, 1 for each player character, on the island out to kill you. It's a nice little cherry on top of the whole experience, not quite as thematically impactful as Dragonkeep, but it ties back to the start of the game and before with each character's backstory in a fun way, as well as getting nostalgic for the first game. It would have been a fine place to end things. And it was, if it weren't for the fact that the wheels of capital spin ever onwards, but that's a story for slightly later. Borderlands 2 is a definitive title, one of those landscape moments in gaming history that will be remembered for decades to come. For all its highs and lows, it is a fantastic game and it is worthy of that definitive legacy. It's also a game that's impossible to follow up. It would take something incredibly bold, incredibly ambitious to even come close, and that's exactly what they would try. But with ambition, with daring, comes risk, and risk doesn't always pay off. Borderlands, the pre-sequel, is a fantastic game. It's also a mess. It's a glorious contradiction. I think that paradox is represented in the game's very title. The pre-sequel! What does that even mean? It's a prequel to a sequel? Why would you name a game like this? It's a terrible mouthful. Why not name the game something like Borderlands Origins or Borderlands Helios? Or even to keep it simple, why not Borderlands 1.5? No, Borderlands, the pre-sequel! That's what they went with, not the pre-sequel. The pre-sequel! The exclamation mark is part of the title. The prequel is the ugly duck of the franchise. It's the one people talk about the least and the one that's been the most ignored by the franchise at large. It's also my favourite. Because of course it is. I always loved the ugly duck. It's my biggest personality flaw. What can I say? I'm just a big fan of Australia. Theoretically, I've never been. The prequel is a highly experimental game. It uses its place as a weird in-between-quel to get weird with it and reject as much of the established norms of the series as it can manage. And in doing so, I'd argue it turned Borderlands from a series into a franchise. It's also the swan song of an over-ambitious little studio and an entire nation's video game industry. The prequel was not developed by Gearbox as they were far too busy working on the smash success Battleborn, so the game was instead outsourced to 2K Australia, who at the time the game came out were the last AAA games company operating in Australia. And then there were none. That's not the prequel's fault, but that environment and that volatility certainly begins to explain all the things that make the prequel such a weird little game. The prequel starts by immediately breaking the rules. It starts with a cutscene, no storybook opening from Marcus this time. Sanctuary's in the air, we're sometime after the events of Borderlands 2, and Lilith is interrogating a prisoner, Athena, the ex-Lance assassin from Secret Armory. She has a simple question to ask. Why? So begins our story. The prequel borrows a bit from Assault on Dragonkeep in the way it does its storytelling. The game you are playing is not what's happening in the present day. Rather, you are playing the events which Athena is relaying to Lilith and the others. At several points in the story, they'll chime in to make commentary on what's happening in a disconnected way from what you're seeing. This is an interesting framing device because it echoes the player's own feelings at the start of the game. We know what Handsome Jack becomes, we know what he's going to do after this story. What we want to know is how. When we jump back into the story properly, it's time for the true opening of the game. Dragon by The Vines does not sound like a Borderlands song, and that's why it works. We've abandoned the Western influences in favour of full-on metal, not a genre of music you'd typically pair with sci-fi, and yet it's soundtracking the launch of a spaceship. The prequel leans way harder on the space side of space western. The game splits its time between a moon and a space station, no dusty deserts to be found anywhere, and yet we're not so sci-fi that we can't use a metal song. What is the Black Dragon, anyway? In the context of the original song, I'm pretty sure it represents being high. The prequel only uses half of the song, because the first half of the song is the high with all the big lyrics and guitars, and then the second half is a slow instrumental representing the low that comes after. By cutting that bit, the prequel recontextualizes the meaning of the song. We're going more basic. Borderlands 2 was about heroes, the prequel is about villains. The Black Dragon here represents joining the dark side. After all, you're off to go work for Handsome Jack, and you know he becomes a monster. This is a villain origin story, and Handsome Jack is not the only villain in the story. The second mix-up to the format is that all of the playable characters, at least the original 4, are returning characters. 2 of them from Borderlands 1 and 2 of them from Borderlands 2. Athena from Secret Armory, as you'd expect since she's the narrator, as well as Wilhelm, Jack's big and not-so-tough enforcer, and Nisha, the future sheriff of Lynchwood. Then there's Claptrap, the same Claptrap who led a robot revolution and will eventually end up as the last Claptrap left operating. As a prequel, you know what kind of characters you're about to play as. You know Wilhelm will go on to gun down innocent civilians at Jack's command, and that Nisha will go on to strangle a puppy with her bare hands. This is not a game about being the hero, this is a game about becoming a villain. After all the cutscenes, the prequel truly begins in the middle of the action with almost no tutorializing or introductions. As a prequel, it assumes prior knowledge of how the game works and of the basics of the universe and skips explaining any of it. You already know what Hyperion is, how important it's about to become. You already know Jack, except this is not quite the Jack we know. It's been a couple of years since the events of Borderlands 1, and Hyperion is in the midst of setting up their mining operations. Their space station is still under construction, and Jack, the boss of the station but not yet Hyperion, has hired a group of vault hunters to chase down the lead of a vault on Pandora's moon, Elpis. As you head to the station to meet him, the station falls under attack from a military faction called the Lost Legion, led by a woman named Colonel Tungstina Zarpedon. Their motives are unclear, but they want this station and they want Jack dead. So for your first mission, you fight off the invaders and escape the station to the moon's surface. The more important part of this intro is meeting Jack. the pre-handsome Jack, a detail that the game draws a lot of attention to. He just goes by Jack and he's lacking his iconic mask. His personality is identical though, he's still that same snarky asshole, just lacking the sadism, which means he's likeable. Very likeable actually, a detail which the present day characters comment on. We'll talk about Jack a lot more later. For now, he's going to help us introduce the next twist of the prequel.
Did that Claptrap die? That's awesome! Hey, you the Vault Hunters I hired?
This is Athena, reporting in.
Oh man, the ex-Lance Assassin? Awesome! Big fan!
Fully voiced protagonists. Finally. It's difficult to describe how important this addition is to the game. It totally changes your relationship to the game world and the character you're playing as. Especially since your choice in character also changes other NPCs' relationship to you. Since we're playing as pre-established characters, these characters have pre-existing relationships. Athena already knows Moxxi. Nisha will go on to be Jack's girlfriend. Claptrap is Claptrap. For the sequel characters especially, you get to see how these relationships form over the course of the game. Whatever character you're playing will have a lot of opinions on the story that's about to unfold, and they do not agree. Where in the previous games your choice of protagonist was primarily based on which one you think looks the coolest, in this game there's a genuine narrative aspect to your decision. Whose story do you want to hear? How does Nisha go from bounty hunter to fascist sheriff? How does Wilhelm go from regular mercenary to half-machine genocidal monster? How does Claptrap end up on that glacier? And why does Athena end up tied to that post? The combination of returning characters with different narrative consequences for picking each of those characters allows this game to do some very interesting narrative work, and it makes it one of the only games I can possibly argue is worth 6 different playthroughs. I genuinely think it's that good. So why does this game have such a meh reputation? Why did I call it the ugly duck of the franchise? Well, there's a few reasons. One of them is the actual content of the story itself, and one of them is something you've probably noticed by now if you're watching the video, that this game looks and plays exactly like Borderlands 2. The prequel, at the time of its release, was sold at full price. That rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, because there's an expectation that a full price game offers full price innovation, where the prequel appeared to be more like an extra big DLC pack for Borderlands 2. It's not an entirely unfair criticism. The prequel has exactly the same gameplay, weapon systems, UI, art style, enemy AI, and it reuses a massive amount of assets from Borderlands 2, including almost all of the guns from that game. Even the legendary guns, the ones that are supposed to be completely unique. The only things that are entirely new to the prequel from a gameplay perspective are the new protagonists, low gravity areas that come with a new mechanic of an oxygen supply that depletes over time, a new type of weapon, lasers, and a new elemental type, cryo. If I'm being completely honest with myself, especially considering the fact that the prequel is a fair bit shorter than Borderlands 2 overall, I don't think the game was worth the same amount of money. But that's treating the game as a product and not as art. An approach which I already find tedious and becomes more and more irrelevant as time marches on. But the effects of that price point have lingered. Even still, there's an attitude that this game is just a not as good version of Borderlands 2. An argument which I think is flatly wrong. But I would, because I play for the story. It's not me that the prequel was ever a disappointment to, it was the number crunchers. And they were not incorrect. The game does not cater to that crowd nearly as much as Borderlands 2 did. It's much more focused on story with long unskippable cutscenes. And more importantly, no real endgame for high level grinding. The prequel did not receive nearly the same level of post-release support as Borderlands 2 did. It was supposed to, but 2K Australia's shutdown put the brakes on that, leaving the game feeling unfinished compared to its predecessors. The base game does tell a complete story, but there was clearly an expectation, like the last 2 games, of extensive post-launch expansions that just never manifested. It's a shame that the reputation as less good Borderlands 2 has stuck with the prequel, because the gameplay changes it makes are actually great and in my opinion make the game even more fun than Borderlands 2. Cryo is more than just a new element type, it's a fantastic new element type. It works how you'd expect ice powers to work, it slows and then freezes enemies, and when they're frozen they take extra damage and shatter into big icy chunks when killed. It's great and satisfying, and it's one of the few things from this game that made its way into Borderlands 3 for good reason. Laser weapons are more than just a new gun type, they're the most creative gun type yet, because they're not just lasers, there's 4 subtypes of lasers. Blasters, railguns, beams, and splitters, essentially allowing the laser to dual function as other weapon types. Low gravity and the addition of oxygen kits totally changes the way you move across the game. You can, as a risk, use your oxygen supply to get a double jump, or you can shoot yourself downwards to do a slam attack. It adds an incredible amount of mobility, even when you're not in low gravity environments. The best thing of all are the skill trees in the game, which are, in my opinion, the best designed in the series. Borderlands 1 and 2 both have similar character archetypes: soldier with turret, magic lady, sniper guy, rage machine. There's a lot of differences between them, but they broadly fill out the usual game party composition. The prequel abandons this idea. The Vault Hunters of the prequel are not a well-balanced party because all of them are designed from a character-first mentality instead of a party role mentality. The easiest demonstration of this is, of course, Claptrap. How exactly can you make Claptrap fit into a party composition? You can't, so they didn't even try. Claptrap may be presented as the joke option, and if you pick him, the game has a gag warning screen asking if you're really sure about this decision you're making. But Claptrap is an extremely interesting character to play exactly because he is the joke option. The design mentality behind him seems to be failing upwards. All of his skills force you to play in an unpredictable fashion in order to make the most out of him, all with random drawbacks and penalties. The most clear is the skill tree Fragmented, which is focused around a system called subroutines. You're given a subroutine for a set time that boosts one type of gun but makes other guns worse, meaning you always have to be switching up the guns you're using. His action skill, VaultHunter.exe, is the most ridiculous thing they've ever made. It has a total of 8 possible things that can happen when you activate it, with another 7 unlockable on the skill trees. Most of these are based on previous action skills like Buzz-Axe Rampage or Gunzerking, but the ones that are unlocked are just plain weird, like the one where you become a pirate ship firing cannons to the tune of Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture. It's absurd, obviously, but you're playing as Claptrap. Would you really be satisfied by anything less? All of the characters are designed from this character-first mentality. Claptrap is just the most obvious. Nisha is a cowgirl, so all of her skills are about recreating cool western stuff. Her action skill is basically an aimbot, and she has a whole skill tree focused around giving massive buffs to pistols. Athena is an Atlas assassin, and all of her skills are based around mobility and combining offense and defense, which is a very fancy way of saying she's Captain America. She plays exactly like Captain America. She has a big shield which absorbs damage and then she throws it. Wilhelm might initially seem like the generic soldier man of the bunch, but he's way more fun than that. You see, Wilhelm is addicted to cybernetic implants, and one of his trees is dedicated to that. As you progress down the tree, he gets a robotic hand, leg, and shoulder-mounted cannon that activates when your shields go down, becoming more and more of an unstoppable Terminator. The DLC characters are no exception, in fact they may even be better. The first is Jack, a body double of Jack, whose trees are all focused around different aspects of Handsome Jack, and his action skill creates more Jacks. He's the one I went with this time because I love his personality, but he also has several skills that cater to my exact playstyle. Like the skill that gives you a small stacking damage boost every time you pick up some money, which rewards my compulsive need to constantly open every container. He also has my favourite skill in the whole game, Inspire, which has no actual combat function whatsoever. It just means Jack chimes in every so often to say something inspirational.
You're, special?
Aurelia embodies the phrase stone cold bitch in all the best ways. She's the cryo character and the sniper, and also has a whole skill tree dedicated to making your co-op partners into your bitch, granting both of you bonuses, but mainly bonuses for you. With the shorter length of the game, the skill trees are adjusted to match, which means you move through them quickly and start getting unique quickly. I already mentioned the narrative impact of these characters, and combined with the intricately diverse skill trees in the shorter runtime, the prequel is easily the most replayable game in the entire series. Well, except for the issue that the more you replay the game, the more the flaws of the plot start to feel bigger and bigger. While fleeing the station at the beginning, Jack stays behind while you head to the surface to find the source of the jamming signal that's overriding the station's security. So begins a series of convoluted actions that take up around a third of the game. I said the game's story was interesting, not that it was good. There's a distinct difference there. After you crash land on Elpis, the rest of the plot can be pretty cleanly split into 2 halves. There's the first half where you faff around on Elpis for a while, and then the second half where all the important stuff happens. There is logic to this. The prequel is so much more complicated than the previous games, even more so than Borderlands 2 in all its twists. There is a lot of faffing around on the moon because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be set up. a lot of plates that need to be spinning before things start to coalesce in the back half of the game. In order for Jack's villainous turn to feel meaningful, you have to spend some time with Jack the hero. And that's what the first half provides, setting you off against a series of minor villains across the surface of the moon. Primarily a treacherous little weasel called the Merif. The FAF also provides time to get to know your chosen protagonist, establishing the baseline of their personality before things are shaken up in the second half. You meet a whole lot of characters who need to be set up for stuff later, primarily Moxxi, Lilith and Roland, but also a whole bunch of the locals on Elpis, which is what saves the FAF from being boring, because the creative choice to make the moon so Australian is inspired. If the Borderlands style is to populate the world with a bunch of weirdos, then Australia is perfect because there's a particular brand of Australian weirdness that meshes into the Borderlands world beautifully. The first character you meet, Janie Springs, serves as the Australian equivalent to Scooter, and she's fun enough in that role, but the standouts are the Bandit or Scav bosses, who each bring their unique brand of Aussie weirdness to their segment of the story.
What do we got here, Red?
I don't know, Belly, you tell me.
That ain't no new recruit, that's for sure.
My thoughts exactly.
Reckon there's only one thing to do, yeah? Yeah, wait, no! Tear him to pieces!
That's what I meant.
You're weird. Go get him, lads!
Not to mention, Elpis is the most colourful and scenic moon I've ever seen. There's only so much you can do with a lunar surface, but they do absolutely all of it to great effect, using colour and shape to distinguish each of the major zones across the map. Particularly the skyboxes, colourful swirly nebulas and space clouds that don't make any logical sense, but damn if they don't look pretty. The humour and the scenery helps pave over that your narrative fleet's spinning wheels, but the cracks are still there. You spend a huge amount of time just trying to get rid of the Merif's jamming signal that's preventing Jack from travelling down to join you. The only truly important moments are when Zarpedon starts blasting the moon with a massive Death Star laser from Helios, the Hyperion moon base, and when Jack shoots the Merif at the end of his questline. If you're the kind of person who gets really bothered by plot holes, then you might have a severe allergic reaction to this game, because the prequel is full of them. In its attempt to tell a more complex narrative, it trips over itself a lot and leaves itself open to attack. I'm not immune to plot holes either. There are some in this game that do annoy me, like how the game never addresses how exactly Jack survives on the station for so long despite being overrun in his first cutscene. These little nippy things that just itch at the back of your brain. From a purely logical perspective, a lot of this story doesn't really hold together. Instead, what holds it together is characters. The broad strokes of the plot is full of holes, but the character arc of Jack and his spiral into darkness is perfectly consistent, as is the character arc of all 6-player characters. The game is about villains, but the trick is that it's trying to convince you that you're not playing the villain and then slowly stripping back the layers of obfuscation to show you the truth. And no matter how loose the framework for it may be, I find that central conceit so compelling. The game starts by presenting Jack and Hyperion as the underdogs, fighting back against the big bad Lost Legion. The Merif is a bad man who tries to have illegal sex with robots and takes under-the-table bribes while allowing the moon to be destroyed with a big laser. You're doing the right thing by taking him down, right? You're the heroes, right? Once the Merif is dead, Jack decides he wants to build a robot army to help retake Helios, and so you spend more time faffing around on Elpis to do that, this time with the help of, for some reason, Oliver Twist. None of the things that happen in this segment are even remotely important from a greater plot perspective. In fact, the robot army never ends up mattering at all, at least not in this game, but this segment does matter a lot from a character and emotional perspective. And that's the weird trick of the prequel's writing. To power Jack's robot army, he needs a military-grade AI, and so you head out to find one on a crash-dull ship. This AI, the Skipper, has an entire emotional arc across her 2 missions that's more in-depth and interesting than any supporting character ever got in Borderlands 2. She's first introduced as a villain, the calm English voice of reason to her partner the bosun's loud Australian weirdness.
Suck on my best men, Vault Hunter!
I promise you, that sounded better in your head.
As you board the ship, she switches sides and starts helping you, revealing that she's been forced to act like the bosun's girlfriend against her will, and she takes great pleasure in getting her revenge as you rescue her from that particular hell. This is all before the reveal that she is the military AI that you're looking for. Grateful for your help and ready to enjoy a newfound life of freedom, she decides to help with the robot army plan. She also picks out a new name for herself, Felicity, meaning happiness. However, as you progress through the old industrial complex that'll serve as the production plant, Felicity gets more and more trepidation about this plan. She doesn't especially want to be a military AI anymore, and she's starting to become uncomfortable with killing people the further she gets from those who personally wronged her. The final part of the process involves degrading her AI matrix until only the useful military bits are left, shredding her newfound freedom and personality to digital nothingness. She begs you to stop, but Jack wants a robot army. It's for the greater good. Felicity's story is the prequel at its very finest. She had a quick wit, a tragic past, and a bright future, and you personally shred it all. It's a fucked up thing you do to Felicity, and the fact that the game makes you do it is what makes it land so hard. It's a cards on the table moment for each of the player characters. The morally black characters shake it off as quickly as Jack does. But for the morally good characters like Athena, it sticks with them, an alarm bell blaring at the back of their head about what side they're really on. The fact that it's such a good sequence is what makes it so annoying that the robot army never matters and almost never comes up again. It makes Felicity's sacrifice feel pointless, and I would like to believe that was intentional because it would fit with the themes of the game, but it's just as possible that the robot army was lost in the endless sea of developer ambition. The prequel is an incredibly ambitious game. Yes, it uses the same skeleton as Borderlands 2, but it sets its scope so much higher. It's got spaceships and giant lasers and robot armies. It hints to so much more than you ever get to see. And I think that's a limitation that 2K Australia were forced into. The game was being developed during the total collapse of the Australian AAA games industry. I think that if they could have included the robot army in some meaningful way or have the player join in these grandiose battles across the station, they would have. But it just wasn't in the cards if they wanted to release the game on time. They focused it all on character work instead, which wasn't a bad choice, but it also must have been a nightmarish amount of work for the writers. This game has 6 protagonists, and since they committed to individual NPC responses, that's so much to factor in, which you can tell from the fact that sometimes it just completely breaks.
Roger. I'll find a way to save Helios. You won't have died in vain. If you die.
All right, new plan. I'll stay behind. I need you down on the moon. You gotta find that jamming signal and shut it down. Otherwise, we'll never get control of the moon base and we can kiss that vault goodbye.
You're really staying? You'll likely die.
The game is always just about to burst at the seams, but it never actually does. Yes, the game is filled with weirdness and plot holes, but if I'm honest, on my first playthrough back in 2014, I never noticed any of them, because I was too invested in the things that the game gets right. Once you make it to Helios and start taking the fight to the Lost Legion is when all the little setups start being paid off. In a moment of calm, as you break through the security to get deeper into Helios and stop the laser, Jack executes 4 scientists who you just spent a whole mission rescuing on the basis that one of them might be a traitor. It's a vile and shocking moment. There's absolutely no moral justification for doing this, and Jack does it casually. In fact, he makes you do it by hitting the button yourself. It's the turning point of the whole narrative, when Roland and Lilith start conspiring against Jack, and you, by extension, as his employee. Jack hasn't changed at all from the start of the game. He's still the good guy, still the hero. It's just the more time you spend with him, the more you see that it takes just the slimmest of margins for him to justify his own violent sadism. Jack's true fall to the dark side doesn't come until slightly later, but this scene is here to illustrate how short of a fall that actually is. When you finally reach Zarpedon, he shows an equal amount of mercy. Zarpedon is not winning any points for her charismatic personality. She's no handsome Jack, and that's for the best. They knew they couldn't top a villain like Jack, especially when he's in this game, so instead they did something completely different. Zarpedon may not be the most memorable, but she is the perfect antagonist for this game, because she's the opposite of Jack in every way. Zarpedon was a colonel in the Dahl military, overseeing the Dahl forces on Elpis. At one point, an event called the Crackening occurred on the moon, which literally cracked the moon apart, destroying the atmosphere and covering the surface in rivers of lava. The cause of this event is unclear, but it probably had something to do with Zarpedon and her team discovering a vault hidden beneath the surface. In the vault, Zarpedon had a vision. She saw the future, not just the events of Borderlands 2, but potentially all the way up to Borderlands 3. And she decided to do something about it. She made it her and her people's duty to protect the vault at any cost. With Dahl assuming they had all died in the Crackening, they became the Lost Legion. This is why they're fighting you, to protect the vault. It's also why they start pounding the moon with a big laser. The best way to prevent the vault from falling into the wrong hands is to destroy it, killing everyone on the moon and probably a whole lot of people on Pandora in the process. That's bad, and obviously something you should stop, but it sets up a parallel between Jack and Zarpedon. Zarpedon is a good person. That's made clear many, many times throughout the game. One of the first things she does in the game is offer you a chance to leave without violence, an offer she repeats again further on. She seems sincere. In a side mission, it's revealed that the ship where you find Felicity used to be her ship, and you get a sense of the type of leader she was before all of this. A good one. She was humble, she got along with the crew, she was a professional, she was nice. She reminds me of Janeway from Star Trek Voyager. She's a good person, and that is the parallel with Jack. Zarpedon is a good person doing a bad thing, and Jack is a bad person doing a good thing. She's trying to kill thousands of people, but her motives are completely altruistic, and she shoulders the guilt accordingly. Jack is trying to save thousands of people, but his motive is to stroke his own ego. That's hard to see at first, but the longer the story goes on, the more obvious it becomes to everyone. After all, Zarpedon may be using the laser, but it was Jack who built the thing in the first place. When you finally make it to the Eye of Helios, it's revealed to be a very literal name. The Eye of Helios is the Eye of the Destroyer from Borderlands 1, seemingly still alive and sentient and being used to power the entire thing. Moxxi uses her technical skills to help shut it down, but that's not all she's up to. She sabotages the process, destroying the Eye and nearly killing you and Jack in the process. It's this event that starts to cause a downward spiral in Jack. He is really, really pissed, and he's ready to kill anyone who stands between him and the vault. It's the only thing left to do now, so you head down to find it. It's another great sequence as you keep delving deeper and deeper into ancient alien places where humans are clearly not meant to tread. The remainder of the Lost Legion fight alongside the Iridian Guardians in a strange harmony. The feeling of treading on hallowed ground is palpable. You are not supposed to be here. First it's just the Legion base outside, but then these alien tunnels unlike anything in the series before, and then you get an elevator that goes down, and then it keeps going down and down, revealing the entire moon to be a hollow shell protecting this vault. It feels so much more ancient and so much more forbidden than any of the vaults in the last two games. This is somewhere that the Iridians really, really did not want anyone to find. Inside it is the Sentinel, one of my favourite bosses in the entire series. It's a two-phase fight against this three-faced statue man, first at normal size and then as a giant poking through the ground trying to crush you. It's a very video gamey moment, but it's great and I love its design. It's clearly so much more sentient than the Destroyer or the Warrior. It's a guardian, trying to stop you for a reason. With it defeated, a floating vault symbol appears, the key to knowledge, the same knowledge that motivated Zarpedon to stop anyone else from seeing it. Jack goes for it and it shows him the future. It shows him visions of Borderlands 2, how to wake the warrior and how he can take over Pandora. But before he can get to the part where he dies, Lilith teleports in to punch that floating symbol right into his face. Jack starts ranting maniacally and Athena decides she's had enough, which is when we cut back to the present day. For reasons beyond my comprehension, Lilith decides to execute Athena, but she gets saved by a mysterious guardian who promises war is coming and they'll need all the Vault Hunters they can get. I thought at the time this was a great ending. It's so full of promise. Whatever was coming, whatever Borderlands 3 was going to be, it was going to be epic. So epic that we can't have these characters randomly killing each other. Hold that thought for the next few hours. The very last shot of the game is a post-credit scene which is a follow-up to an audio log from Borderlands 2. Jack strangling Tacitor, the Hyperion CEO, to death and taking his place, ending on the final image of handsome Jack being born. I truly love the narrative work done with Jack in this game. He was a good character in Borderlands 2, but the prequel makes him an even better one. The game positions itself as a villain origin story. How did this man, this hero, become the eyeball-scooping monster of Borderlands 2? It's a dishonest framing, and that dishonesty is very much intentional. Unfortunately, when you frame something in a misleading way, sometimes people are misled, which has led to a decade-long fandom debate about if Jack is actually a villain or if he's just a victim of circumstance. I don't like arguments about media literacy. I think there's usually a bit of smug elitism hiding behind those arguments, and I don't want to do that. What I want to do is explore how this game frames Jack and then unpeel the layers of what's really happening in the story, because the prequel is only half as interesting with a surface level understanding. At the beginning of the prequel, Jack is not actually a hero. He's doing the right thing by trying to stop Zarpedon, but that's not the whole truth. The prequel takes place after the events of Borderlands 1, which means two things are already true. He's already imprisoned his daughter in a tiny room and forced her to use her powers to his advantage, and he's already manipulated the protagonist of the original game into opening the vault for him. The underdog feeling of the game at the start, the big bad lost legion against the scrappy underdogs Jack and Hyperion, starts to become suspect as you think about the situation. Athena calls Jack a low-level programmer, but that's clearly a lie. He's in charge of this station. The Helios project is his, and he reports directly to the CEO. He's already having body doubles made of himself, and you can even play as one. He's not the top dog, but he's clearly in a position of power. I mean, look at this office. Does this look like the office of his scrappy underdog? Furthermore, he installed a big fuck-off laser powered by a monster's eye in his station. A laser which apparently has enough power to blow up a moon. Heroes don't build Death Stars, as a general rule. This is the Jack we're starting the game with. He's not a good dude. Jack's primary personality feature is his hero complex, and what the prequel does that's so smart is it puts him in a situation where a hero complex can look like regular heroism. At the very start of the game, he stays behind to let you escape, which seems like the virtuous thing to do, because it is the virtuous thing to do. It's what a hero would do. It's something the characters in the present day make a big fuss about because it's so against their perception of him as a monster. It doesn't fit their perception, but it does fit his own self-perception as the heroic badass who stays behind to let the team escape. At that point, there is no clash between his overwhelming desire to be a hero and actually being the hero. The first time this self-perception falters in the story, if only for a second, is when he shoots the Merif. Initially, Jack offers to spare the Merif, despite what he's done and all the deaths he's caused. He's perfectly happy to let the Merif walk. Why would he do that? Well, he was nice enough to answer that himself in Borderlands 2.
Hey, you know how I got my hands on that vault key? See, a few years back, Wilhelm and I paid a visit to your little friend Tanis, and we beat her for hours. We ripped it out of her broken fingers. But we let her live because that's what heroes do. They show mercy.
Heroes show mercy. There's a great side quest after the Merif's death where Jack sends you to his office to erase any memory of the guy by finding and destroying his audio diaries. But as you listen to them, it becomes clear that the Merif wasn't a monster or a supervillain. He was a sleazebag, sure, but he was racked with guilt about almost everything he was doing. Before he died, he was looking for redemption, and he probably could have found it. Huckster T. Meredith's defining trait was cowardice. He didn't give up Helios for the money, even if he did get paid for it, but because he was terrified for his own life. So, Jack lets him live, but the Merif tries to shoot him anyway, most likely because he's terrified for his life and thinks Jack is lying. Then Jack shoots him. But what's actually changed here? He was trying to kill Jack before with all the turrets, but suddenly now Jack's pissed enough to kill him? An actually merciful person wouldn't kill the Merif here. After all, he cowers in fear and says he surrenders. But Jack isn't actually merciful, he just likes to think he is. That side quest to erase him from history ends with you shooting the head off his statue and launching it into space while a dubstep remix plays over it because Jack thinks it's funny. He does not care about the man and never did. The only reason he spared the Merif was because it made him feel good, it made him feel like a hero. And when the Merif shot him, that, just for a second, broke his self-image and he lashed out, just like you hear in all those audio logs in Borderlands 2. What about Felicity and the robot army? Why does Jack want this robot army so badly anyway? Why is he so ready to sacrifice Felicity for the cause? As we've discussed, you don't really need the robot army, but you know what probably would have been useful? A friendly military AI. I bet Felicity would have been able to break into security, but no, she gets sacrificed for the greater good. The robot army was all Jack's idea, and he thinks it's cool. He never considers any other options. It was his idea, and since it was his idea, it's the best idea, and there can be no better idea. It's the only way! Is it? Let's pretend for a second that they really do need an army to take control of Helios. You could rally the people of Elpis, who probably don't want to die in a large explosion, or he could swallow his pride and ask his boss for help, which he never does, continuing to insist that he's in full control of the situation. Jack's relationship with Tacitor is another great piece of characterization. Tacitor is a massive prick. He treats you like dirt and acts extremely high and mighty in a kind of way too rich to talk to real people kind of way. But he's not stupid. He didn't become the head of a galactic corporation without learning how to read people. He sees through Jack, and he sees Jack as a threat. There is a point in the story where Tacitor fires Jack only for the decision to be overturned by the board of directors, rendering him powerless to stop Jack from doing whatever he wants. And that's the thing. Jack always gets what he wants. He wants a robot army, he's going to get one. And if he needs to sacrifice people to get what he wants, well, he's the hero, so it's for the greater good. It's why executing those scientists isn't really much of a surprise. It's the same logic that had him so casually destroying Felicity. In his head, everything he does is justified by the greater good. It's exactly the same way it was in Borderlands 2. The only difference this time is that in the prequel it arguably is for the greater good, depending on your perspective. After all of these, Jack feels nothing except adrenaline. He feels no remorse. His personality does not change. He stays the same charming guy as before while doing increasingly deranged things. He doesn't snap until Moxxi betrays him, but where some argue that this is the moment Handsome Jack was born, these moments throughout the prequel show that Handsome Jack was always there, just under the surface. Moxxi and Lilith are not villains for destroying Jack's laser. They took a super weapon out of the hands of a narcissistic sociopath who doesn't value the lives of anyone but himself. That's what makes the prequel so cohesive, even if it's full of plot holes. Jack's arc across this game and into Borderlands 2 is perfectly cohesive. Jack didn't become the villain because he had one really bad day. Jack was always the villain. The reasons he wants to stop Zarpedon from destroying the moon are exactly the same reasons that he'll gun down all those people on that train a few years later, because he's saving the world. It's not the story of a hero becoming a villain, it's the story of a villain letting the mask slip and embracing the part of them that was always there. Which is ironic because he starts wearing a mask, but we in the business call that subtlety. What truly elevates the prequel for me isn't just Jack's story, it's that the game is also 6 separate stories on top of that. A different narrative arc for every single playable character. A narrative trek which I just find so intoxicating. If you're only going to do one playthrough of the prequel, it should be Athena. Her being the narrator puts a lot of weight on her, and the game feels the most cohesive with her in the player role, especially since for whatever reason she's the only one who shows up in the final cutscene. She was trained from birth to be an emotionless killing machine, which she was for many years, but she never did quite get rid of that pesky conscience. So, when Atlas tricked her into killing her own sister, the guild drove her into a righteous vendetta against Atlas, and as we learned from Tales from the Borderlands, she was thorough. She is a killer, but not a heartless one. When Jack kills those scientists, she reacts in horror. She continues on with the mission, but she gets increasingly frustrated with Jack as things goes on. The game does contrive a little bit to make sure that Athena doesn't switch sides at this point, which could be a viable option since she already knows Moxxi, Lilith and Roland, but they make it work. By the end of the story, she is sick of working with Jack and only pushing on because she's slightly pissed that the old gang tried to kill her. And by the end, even that isn't enough to continue. Instead, she chooses something different, leaving Jack and his money behind to pursue a relationship with Janie Springs, who, if you're playing as Athena, will flirt with you and show an affection that Athena hasn't experienced before. Pissed at Jack and pissed at the Vault Hunters for not reaching out, she leaves it all behind to pursue happiness instead, and also to handily explain why she never showed up in Borderlands 2. Interestingly enough, according to Anthony Birch, Athena wasn't originally planned to be in the game at all. She only made it in when they decided there should be gender equality between the player characters. Which seems like a simple thing to celebrate, but this was 2014, and having anything more than a token girl character was somewhat revolutionary. Throw in a lesbian romance and you could remove the somewhat. Wilhelm and Nisha represent the opposite path to Athena, because they're the ones that enjoy, or at least don't care, when Jack reveals his true colours. What they managed to do with Wilhelm in this game is fascinating to me, because Wilhelm is a nothing character in Borderlands 2. He's a gun Jack points at innocent people and then discards almost immediately. But the prequel fleshes him out dramatically and makes that fate his lifelong goal. He's a weird dude. He was born with a rare bone disease that required him to get many cybernetic implants, which made him develop an obsession with cybernetic implants. The man really says it best in one of his backstory audio logs.
I'm really good at killing people. I want to be a robot. That's pretty weird.
He wants to become a robot, and he acts like it too. In contrast to all the other player characters, Wilhelm is extremely unchatty. He prefers to answer questions with one word, and his catchphrase throughout the game is, no. Initially, Wilhelm is only doing all of this for the money, but over the course of the game, Jack earns his respect. Wilhelm isn't horrified by Jack killing the scientists, instead he views it cold-heartedly as a smart tactical decision. By the end of the game, Wilhelm is loyal to Jack, to the end. He sees him as a boss worthy of respect and someone who will grant him his lifelong dream of becoming a robot, which we see in the end cards as he massacres the people of New Haven. Nisha is interesting to play because she absolutely is a bloodthirsty psychopath. She just flat out loves killing and torturing people, and she's not even trying to hide it. She's one of the most outwardly cruel people I've ever played in a video game, and, naturally, Jack thinks that's pretty hot. If you're playing as Nisha, Jack will flirt with you, and initially Nisha will shrug him off, but as he starts to show his murdery side, she becomes more interested. Other characters start with an ecologue explaining how they got there, how Jack hired them. Nisha starts with this.
No! Please! Don't do it! Don't! Stop it!
Good memory.
Nisha has less of an arc than the rest of the cast. Her story is more like Jack's. It's a revealing of her true colours. That happens to her at the same time it happens to Jack. Just because she looks cool and is supernaturally good with a gun does not make her worthy of anything. She enjoys inflicting pain and misery. Jack is the person that finally gives her an outlet for that. Claptrap is the joke option, but if you actually go along with it, the game fully commits. Everyone hates you if you're playing as Claptrap, but Clappy keeps up his blind optimism like always. That is, until Jack starts doing things that pretty seriously clashed with his pre-programmed upbeat personality. It goes back to that joke at the start of Borderlands 2 about his default tone of voice. As the game goes on, Claptrap has a real hard time processing the fact that he's working for the bad guy, and so he just enters denial mode. Claptrap is screwed. We know from Borderlands 2 that Jack wipes out every single Claptrap when he takes power, and it's probably this guy's fault. In fact, the game's DLC is going to get more into it. Jack's doppelganger, aka Timothy Lawrence, is one of my favourite characters in the series. Timothy is adorable. He's what we critics call a cinnamon roll. He's a very timid and sweet dude trying to pretend he's a suave, confident badass, but his real personality slips through a lot. He's deathly afraid of heights, he loves kittens, and as soon as he sees her he develops a massive crush on Moxxi and gets extremely nervous when talking to her. As amazing as Damien Clark is as Jack, I think he's somehow even better as Timothy, because it's already hard enough to act like a charismatic jackass. It's even harder to act like a guy who's trying to act like a charismatic jackass. Tim is in way over his head with all of this stuff. His backstory is that he had student loans to pay off and so took a job as a body double, which he didn't realise at the time was a 20-year contract that involved extensive plastic surgery and the total erasure of the man he used to be. As the game progresses, he starts to realise what an awful decision that really was. He's horrified by the death of the scientists, but he's got the face and voice of the man and a bomb in his head should he ever betray him. So he's basically fucked and has to do everything Jack says. They could have made a body double of Jack be a copy of Jack, a guy who acts exactly the same. But instead they made him his own man, a man who absolutely hates Jack by the end of the game. And I love that. I think it's so much more interesting. One absolute nightmare scenario for anyone to find themselves in. Last but not least is Aurelia, and she's a weird one. For some reason, all the responses to her are all extremely generic, no one ever calls her by name. I theorise that this has something to do with Tuki Australia's looming closure, but nonetheless it does dampen what is otherwise a fantastic character to play. As mentioned earlier, the basic thesis statement for Aurelia seems to be the phrase stone cold bitch. Aurelia is the fabulously wealthy sister of Sir Hammerlock from Borderlands 2. She owns an entire planet and only took this job because she's bored and thought it would be a bit of fun. Playing as Aurelia is playing the entire game as Lucille Bluth. She's so rich, she's lost all grip on reality and she just blurts out whatever she thinks of people no matter how mean, rude or hurtful it is. The thing is, Aurelia is a bitch, but she's a self-aware bitch. When Jack starts going off the rails, she's actually not as okay with it as you might expect. She likes being a bitch, but she's not so okay with senseless murder. As the game goes along, she starts to realise that maybe this holiday wasn't the fun romp she was hoping for, and in her stone-cold way just tells Jack to his face. Though unfortunately, because of all the dialogue limitations, he doesn't get a chance to respond. It's not a redemption arc exactly. Aurelia is not a good person by the end of the story, but she is at least not as bad as Handsome Jack. She's benignly evil. She's rich and bored and callous, but with enough self-awareness to see that Jack is on a whole other level. It's a level of nuance that will be entirely obliterated by the time we reach Borderlands 3. And that's emblematic of Gearbox's approach to the prequel in the years since. They have a real, I don't know her attitude to it. Maybe because it wasn't their baby, or maybe it introduced a bunch of ideas that they weren't happy with or it messed up their plans. Or maybe just because it didn't sell very well. It's hard to say. Either way, it's mostly left forgotten by the current franchise, and I find that so disappointing. The game throws a wrench in the format established by the previous two games. It shifts from space western to full sci-fi epic, it adds a framing device, it adds voiced protagonists. It breaks the Borderlands mold, and in doing so it allowed the franchise to expand and to be free to do things that Borderlands 1 and 2 never could. The prequel is by no means a perfect game. On many levels it might not even be a good game. But it is a fascinating game. A game where reality failed to meet ambition, but the attempt is still well worth your time.
Aww, we missed how Jack made the loaders. Athena, tell it again.
Like most games, the prequel released with a season pass that you could buy before any of the DLC had actually been announced. Most games do this, but most games' season passes are not this controversial. Borderlands 2's season pass came with 4 new campaigns, and when the prequel released a season pass for roughly the same price and promised 4 additional pieces of DLC, people had some clear expectations. By the end of the prequel's very short post-launch life, it had indeed released 4 pieces of DLC, but they were 1 new campaign, 2 new player characters, and finally, this, the Holodome Onslaught, a horde mode so shallow it almost makes Underdome Riot look good. Almost. It's an arena with 6 waves where each wave is very loosely based on an event in the main story plot, since the thesis of this DLC is that it's not something that really happened. Within the framing device, Athena is retelling the story of the prequel to Gage and Axton from Borderlands 2, only this time she's just giving the Cliff's Notes. It echoes back to a clever thing that the base game does, which is that on New Game Plus, the framing device is mixed up to be after the events of the base game, with Athena retelling the story to Tiny Tina, and Tina chiming in with her thoughts on the story throughout. Doing it once was fun and clever, retelling the story a 3rd time and it's starting to get a bit overdone. I just laid out why this game is worth multiple playthroughs, yes, but that's to see how the different player characters affect the story, not to monotonously hear the events of the plot for a 3rd time. It's a shame because Axton and Gage are fun, and it's nice to hear them as actual characters with personalities and not blank slates. It might at least be acceptable if the gameplay of the DLC wasn't such a boring slog. Maybe I'm just not a fan of the arena format, but this is a bad arena if ever there was one. It's a big multi-level circle with lots of nooks and crannies, and most critically, it's just big enough that you can't see all of it on your minimap at once. If enemies are not on your minimap, that means they're out of range to see you, so they're not even shooting at you. That means at least half of your time in the Holodome is spent jumping from one side of the map to another to find enemies who don't even know they're in an arena. This problem is probably solved by playing co-op, though I can't say I've ever tried it to confirm, because I would not subject this on any of my friends. The arena itself appears to be made of reused assets from the end of the game, and the enemies are exactly the same bunch you fight towards the end of the game as well. A mix of Lost Legion and Guardians. If you're jumping straight from the end of the game into this, it's just more of the same. I don't like saying this, but it feels cheap in a way that the base game really didn't. It feels slapped together, which is because it probably was. The Holodome is the sort of thing you'd probably release for free, and for free this would be fine. For $10, it's a bit of an insult. At the time this came out, nobody knew that 2K Australia was about to shut down, they just thought they were being cheap and lazy. I don't have access to any secret behind the scenes knowledge for you, but there was leaked concept art for a second full campaign DLC that never saw the light of day, and I'm sure that had they been given the chance they would have made the season pass that they promised originally. Instead, realising that they promised 4 pieces of DLC in the season pass, they threw this together so that they weren't legally obligated to refund people. I mean, I'm not saying that's for sure what happened, it's just the only thing I can think of to explain how lacklustre this DLC is. The Holodome Onslaught is an unfortunate symptom of what this game became, but we did get one other glimpse into what the game could have been, and that's both a blessing and a curse, for reasons that will probably become clear.
Ooh! Athena! You almost forgot to tell Lilith and everyone the best part of the adventure!
I assure you my report was sufficiently thorough.
Nuh-uh! What about the really cool stuff that happened right at the end?
The end?
When Handsome Jack had you all go inside me!
Oh, that. Ugh. Well, Athena, I'm all ears.
Claptastic Voyage is the only extra campaign that ever got added to the prequel. But if they were only going to get one, they sure put their all into it. Claptastic Voyage is not the best DLC in the series, but it is a contender. In sharp contrast to the Holodome, there is so much love put into this DLC, which on the surface seems like it should be a gimmick. The name, Claptastic Voyage, is an homage to Fantastic Voyage, the 1966 classic where scientists are shrunk down to explore another man's body from the inside. Only this time, we're going inside of Claptrap. It's not as stupid as it sounds, or rather it is stupid, but it's clever about its stupidity. The idea is that Jack has just taken over Hyperion and discovered the existence of a hidden cache of Hyperion blueprints, inventions, and concepts called the H-Source. But Tacitor cleverly hid it within Jack's experimental Claptrap. He gets the band back together to digitize them and send them into a construction of Claptrap's consciousness so they can find the H-Source and retrieve it. Obviously, it doesn't go according to plan. The DLC is a more direct follow-up to the base game than you might expect, especially with its use of Jack, now officially going by Handsome Jack with his icon in the corner updated to match. He's the same as before, but there's a darkness behind him now. Even in this goofy situation, his filters are gone. He jumps to violence much faster and he's much more whiny about things not going his way, quick to blame everyone but himself and taking credit when things go right. He's become a very bad boss, suffice it to say. The question of why Athena is still here is answered in a simple if slightly boring way. She really needs the money. Ain't that just the way? Claptastic Voyage is first and foremost, though, a voyage. It's a wonderful adventure. Every area looks absolutely fantastic. Well, it looks bizarre, but that's the point. There's the hub areas rooted in hardware with massive city skylines of motherboards and CPUs, including Claptrap's eye in the sky, which you can see Jack peering in from. Then there's Claptrap's fragmented memories of past locations, and then delving deep into the dream logic world of his subconscious. A lot of the DLC is designed to be slightly annoying, but you're inside Claptrap. Being slightly annoying is his whole deal. As you're walking around the DLC, you'll constantly be harassed by pop-up ads that come out of the ground and block your path. Like Dragon Keep did for the last game, this puts the DLC in an entirely different visual sphere from the rest of the game and the rest of the series. Do Claptraps dream of electric sheep? No, but they do dream of a bunch of other weird shit. Plenty of games have done the dream thing and plenty of games have done the inside the computer thing, but Claptastic Voyage gives itself a unique creative identity by doing a computer dream thing, combining both aesthetics to create something wholly unique. Is there any other game out there where you'll enter a temple guarded by the Sponks, a sphinx with the head of Claptrap, at the behest of a fish with the face of a scientist? It seems rather unlikely. Or how about a quest to help out some browser cookies? There's a whole faction of weird Claptrap-esque robots that represent his security systems, as well as bugs, viruses, glitches, and my vote for most clever enemy in the game, adbots. These enemies don't actually do any damage to you, they just project loud annoying ads into your face. What you might not expect from all this silly nonsense is that the plot of the DLC is also excellent, particularly because by this point, Claptrap is one of the most well-established characters in the series. He's even one of the playable characters in this game, which leads to a particularly confusing playthrough of this DLC. Claptrap is a very silly character, but the DLC takes that silliness, works with it, and then warps it into something genuinely emotionally effective. The villain of the DLC is an evil Claptrap called Shadowtrap, or at least he seems to be an evil Claptrap. In reality, he's the Claptrap that Jack was trying to make, his perfect soldier. But he was locked away in quarantine before he ever got that chance. He's everything that Claptrap isn't: intelligent, resourceful, charismatic, and he tries to tempt Claptrap to the dark side in a very obvious Star Wars moment. But Claptrap says no, he chooses his friends instead. Because that's what works so well about Claptrap, his earnestness. My favourite side mission in the DLC has you working with a jack-in-the-box to uncover Claptrap's deepest fear. But inside, you just find good old TK Baha, who asks you to collect some flowers for his wife's grave. A fear of being alone? No, a fear of other people's loneliness. The little guy is truly just that sincere. He was programmed that way after all. Yes, it's incredibly cheesy, but that's the point. That's why it works. Nobody out in the real world likes Claptrap. They're annoyed by him. Even the morally good characters like Athena dislike him more than they like him. But he chooses them anyway, and that's a fatal mistake. Handsome Jack has killed every single Claptrap by the start of Borderlands 2, and that's exactly what this DLC is all about. It's the very first thing he does once he retrieves the H-Source. This is genocide. These aren't just robots, not in this world, they're people with rich inner lives. The DLC has spent the entire time demonstrating that. What was just a throwaway line in Borderlands 2 is articulated here to be maybe the worst crime Handsome Jack ever committed. All those jokes, weird side quests, weirder visuals, all destroyed in an instant while the man laughs at the funny little robot. It's heavy shit, and it gives Claptrap a level of pathos that, unfortunately, the games will never explore again. With the amount of work and care on display in this DLC, I can't help but feel a bit bittersweet about it. Bar the final boss, which is a gigantic annoying two-faced bullet sponge, this DLC is fantastic, and I'm sure other DLCs would have been as well. From the very little we've been able to see, it showed such promise. Another DLC, only seen via leaked concept art, was Luxie's Space Adventure, where the team would go on a space cruise liner run by a mascot character called Luxie, only for the place to be overrun by plant zombies, an idea that was eventually picked up again for the surprise final DLC of Borderlands 2. If the prequel could have gotten the full Borderlands 2 treatment, then I think it would be remembered much more fondly. As it stands now, that bittersweet feeling is all I've got left to hold on to. It's a game with many problems, a product of failed ambition from a team that was ultimately doomed. And yet, I love it. I've played it more than any other game in the series, and I wish to this day that it got to see its full potential. Borderlands 2 was the story of Handsome Jack the villain, but Borderlands the prequel is the story of Handsome Jack the man, and how villainy truly manifests. Jack defines this era of Borderlands. We've seen his end, we've seen his beginning, so surely there's no more tales to tell, right? Tales from the Borderlands is a fantastic game? Well, let's just get right into it. Is this a game? That's a topic of fierce debate, and it's going to come up a lot. Is this game, or any of Telltale's catalogue, really a game? What even is a game? What are the elements that make a game? What is the essential gameness that allows you to call something a video game? To understand Tales from the Borderlands, you need to understand Telltale games. Tales is absolutely a Borderlands game, but it's a Telltale game first and foremost. It's from that lineage of point-and-click adventure games that Tales from the Borderlands is descended. Tales from the Borderlands is less a sequel to Borderlands 2 than it is a sequel to The Walking Dead and The Wolf Among Us, and it had a huge influence, or more like shadow, to cast on all of Telltale's games to come after. To me, it's the best game that Telltale has ever made, and its legacy was almost impossible to follow up, resulting in oversaturation and eventually bankruptcy for a company that once seemed like it was on top of the world. But before we get to that, let's start at the beginning. The introductions of all the previous Borderlands games have been, to some extent, pitches. Each player character shows us their skills, what makes them unique, and this will influence our decision on who we want to play. Tales from the Borderlands introduces us to its player characters like this, and like this. Borderlands 2 was about heroes, the prequel was about villains. Tales from the Borderlands is about everyone else. It's about the people in the crossfire, the people whose lives get caught in the tangle of the shapers and movers of the world. Tales does not have a roster of badass vault hunters to choose from. It has two protagonists that it switches between throughout the story. Reese, a low-level Hyperion office clerk, and Fiona, a Pandoran con artist. Like the prequel, Tales has a framing device. The two of them have been kidnapped by a mysterious stranger and are telling their sides of the story to him. And, as the Telltale format dictates, it's a story split into 5 parts, released over the course of a year. The story begins again on Helios, only this time it's a lot less action-packed. There's no big attack or world-threatening event, it's a boring day at the office. Reese walks down the hall with his co-worker Vaughn talking about the big promotion coming his way. That sounds dull, and that's because something that I will not be able to get across is how good the dialogue is. I can show you a clip of these two men walking down the office corridor, but what that clip doesn't convey is how quickly and how charismatically this scene of walking down a hallway establishes these two characters, their goals, the nature of their friendship, and the culture of the office they work in. After all, this is no ordinary office, it's the office of a galactic ultra-capitalist megacorporation. Hyperion is clearly not a fun place to work, it's an awful cutthroat environment where everyone wants to be the next Handsome Jack, including Reese. Reese and Vaughn are friends, but more importantly, they're allies, sticking together and helping each other up the corporate ladder. This is the biggest addition that a shift in genre does for Tales. Since the game is no longer a shooter with FPS concerns, every single aspect of the game can be tailored to the story. Tales does more for the minor world building of Borderlands than any other game in the series. Questions like, who actually works on Helios? What do they do? These are questions that the prequel didn't have time for with all its shooty action combat. Telltale games have been around for a long time, but the modern conception of what a Telltale game is starts in 2012 with The Walking Dead, which I've never actually played because of the kinemortophobia I mentioned 3 hours ago, but I've played plenty of others so I can talk with authority. A Telltale game can be split into 3 distinct parts. The first is dialogue scenes. These involve the character you're controlling talking to another character or characters, but usually these scenes are one-on-one. The NPC will say their line of dialogue and you'll be given a radial menu with 3 options and the option of silence along with a short timer. If you don't pick anything, the game defaults to silence. Then there's exploration scenes. You're given control of the character in a small space to walk around with things to click on. There's always a key thing that you're supposed to be doing, like solving a puzzle or finding some particular item. Finally, there's action scenes. These are quick-time events. A cutscene plays and you have to match the button prompts as they appear on screen or you'll die and be sent back to the last checkpoint. These 3 parts are not mutually exclusive and they're often intertwined. You can have dialogue while in an exploration scene and a dialogue scene can quickly turn into an action scene, but these are always the core elements. An average episode of a Telltale game looks like this: 60% dialogue scenes, 30% exploration scenes, and 10% action scenes. So, in answer to the question, yes, clearly Telltale games are games. They have gameplay, and therefore they're games. Right? Sub-question, what is gameplay? Does pressing buttons every so often to pick a line of dialogue really count as gameplay? Does pressing the next page button on a digital comic count as gameplay? You might think that's an unfair example, but is it really? QuickTime events have been under fire for this sort of thing for decades. The argument goes that gameplay requires on some basic level an element of choice. Be it go left or go right, shoot this guy or not, there has to be some input determined by the player. In a QuickTime event, you follow a predetermined path. You put in the correct button sequence or you fail and do it again. They are fundamentally lacking choice. The only choice being, push the button to continue the story, or don't, like the next page button. Dialogue scenes are the same. Yes, you can make a choice in these scenes, but you don't have to. As the loading screens remind you, your silence is always an option. You can let most of these scenes play without touching the controller, and sure, the dialogue will flow weird, but you can do it. The closest these games get to gameplay are exploration scenes, where you actually control the character walking around an environment. And while they do offer some freedom to explore, there's always a very obvious thing you need to do to advance the story. They are still highly linear. I'm making this sound like a negative, but that's not my intention. The most honest answer to the question is that they're Telltale games. They blur the lines of interactivity. That's part of their appeal and a massive point of contention. There are gatekeepy types who will make this argument as a net negative, claiming that Telltale games are not actually games and therefore bad. But there are people on the opposite end as well. People to whom the interactive elements get in the way of a story they'd rather have presented as a TV show that they can engage with passively. As a game, Tales from the Borderlands is mechanically shallow in comparison to the last 3 games, but that doesn't mean I would scrap the interactive elements entirely. I value what interactivity adds to the story. Pushing the buttons to make the characters do things adds a level of investment that you don't have when you're just watching a TV show. You could tell these stories in a passive medium, or you could tell them as actual games with proper systems, but would either of these approaches actually make the stories better? I don't think so. I think the Telltale approach to stories has its own unique advantages. It's so tempting to go through every episode beat for beat because the narrative that Tales spins is so compelling. I may enjoy the prequel more overall, but Tales from the Borderlands tells by far the best tale in the series. It's an exceptionally clever script, making full use of both the episodic structure and the dual protagonists. Episode 1 revolves around a deal to buy a vault key from some Pandoran locals. You play through the whole event as Reese, and then you cut back to earlier in the day to reveal that Fiona, along with her sister Sasha, have been running a con, and all of this was set up by them. Sasha initially seems to just be this August guy's assistant, but it turns out that she's one of the most important characters in the game. Every episode is full of this parallel storytelling. There are some times when the gang's all together, but then Reese and Fiona will be split up, and you'll see things unfold in 2 different places at the same time. It gives a much more rounded view on the story than you get when you're anchored to a single character. A good example in episode 1 is a phone conversation where you hear one half as Reese and the other half as Fiona. Vasquez thinks he's playing this local Pandoran yokel when really, he's the one being played. When really, both of them are being played. The game is also more clever with its framing device than either the prequel or Dragonkeep, because Reese and Fiona are both liars and braggarts by nature. The story can at any time randomly escalate into these insane fantasies that obviously didn't happen, at which point the other character will throw a hissy fit about how that's obviously bullshit.
how'd that happen?
It's my story. Shut up.
Athena was an extremely reliable narrator. Tiny Tina was making stuff up as she went along. Reese and Fiona are both obscuring the truth to make themselves look cooler, and somehow it's just a joke that never gets old. Comedy is subjective and all that, but I feel confident in saying that Tales from the Borderlands is one of the most consistently funny games I've ever played. It sometimes seems like the writers understand the world of Borderlands better than the writers of the original games, and are able to harness the inherent silliness of the world to an expert degree. Borderlands is full of wacky characters and silly situations. What makes this game superior to all the others in the series when it comes to comedy is that they know exactly when to push it and when less is more. I think my favourite feature in the whole game is Reese's Echo Eye. During the exploration bits, you can enter this scanner mode and scan things in the environment, which will give you a little database of information about them. And these are almost 100% jokes. Some of the cleverest, weirdest writing is hidden in these database entries that are so easily missed, but so worth paying attention to. The game is playful with the iconography of the series, and even though it amps up the comedy, it somehow makes Borderlands feel more real than it ever has by including tiny details like the deadly poison plant that tastes like cotton candy. Every episode brings in at least one or two characters from the previous games, sometimes in important roles, like Athena, and sometimes just because the scene needs a real weirdo, so let's bring in Shade from Pirate's Booty, looking more unhinged than ever. Telltale games can be quite slow sometimes, but Tales from the Borderlands never skips a beat. Everything is an excuse to make you laugh, but it's a charismatic humour that isn't distracting from the overarching plot. Comedies are so often discredited from being serious media, and more than any other Borderlands game, I think Tales proves that you can tell a meaningful and intriguing story within the frames of a great comedy. The plot has many moving parts, but the core after episode 1 is the hunt for the Vault of the Traveller based on the Gortys project, an old Atlas program to try and locate a vault that seems to teleport around the galaxy. Within that overarching plot, every character has their own subplot and character arc to go on, both the two protagonists and the merry band of sidekicks. Fiona has to learn what it means to be a vault hunter with all the risk and all the reward, and Reese gets to learn in meticulous detail why you should never meet your heroes.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Gortys Project, and it's gonna lead us to a vault. And then I'll probably kill you.
We've seen his rise, we've seen his fall. Do we have space for one more Handsome Jack story? Sure we do, especially in the hands of these writers. The in-universe explanation for the Jack AI is that he was created by Professor Nakayama. They even added a quest to the prequel after the release of Tales Episode 1 to set it up. But more important than lore is his role in the story as a vengeful ghost, a ghost that only good old Reese can see. This dynamic leads to the most important choice in Reese's side of the story. Do you trust Jack, or do you not give the homicidal maniac full control over your body? It's not as impactful a choice as it sounds because this is still a Telltale game. At the start of every Telltale game, this message appears on screen. This game series adapts to the choices you make. The story is tailored by how you play. It's become a meme among the gaming community at this point for how sketchy a claim that really is. The first big decision point in the game is deciding what weapons you're going to equip the loader bot you call in with. Shield or machine gun, grenades or rockets. This choice doesn't matter. It slightly changes the upcoming action sequence. Does the loaderbot gun down the bandits or does it bash them with a shield? Following this sequence, loaderbot loses all of these attachments. Loaderbot will always win the fight no matter what weapons you equip him with, so the only thing this choice is really doing is choosing what flavour of violence you're in the mood for. It's the same thing when Jack helps you hack something in order to escape from Vasquez in episode 2. You can hack the gun or the car, but regardless of what you do, the outcome is the same. You get away. The same thing even happens in scenes like this. Do you let August touch the wet paint of the fake vault key, possibly leading him to realise it's fake? It doesn't matter, actually. You're always able to convince him it's real. I would estimate at least 90% of the choices in this game, and all Telltale games for that matter, are like this, including every single dialogue choice you make. You can flawlessly remember your backstory for this con job on August, or you can totally mess up, or you can sit there and not say a single word and none of it actually matters because August will always believe it's real and take it. With one or two exceptions, this is how every conversation in the game works. Whatever needs to happen will happen. The only thing you have any genuine control over is the flavour of what happens. If you do decide to give everyone the silent treatment, then the game's story and dialogue will flow awfully, which is why you shouldn't do it, but you can do it. Nothing will change if you never pick a single line of dialogue. For some people, when they realise this, they turn on the game. If it's all meaningless, then why am I even bothering? I think that's a fair reaction, especially when the game promises that your choices will shape the story. I've often wondered why they include that message if it's not really true, and I think it's because what these games really are is much harder to sell. Telltale games are not RPGs. They are not games about making meaningful decisions with meaningful consequences. They're a genre of their own, but if I had to name them, I think I'd call them acting simulators. A Telltale game is a stage production. You are playing the role of the lead character. Your job is to read your lines and act out your scenes. You could just refuse if you want, but you're working with professionals and the show must go on. The only person you're ruining the show for is yourself. This is not the same thing as an RPG. You are not a free agent in the plot. You're acting out a predetermined path, with some level of control to improvise and adapt with your own particular flavour as an actor. The most interesting thing these games give you control over is how you perceive the protagonist, or protagonists in this case. They could say any of these lines, but which one do you think they're most likely to say? Is Reese a goody two-shoes who'd never betray his bros, or is he a snake who'll shed his skin at the first opportunity? That distinction is flavourful. The story will be the same regardless of how you play your role on the stage, but that flavour is still a meaningful decision in of itself. The problem with my little stage production analogy is the rare 10% of cases where your choice actually does matter, or at least when they try and make it matter. One of the most significant choices in the whole game is one that you might not even realise was significant. Whether you decide to go straight to Old Haven or stop by Hollow Point to pick up Fiona and Sasha after the gang is separated in episode 2. If you go to Hollow Point first, then Loaderbot rescues the sisters from Athena, who's chasing them down the streets for the bounty. And the gang all go to Old Haven together, which flows much better into the finale and allows the characters some more cute bonding moments. It even manages to sneak some foreshadowing. If you go straight to Old Haven, then Reese and Vaughn activate the secret facility before Fiona and Sasha get there, and are being held at gunpoint when the sisters arrive. Meanwhile, they escape Athena with a makeshift grenade and make it back to Scooters, where this time, because it took longer, Janie Springs is there, and there's a whole extra scene where Athena has to pretend she wasn't just hunting you through the streets. Janie and Athena's relationship is really important to the next episode, and you can miss the scene where Janie is introduced if you decide to go to Hollow Point first. Choices like this showcase the advantages and the drawbacks of providing meaningful choice. Either choice means different scenes and a different sequence of events. Or to put that another way, either choice means you're missing something important. If the whole game was like this, then it would be different, because then it would be a case of requiring multiple playthroughs to see the full story. But Telltale games are 90% of the time designed so that one playthrough is enough. For some people, a second playthrough completely ruins a Telltale game because a second playthrough shatters the illusion of choice. I don't think the game would be ruined by more meaningful choices, but it is sort of ruined by only having some. The choice at the end of episode 2 of whether to trust Jack or Fiona with the escape attempt is probably the best in the game. It completely changes the opening of the next episode between two entirely different scenes, and also determines who you'll be playing as. Fiona if you chose her, and Reese if you chose Jack. With Fiona, you'll be on a stealth mission sneaking below the facility past automated turrets and bandits. During the escape, Vaughn ends up paralysed, and, most tragic of all, Fiona has to sacrifice her hat. With Jack, he'll turn all of the defences on the bandits until he goes a little mad with power and just starts shooting everyone. In this timeline, Vasquez gets his arm blown off, and you even get an extra companion for the rest of the game, a tiny hacked security droid called Dumpy. These are the fundamental differences that would make the game worth multiple playthroughs if they happened more often, but they are few and far between. And there's an obvious reason for this, because doing things like this is really hard and expensive. Tales from the Borderlands offers more choices like this than the average Telltale game, and even still, it only amounts to a few cool moments. When it gets down to it, everything in this game, everything in every Telltale game, is the illusion of choice. But illusions don't have to mean bad. And I think Tales from the Borderlands is the only game where Telltale demonstrates that they know that. The illusion of choice is powerful, not so much for the large scale of the plot where things are set in stone, it's the minor minute-to-minute dialogue choices where you can really make your mark as an actor, and watch how it interacts with the rest of the cast as they go through their own arcs. The gang is 6 in total: Reese and Fiona, Sasha and Vaughn, Loaderbot, the ever-present Guardian, and finally Gortys herself, who's revealed in episode 3 to be an adorable little robot. Sasha is the younger sister, but she's also the more combat focused. She's more reliable in a scrap, meaning that the two sisters have different party roles. They balance each other out, and even though you play as Fiona, Fiona isn't the boss. The two are on equal footing. She's less suave and concealed than Fiona, more prone to letting her emotions out, but it's never the cause of any major issues. And it isn't always a negative, as over the course of the game she goes from hating the Hyperion boys to seeing them as good friends, and possibly more. In many ways she grows to accept them much faster than Fiona does. Vaughn, on the other hand, is a sidekick. He's Reese's friend, but it's Reese who is getting the promotion. Reese is the lead friend, and living in Reese's shadow is always where Vaughn has been comfortable. That is until Pandora. On Pandora, Vaughn realises that the life he's been living has been boring and mundane and hasn't really accomplished much. He's absolutely terrified of everything on Pandora, but that fear is invigorating, and as it turns out, he's not as bad at all this stuff as he expected to be. After a few days on Pandora, he's totally done caring about his old life. All he cares about are his friendships and the adventure. Returning characters from the previous titles are elevated by this game, especially Athena. Athena is such an intense character compared to this crew, and the game plays with that dynamic in lots of interesting ways, including my favourite Athena moment in the series.
Oh, too bad Sasha wasn't here. She would have loved watching me shoot a thing in the face.
My sister felt much the same way about my exploits, until I was duped into murdering her.
You are so bad at conversation.
I knew it was weird the moment I said it.
You're like the worst at it.
Her mentor relationship with Fiona is in direct contrast to Jack's relationship with Reese. The characters set on the same moral opposites they did in the prequel, an angel and a devil on the shoulder. But she has her own drama going on too. Janie wants her to retire and settle down, live a normal, safer life. And Athena keeps telling her one last job, even to herself. But at the end of the day, it's clear that she loves doing this stuff too much to quit. Unfortunately, Janie ends up being right in the end because the game isn't just paralleling the prequel, it's crossing over with it. The prequel opens with Athena having been captured by Brick and Mordecai, and Tales shows that exact sequence at the end of episode 3, directly bridging the two games. It makes this era of Borderlands feel especially cohesive in a very satisfying way. Probably the most surprising and most shocking returning character in the game is Scooter, who dies in episode 4, sacrificing himself so that the gang can continue the mission. Just like everyone else, the game manages to give Scooter some genuine emotional depth beyond being the excited mechanic who has a crush on his sister. He's cute, he wants to be chivalrous for a pretty lady, and in the end that chivalry gets him killed. It's a moment that actually lands emotionally and cements the stakes. No characters are safe, not even characters who've been in the series since the very first game. The most important characters are Reese and Fiona, who are both excellent in their own right, but unfortunately just a little bit imbalanced for dual protagonists. A lot of the game's pivotal choices and important story beats focus a lot more on Reese than Fiona. That's not to say she has no important moments, but when Fiona's part of the story is learning to be a vault hunter, and Reese's part of the story is has the ghost of Handsome Jack in his head, there's obviously going to be an imbalance. Talking about Telltale protagonists can be difficult because the one thing Telltale games really give you control over is characterization. So I can talk about the characters and the events they take part in during the story, but to talk about them as characters, I have to talk about different versions of these characters. Reese is either a goody two-shoes cinnamon roll, or he's an ambitious corporate scumbag depending on what sort of dialogue choices and decisions you make with him. Fiona doesn't have this kind of split to her character, she's a lot more consistent, which is good or bad depending on your outlook. Tales from the Borderlands is a story about telling a story, and the idea behind the game seems to be the phrase, two sides to every story. There's a lot of context that these characters never knew. Fiona doesn't learn about Jack until very late in the story. Reese never gets a full understanding of Felix, Fiona's adopted father, and his plans. More than that, these characters have very different backgrounds and very different ideas of how things work and what success looks like. I don't think Fiona being less dynamic or important is necessarily a problem because of this. Of the two protagonists, she's the much more normal one. She's a grounding element. While Reese is dealing with crazy stuff, Fiona is always there to make sure the job still gets done and that everyone gets out okay. She's more reliable than he is, and her being a more stable character is what allows Reese to be more dynamic. The thing I love about dialogue choices in games like this is that in a way, all of them are canon. These are the thoughts of the character, these are the things they could say, and all of them would still be in character. So, even if you don't play Reese as a snake, the snake is always in there. Reese is an easily likeable character. He's awkward, he's sarcastic, he's a bit incompetent, but there's a darkness to him that makes him fascinating. After all, he idolised Handsome Jack, and something that I find so darkly interesting about this game is that he absolutely has it in him to be the next Handsome Jack. He doesn't have the charisma or the talent of Jack, but with Reese you have several options to be seriously slimy. You can sell out Von to Vasquez, you can have him forsake his friends and partner with Jack to rule Hyperion. He's not a sadist like Jack, but he is a rat who'll sell out anyone to get ahead. He also offers a fascinating glimpse into the other side of the Borderlands universe that's never really been seen, even in Borderlands 3. What life looks like for people not living on Pandora.
Look, when I was 10 years old, I started a club with my friends just so I had an excuse to print business cards. All I've ever wanted to do was run a company. Hyperion's the biggest company there is, so yeah.
The corporate nightmare of the Borderlands universe is one where kids make business cards for fun. This is a joke, but it's also deeply depressing. I also want to talk about Reese's design, because it's awful. Intentionally awful. He has this weird vest thing and mismatched stripy trousers and this awful square tie that's tucked into his trousers. He looks terrible. And that's the point. It's this hyper-futuristic office wear that's perfectly in line with Hyperion's office aesthetic. It looks futuristic, but also incredibly mundane at the same time, and somehow they managed to make a robot arm look boring. I have no idea how they managed that, but it's perfect. I love the contrast between what he's wearing in the flashbacks versus what he's wearing in the present day, with his slicked back hair and snazzy black suit. He looks so much better, and that too is reflective of his journey across the game. For better or for worse, he stops being a lackey and he becomes himself. Fiona, on the other hand, looks much classier to begin with, and other than a palette swap, there isn't much of a difference between her flashback look and her present-day look, reflective of the fact that she's a more consistent character throughout. Loaderbot and Gortys, Loaderbot in particular, are arguably even more important than Reese and Fiona. Reese and Fiona may be the storytellers, but as it turns out, Loaderbot is the listener, the one who orchestrated this little get-together in the first place. Loaderbot is a truly miraculous bit of character work. He's initially introduced as the quirky side character, the Team Groot. Always present, always helpful, but never important. But, as it turns out, he's had his own perspective on this entire story. He formed a lasting friendship with Gortys while all the silly humans were faffing about, and in the end, he's the one that puts the team together that will finally open the vault so that Gortys can be free of the burden. But before you can get to that, you have to deal with Handsome Jack. The handsome AI is a fascinating addition to this game because A, Damien Clark is still giving it his all and Jack is hilarious. But also because this is Jack at his most pure. After death, he's lost all of his pretenses. His daughter is gone, his power is gone, his noble intentions are gone, and with all of his luster gone, he's just kind of pathetic. Outside of a few glimmers, there's no humanity left in Jack. He's just violence and sarcasm. He doesn't care about anything other than revenge and survival, which becomes clearer and clearer as the game goes on. Jack spends the whole game trying to manipulate Reese. He doesn't care about Reese at all, but he pretends he does, and it's up to the player if Reese is convinced or not. Manipulation is the only tool Jack's got, so he tries to appeal to Reese in the only way he knows how. I'll help you become king. I'll help you slaughter all of those who stand in your way. Just give me some power to help you. Of course, as soon as he gets any sort of power, like control of the security or Reese's body, he instantly abuses that power because he just can't help himself. This version of Jack is still funny and charming, and he adds one of my favourite little touches to the game, in that he updates the Echo-Eye database with the Jackopedia, where instead it lists a bunch of facts written from Jack's perspective. But mostly, this version of Jack is just sad, a ghost clinging onto a life that he rightfully lost. In the end, he isn't even the final bad guy, and I love that. His defeat comes before the story catches up to the present day. All he ever did was make things worse, and that is his lasting legacy. Legacy is pretty important when it comes to Tales from the Borderlands, because Tales' legacy looms large over the future of the Borderlands series, but more importantly, over the future of Telltale. Telltale doesn't just use the Borderlands setting to be much funnier and looser than their format usually dictates. In the same way that the mainline games often parody certain features of RPGs and FPS games, Tales from the Borderlands parodies a lot of the tropes and cliches of Telltale games. For example, after most dialogue choices in a Telltale game, you'll get a little note that says, X will remember that. This little note is basically never true because your dialogue has no real impact on the story. But Tales from the Borderlands knows these don't matter, so the vast majority of these notes are just jokes.
Awesome!
Awesome!
Awesome.
Awesome!
The same thing with choices. Choices in these games, for the most part, don't matter, but Tales from the Borderlands knows they don't matter, so they often give you two choices where neither of them are what happened just for a joke. Or QuickTime events. There's only one scene we need to point to when we're talking about how this game views QuickTime events: the shootout. The shootout is a mockery of the very idea of a QuickTime event. And let me be clear, it's a very funny joke, but it also overshadows all other QuickTime events Telltale does. After all, there's fundamentally no difference between this and this. It's always just finger guns, you're never in any real danger, and that's the shadow cast by this game. Tales from the Borderlands pulls back the curtain and makes fun of the things going on behind the stage, but that's a trick you can only pull once. After you've shown everyone how the illusion works, how do you go back to treating the illusion with sincerity? Tales from the Borderlands can be directly contrasted with the game it was running concurrently with, Telltale's Game of Thrones, a deathly serious title which treats all of these Telltale trolls with complete sincerity. And that game is fine, it's got some good moments, but it's just a Telltale game. And every Telltale game that came after was just a Telltale game. Minecraft Story Mode, Batman, Guardians of the Galaxy, The Walking Dead Seasons 2 and 3. I haven't played all of these games, but I already know that they're all the same. Groot will remember that. Your actions have consequences. The same old Telltale game things. And it's hard to go back to that when they've already broken the illusion. I'm not saying you can draw a direct line from this game to Telltale's bankruptcy. I think oversaturation had a lot to do with it too. I just think it's interesting that the third game they made in this format would be the one to so completely break the mold, only for them to go back to using the same mold again afterwards. It's the best Telltale game not only because the story is really good, but because the game understands, works within, and makes fun of the limitations of the Telltale format, and in doing so, kind of ends the Telltale format. The format is still around, it's expanded well beyond Telltale itself at this point, but none of them have ever really overcome the shadow that Tales casts, at least not that I've played. Then again, maybe I'm being too cynical, because my favourite part of the whole game isn't a joke or a parody, it's just a cinematically excellent moment. Like the main games, every episode of Tales starts with a song. All of them are excellent. The first one in particular, Busy Earnin' by Jungle, is a great tone setter for the entire game. But the best one is the beginning of episode 5. The finale, and the end of the story, or at least the end of the story before it catches up to the present day. To stop Jack, Reese ends up destroying Helios, breaks the station's gravitational lock, sending the entire thing hurling towards Pandora. It's the emotional low point of the game. The gang is separated, Loaderbot is assumed dead, and then the sound fades out to James Blake's Retrograde.
Suddenly I'm hit. It's this darkness of the dawn. And your friends are gone, and your friends won't come, so show me where you fit.
It's just a genuinely great, powerful moment, one of the best uses of music in the whole series. This all started via the greed of some con artists and a corporate stooge, and now hundreds are dead, everyone hates each other, and nothing was accomplished. Great job, hero! Tales doesn't end on that note, it ends with a Power Ranger mech fight against a rock monster. After the game catches up to the present, it capitalises on this moment of defeat to create an even stronger, more powerful moment of victory, where you gather together the friends you made along the way to crack that vault and, more importantly, save Gortys. Tales from the Borderlands is just a game where everything works. Every wild choice, every joke, every moment of genuine emotion carefully considered and executed to perfection. It's strange to think that upper management didn't have a lot of faith in the game. In fact, apparently the last couple episodes were made with just a skeleton crew compared to the first 3. But you'd never be able to tell because they are the best stuff in Telltale's entire catalogue. And from a narrative perspective, in the Borderlands catalogue as well. And while it casts a big shadow over Telltale games, it casts an equally big shadow over the rest of Borderlands. Son of Crawmerax was the end of Borderlands 2 for 5 years until, in 2019, as a bit of marketing for Borderlands 3, Commander Lilith and the Fight for Sanctuary was released, a 5th full DLC pack that they initially gave everyone for free, though it has a price attached to it now. In that 5-year gap, 2 more Borderlands games were released, and this DLC is set after the events of those games, heavily incorporating Tales from the Borderlands especially, which is why I've placed it here out of sync with the rest of its Borderlands 2 brethren. The DLC only makes sense played in release order with the last 2 games. Which is annoying because this DLC is the definitive, for real this time, ending of Borderlands 2. It's been at least a few years since the events of the base game and an unclear amount of time since Tales from the Borderlands, but probably at least a year. The Crimson Raiders are looking to get Sanctuary back into space-worthy condition, but they have a few problems. Sanctuary is barely in the air as it is, and they don't have a leader as Lilith has rejected the position, feeling ashamed after she decided to kill Athena for no good reason. That's problem enough, but a third one knocks on their door, a mysterious new faction called the New Pandora, led by a guy called Colonel Hector. And they've brought with them a new threat: plant zombies. They quickly seize control of Sanctuary, but Lilith is able to teleport everybody away to safety. It's an okay enough setup for the DLC, but the opening is starting to show a few issues. Issues which are wholly new to Borderlands 2, but emblematic of the major problems with Borderlands 3. This DLC takes a different tactic to its storytelling than the rest of the game. It has much more cutscenes and much more dialogue. It's hard to describe, but it just feels different. You can feel it as soon as it starts. Something has changed. The vibe has changed. It's not as funny anymore.
Time to change the world. Whose soul is this?
You can absolutely tell this DLC was written by different people. The sharp wit of Anthony Burch is sorely missed. The dialogue has a different character to it. It's not as clever and instead relies on long monologues of rambling and much, much more lol so random humour that the base game didn't use nearly as often. It seems to subscribe to the idea that the longer the characters talk, the funnier it gets, which isn't remotely true. I even have a clear example. Access denied.
Ignore that. Just smack it.
Never mind.
Oh, that's on me. Yeah, I was scanning my glutes for reasons, and I busted the science thing. Just give it a little bandit high five.
Both of these are basically the same joke. The machine doesn't work. Hit it to make it work. It's a silly bit of nothing either way. But the prequel example is sharp and quick, as a silly little joke should be. Jokes get less funny as you explain them, but the joke here is about the absurdity of hitting something making it work, a very common trope in media that really doesn't make any sense. The station cheerfully saying, "Never mind, because you hit it calls attention to that. You literally just beat an inanimate object into submission." The Fight for Sanctuary joke is not a clever parody of a genre trope. The joke this time is that Vaughn is a weird gym bro and that the word glutes is funny. There's no deeper analysis to be made of the joke than that, but it takes 3 times as many words to make a worse joke. So goes the whole DLC. It's not completely without wit, there's still some fun stuff in there, the standout for me being a mission with Claptrap where he invents cryptocurrency.
It's working! The value of Becco wafers, which I'm totally making up, is completely off the charts! The charts are also made up. We're rich! We're filthy freaking rich!
Although, you may notice Claptrap sounds a little different all of a sudden. About that. In the years since we last saw him, David Eddings, the guy who voiced Claptrap, was fired by Randy Pitchford after years of behind-the-scenes drama which included physically shoving Eddings before firing him in a rage 3 days later. Reportedly, the dispute revolved around Eddings wanting to be paid for, voicing the most iconic character in the franchise. Before, he was doing it gratis because he was a Gearbox executive, but now that he wasn't the VP anymore, he wanted to be paid as a voice actor. After Pitchford got mad about the situation on Twitter, things escalated so much more. Another former employee accused Pitchford of siphoning off company money into his own account, and also of leaving an unprotected USB full of top-secret corporate documents and gigabytes of underage pornography in a novelty medieval restaurant. This is all real, I'm not making this up. Pitchford confirmed it himself, and his defence is absolutely buck wild. Pitchford claims that he was so impressed by the camgirl's ability to fake an orgasm that he simply had to save the video for study later, to help him improve his magic trick skills, you see. Suffice it to say that's gone down in the worst excuses ever Hall of Fame. I'm explaining all of this to you so that you understand where Gearbox was at in 2019, and maybe give a little more context as to why this DLC was released for free. Gearbox's previous game, Battleborn, may just be a piece of the puzzle too after they fudged that whole situation royally, but that really would be too much of a diversion. I also didn't want to leave it unsaid. I love this franchise, I've heaped a ton of praise onto it so far, but my god is the behind-the-scenes stuff hard to hear. There's great stuff in all of these games, and knowing that it was done under such awful conditions for such a creepy, weird dude specifically is a hard pill to swallow. I think the new Claptrap does a fine job. He sounds close enough to David Eddings that it's not distracting. Not distracting unless you know the reason why he sounds different anyway. Besides, there's another big reason this DLC exists. There's a reason this DLC revolves around Lilith. At this point in time, the Borderlands fanbase was really not big on Lilith for a few reasons. Lilith has a very arrogant personality. That's not an issue, this is Borderlands. But it does make it harder to get to know her than the rest of the Borderlands 1 cast. Her catchphrase is, "Sup," so that's the baseline we're dealing with. It escalates in the Tiny Tina DLC. To make her more endearing, they make it so that Lilith is secretly a big nerd. The issue is that she's really weird about it. When Mr. Torgue joins the game, she gets all gatekeepy. There's a whole quest where you have to quiz Mr. Torgue to prove he's a true geek and not just joining because it's cool now. Her biggest crime is when she decides to kill Athena at the end of the prequel for no good reason. Although there's also a subset of players who blame her for turning Handsome Jack into a villain, and therefore suggesting that she's responsible for all of the events of Borderlands 2, and then even another group who blame her for getting Roland killed in Borderlands 2, which I discount because that really seems like a twisting of events just so a woman can take the blame. God forbid a woman punch a fascist in the face. Nevertheless, in 2019 she had been red-listed by the fan base, and Gearbox needed to fix that because she's critically important to Borderlands 3. You really need to like her for that game's first big twist to work at all. Making you like Lilith is the driving force of this DLC. Yeah, other stuff happens, but really this is the Lilith redemption tour and they bend over backwards to try and make it work. Her arc in the DLC is learning to be a leader, and it's a strange one because it kinda comes out of nowhere. At the start of the DLC, she's decided she doesn't want to be leader of the Raiders anymore, and the Raiders are crumbling because of it, but it's never clear to me why she got the job in the first place. It's shown in one of the end credit slides that she took over, and she's clearly the boss during the events of the prequel, but the Crimson Raiders never had a clear command structure. I always assumed she got the job because she wanted it. The conversation that opens the DLC is deeply weird, because it's like everyone in the room expects her to be the boss, especially Mordecai.
We need a leader.
She don't want the job, man. And can you blame her? Sometimes when you're the one calling the shots, people get hurt.
Not making a choice is still a choice.
Well then, why don't you take over then, Mordecai? Why is this Lilith's job? It's weird, but if you can accept the premise that Lilith has to be the boss, then it's not a terrible arc, I suppose. She learns how to take charge, how to inspire people, and how to make the tough calls. It's fine. It's even more second person than the base game, since the entirety of the plot is about Lilith, with your character just being her lackey and the villain barely ever talking to you directly. Plus, we're back to silent protagonists again for reasons that I do not understand, especially since Borderlands 3 has voice protagonists. Her nemesis, Hector, is the most interesting part of the DLC. He's a villain with a solid backstory and a solid goal. For his personality, they went with self-important dick, which works well enough as a villain you want to punch. He and his men were part of Dahl's military, where they served in brutal combat deployments for many years. As a reprieve, Command gave them a post on a quiet and peaceful planet that they described as a paradise, a little backwater called Pandora. As it turned out, post meant underground mining, and Pandora wasn't exactly the paradise they were expecting. When Dahl pulled out of Pandora, they knew his disgruntled troops were a problem, and so they caved in the mine with everyone still inside. But Hector and his men survived, and they were pissed. Hector decided that one way or another, Pandora would be the paradise he was promised. And so, when he met a scientist named Cassius, a returning character from Tales, he concocted a plan to cause a mass acceleration of plant growth across Pandora, turning it into the lush paradise he was promised. Doing so will kill everyone on the planet, but that's a sacrifice he's willing to make. It's basically Handsome Jack's plan, but with plants instead of giant monsters, but it's fine, it works, it makes sense. The thing that makes Hector and the entire New Pandora faction weird is that their backstory and goal is way too similar to the Lost Legion. They even recycle the Lost Legion AI almost entirely for New Pandora, with the same types of military dudes to fight. I find it distracting because they don't even lampshade it, they don't bring up the similarities despite this DLC revisiting Helios. The DLC is filled to the brim with Tales from the Borderlands references, including 2 characters from that game, but almost nothing from the plot of the prequel to be found. There's a single audio log that addresses the Athena situation, though she herself is mysteriously absent. It gets even stranger on your return to Helios. It would be a cool moment if everything about it wasn't wildly distracting. They reuse a lot of the same art and level geometry from the prequel, but not in the right place, which gives the whole area this weird, dreamlike quality where everything is right but wrong at the same time. Take the moonshot cannon. This is one of the first places you go in the pre-sequel, so it's a location we know well. And sure enough, when you get there, it's the same room as before, albeit a bit destroyed now. But then you turn right, where there should be an elevator that takes you down to a boss fight room. But there's not, there's a hallway there now. A while later, this new door opens up to a left, which takes you down to a different hallway where you end up in an entirely different room from an entirely different part of the station. It feels like going insane, and that's not the only problem. The ruins of Helios, where you are now, already appeared in Tales from the Borderlands, in an entirely different location. They even used the moonshot cannon in Tales for a different thing. We've seen where it is. It's not in the desert, and it has a giant flat plain in front of it where they have a Power Rangers mech fight with a rock monster. This is either a mistake or a pretty significant retcon. Either way, it's very distracting. There's something off about the returning characters too, mainly Vaughn. He's acting weird. The game seems to have leaned way harder into the being a bandit thing than Tales ever did. That's a problem that'll get significantly worse in Borderlands 3, but it's definitely noticeable and weird here too. It's hard to describe, but something is off about this final DLC. Something has changed. It's nothing extreme, it's still the same game, but it's lacking the charm, it's lacking the heart. It's a warning of things to come. Commander Lilith and the fight for Sanctuary is, more than anything else, emblematic of the issues plaguing Borderlands 3. It shares that game's love of long cutscenes, its weird quirk where your character disappears for important plot moments, its long, rambly say words until it's funny approach to humour, its overabundance of confusing retcons, and also its wasted potential. There's great work in this DLC, really interesting ideas, new and complex world building. There's the building blocks of a fantastic DLC in there, they're just being overshadowed by the franchise's worst impulses. I don't like my original Borderlands 3 video for a lot of reasons. The audio is bad, my delivery is bad, I spend half the video recapping the story in a needless amount of detail, but the main reason I don't like it is that it skews far too mean. I wrote the video in a haze of anger and frustration about all of the things in the game that I hated. Hate is a strong word, but that is genuinely what the game inspired in me back in 2019. Hate is a nasty emotion, it overpowers all the others. With almost 6 years behind us and knowing everything to expect, it's easier to look back at Borderlands 3 with fresh eyes. I don't even have my original script anymore, so we're just taking this one from the top. Everything I hated about Borderlands 3 is still in there, but there's also a lot to love. Borderlands 3 is the prettiest, smoothest, most truly AAA title in the series. It's also by far the biggest, especially with all of the hefty DLC expansions. And every bit of that time and space is approached with a maximalist attitude befitting the franchise. Borderlands 3 is a good game, it really is, but that's always been the go-to line about the game, the first thing anybody will tell you about it. Great gameplay, terrible story, and I wish I could have a more nuanced take about it, but that really is just the way of it sometimes. The gameplay, the art direction, the world design, the music, these are all absolutely tremendous, some of the best stuff in the series. And the story is shite. The first time I played, that was enough for me to turn on the game completely, for years. But I think a big part of that was a clash between the sequel I wanted, and had built up in my head, and the sequel I actually got. Now that I know the sequel I got, that's less of an issue. Borderlands 3's story is a tangle of retcons, half-baked ideas, annoying choices, confusing tangents, and actual just full-on mistakes, wrapped around a core premise that is interesting, or at least theoretically interesting. It's been a few years since the Commander Lilith DLC, and about 7 years since the events of Borderlands 2. The Crimson Raiders have started to drift apart, and in their place a new faction has come to power. The Children of the Vault, a cult led by the mysterious Calypso twins who've united the various bandit tribes of Pandora into a singular fighting force. Lilith is still on Pandora looking for the Vault Key, and she sent out a call for a new generation of Vault Hunters. That's you. It's a deceptively simple opening for what is in reality a very complicated game. The intro music this time is Put It On The Line, once again by The Heavy, and I think it's a useful example of where the problems with Borderlands 3 begin. It's a fine song, it's a good song even, but it's not a particularly relevant song, not in the way the intros of the previous games are. For the most part, it's a song about being a badass and committing to what you're doing, which, yeah, cool, that's Borderlands. It doesn't speak to any deeper themes because Borderlands 3 doesn't have any deeper themes that it could be about. Or maybe a better way to phrase that is that it has too many themes and it can't decide which one it wants to pick. It has many themes, but no deep themes. Borderlands 3 is by far the longest campaign in the series, but it's also the most loosely structured. It uses an episodic format where each of the various planets we visit constitutes a separate season in a larger narrative. The problem is that these episodes have very little cohesion with each other. They each introduce or reintroduce a big pile of characters who are built up to be very important, and then we leave them behind to do something else with a whole separate band of characters. Episodic is not a bad story structure, after all we just finished talking about an episodic game that happens to be incredible, but for an episodic structure to have the impact that the game clearly wants it to have, it needs to be building to something, and it needs a strong anchor. Which is the other problem with the intro cutscene. This is the only cutscene in the whole game that the player character actually appears in. Borderlands 3's player characters are really good, mechanically, visually, personality-ly. They might be the strongest roster across the series, discounting my personal love for the pre-sequel. Each character now has 3 action skills to choose from, with a 4th added as DLC. But along with that, a whole bunch of modifiers built to change the way you play, leaning into each character's particular skill set. My favourite is Amara, who doubles as this game's siren and melee character. An absolutely glorious combination. First, the design. She's an Indian female bodybuilder, a combination of words I have never seen used together in any other piece of media. Because of that South Asian influence, instead of the wings that sirens normally get, when Amara uses her powers, she manifests multiple glowing arms in an allusion to the Hindu goddess Kali, and she activates her powers using various mudra hand gestures. It's an amazing design for a melee character, giving everything a level of flair and flourish that Brick or Krieg could frankly never dream of. Borderlands 3 also brings back fully voiced protagonists, although tragically they all get the generic Aurelia treatment, with no custom responses to each character. Still, each of them brings a strong personality to the table. Amara is a chauvinist, formerly a kind of superhero vigilante on her home planet. She's a badass and she knows it. Modesty is overrated. For this playthrough, I went with Flak, the robotic beastmaster, who is delightfully voiced by Sungwon Cho, aka ProsAD, here on YouTube.com. They're the best iteration of the pet-based class that the series has done, with a wide array of pets to choose from with their own attacks and bonuses to really tailor your playstyle around. Flak is the most inhuman of the characters, beyond the fact that they're literally not human. They don't care for human concepts like gender or morality or social grace. They find much more comfort with their beasts than people, but they also have a strange obsession with death, whom they serve in a glorious eternal hunt. The other 2 characters, Moz, the former mech trooper, and Zane, the retired corporate assassin, are equally as well developed and mechanically rich. Zane especially gets extra credit for being an Irish character actually voiced by an Irish person, a rare treat. The fact that these characters are so good, so well designed and rich in potential is what makes Borderlands 3 so frustrating. More than being a bad story, Borderlands 3 stings so much because it's a disappointing story. It completely fails to utilise the potential of these characters, a problem it shares with Borderlands 2, but somehow to an even more frustrating degree. The first episode of Borderlands 3 starts on Pandora, which makes sense because while it is a galaxy-spanning adventure this time, Pandora is ultimately still at the heart of the story. It also eases a player into the new status quo by starting things off on familiar territory. Apparently, early in production this wasn't always the case, but how they ended up doing it makes sense. This section reintroduces the key players of the game like Lilith, Ellie, Claptrap of course, but it also introduces the first big frustrating element, Vaughn, who's now degraded to the point of running around in his pants yelling about the bandit life. It's not that this is an inherently bad direction to take the character, it just feels like a misunderstanding of where the character is at the end of Tales. Part of his arc is certainly about liberation, how life on Pandora frees him from the corporate machine. But it's a big leap to go from that to becoming a bandit war chief who casually talks about murdering people with his abs. It doesn't feel like natural progression, it feels like a forced shifting of the character to fit into the new story that Borderlands 3 wants to tell. Since a big part of the story is how the Calypsos have united the bandits of Pandora, the story needs someone to act as the window into what bandit life normally looks like, and it chooses Vaughn to be that window. Tales made a point of how he and his gang of former Hyperion employees prefer non-violent outcomes, but this game dismisses that because it would be an inconvenient complication. The Fight for Sanctuary DLC already killed off his original gang, and that could be a bit of darkness for Vaughn. The time on Pandora has broken him. But that's not the angle that the script takes. The script just treats him as the funny little weirdo. I don't want to talk about respect. I think that's a weird way to frame things. My issue is that Borderlands 3 removes the interesting things about Vaughn to tell a less interesting story with him. Vaughn is the worst example of this, but he's certainly not the only example. The most important thing this episode needs to do is introduce the Calypso twins, Troy and Tyreen, which it does properly in a scene where they ambush the Crimson Raiders. Tyreen is a siren, and her power is to leech the life essence of other beings. By extension, Troy is also a siren, because they were conjoined twins, but he's kind of an anti-siren. His life is directly tied to Tyreen, and he needs to keep taking her power from her in order to live. The game explains all of this in an extensive cutscene where Tyreen steals Lilith's powers, and this scene is immensely frustrating. With the prequel, I talked a bit about plot holes and inconsistencies, but Borderlands 3 is on a whole other level. It's one of the most cinema-sensable games I've ever played, and this scene is an adequate example of what I mean by that. CinemaSins, if you somehow don't know, is a YouTube channel where they go through movies and point out flaws and plot holes which they call sins. They've come under a lot of rightful flack because this is not actually a very helpful form of criticism, it's mostly just an exercise in annoying nitpicking. It's a trap I try and avoid in my writing, but that is so hard to do with Borderlands 3. This scene needs to accomplish two things. It needs to introduce the Calypsos as a genuine threat, and it needs to give Tyreen Lilith's powers because it becomes an important aspect of the story and the gameplay for the rest of the game. To do this, it creates this magical scenario where this can all happen without any logical interference. First, the location. This scene takes place at the dry dock of Sanctuary 3, the Crimson Raiders' new ship and home base for the rest of the game. It's a well-defended area with guards who all conveniently disappear when the scene starts. More importantly, you're there. The cutscene starts when the door in front of you slams shut, and then this scene starts, which is about 4 minutes long. A very long cutscene for a game like this. More than enough time to run up and around to save Lilith, which is exactly what you do as soon as the cutscene ends. During the cutscene though, the game pretends you don't exist so that this important story beat can happen. And the same thing happens in every single important cutscene in the game. It's one of the most frustrating narrative conceits I've ever seen. It's worse than the second game's silent protagonist because it actively removes any agency your character has in the story. This isn't even the worst example. I suppose it would have been difficult to account for 4 different protagonists and any number of potential co-op characters, but blinking the protagonist out of reality so that bad things can happen is one of the worst solutions to that problem I can think of. The scene also ends with the Calypsos leaving without killing Lilith for no particular reason. They leave her alive because she needs to be alive for the rest of the game, not because they're interrupted or otherwise unable to kill her. All of it is just clunky and weird and frustrating to watch unfold. This is supposed to be a big story moment, full of drama and tension, but you're too focused on the logistics of what's happening to feel any of the intended emotion. Well, there is one emotion that comes through, because the Calypsos are written to be extremely annoying, and I am sufficiently annoyed. There's a very annoying counter-argument to this that goes, well, it's a Borderlands game, why do you even care about the story? I think this many hours into the video I don't need to explain why this argument annoys me, but it's not just that I care about the story, the game cares about the story, more than any other game in the series except for Tales. Borderlands 3 does more to expand and explain the deep lore of the series than any other game, and none of the other FPS titles have had these long cutscenes. At launch, they weren't even skippable. You had to watch all 4 minutes of this scene every single time. Even if you were one of the players who doesn't give a shit about the story and just wants to crunch the numbers, Borderlands 3 didn't let you. You had to engage with the story until they finally patched in a skip button 5 months after the game's launch. I really empathise with the number crunchers this time, not just because we share an equal disdain for the narrative, but because when it's not yelling in your ear about bandit underpants or forcing you to watch convoluted narrative gut punches, Borderlands 3 is so goddamn fun to play. Character design is just the first step. Every single aspect of the Borderlands formula of gameplay is enhanced or expanded on in Borderlands 3. The game is far more mobile, the guns are bigger, better and wilder, the cars actually drive like cars for the first time in franchise history. Combat in Borderlands 3 is an absolute delight. No matter what character you're playing as, there's a flow to combat that's intoxicating. It's the little things that really make it come together, the satisfying way you melt through health bars, the ebb and flow of a firefight, how you can always turn defeat into victory with the right skill or the right gun, the sound design of the guns and the noises of critical shots. Each manufacturer of gun and each individual gun is made more unique than ever before. Most guns now come with an alternative firing mode, like switching elemental types with a Maliwan gun, but more importantly, every gun just feels different. You can play for actual hours before finding a gun that works like another gun. There's guns that shoot lasers, guns that shoot other guns, sniper rifles that are actually charge-up railguns, pistols that shoot sticky grenades. There's an infectious creativity to all of it. Enemy variation is extensive. There's the COV, Maliwan soldiers, and every planet you go to has its own unique ecosystem of dangerous wildlife. Speaking of planets, Borderlands 3's level design is incredible. Every planet is visually distinct, visually gorgeous, and absolutely full of stuff to do. The game gives you the ability to climb and slide for added mobility, and the game rewards environmental curiosity with a series of collectibles, as well as hidden chests full of high-quality gear. But your environmental curiosity is also rewarded by just seeing more of the environment. My favourite planet is Promethea, an extremely dense city planet and the corporate centre of the newly formed Atlas Corporation, currently under siege by Maliwan going for an extra hostile takeover. It's an environment unlike anything in any previous Borderlands game, and really unlike any other game I've played. It still feels like Borderlands because of the art style, but also because of the details. Promethea may look much more shiny and advanced, but it's not a much better place to live than Pandora. At least, not for the 99%. Most of it outside of the fancy city centre is a planet-sized slum for the downtrodden, equally as susceptible to the COV as the bandits of Pandora. The level design is extremely dense, vertically layered and full of details. It's genuinely a marvel of open world design. And in another stroke of creative genius, Borderlands 3 has by far the largest soundtrack in the series. In fact, it has one of the biggest soundtracks I've ever seen in a game. The soundtrack for the base game alone is over 5 hours long, and that's because every planet in the game is scored by a different musician who brings their own distinctive sounds to each planet. Promethea, for example, is scored by Michael McMahon, who also happens to be the guy who did the soundtracks for the Deus Ex games, giving Promethea a perfectly cyberpunk sound. The soundtrack also includes Raisin Varner, a franchise staple who goes full otherworldly for the secret final planet Necrotafeo, Finishing Moving, who bring a crunchy industrial sound to Pandora, and the superstar himself, Jesper Kyd, who brings a country twang to Eden 6. Not every aspect of Borderlands 3 is an improvement. The UI is a downgrade from Borderlands 2, being slightly too small and harder to read. I also personally prefer the bolder colours and shapes of the guns in Borderlands 2 to the more muted tones of Borderlands 3's guns. The game gives out far too many legendaries, which starts to devalue the concept of legendaries. Also, the game has a really annoying crashing issue on Xboxes, which somehow hasn't been fixed for actual years. But these are minor issues in the shadow of the whole. As a game, devoid of narrative, Borderlands 3 is an artistic marvel. Unfortunately, then the characters start talking again. It's best to view each main mission in Borderlands 3 as an episode, with each of the planets representing a season. In that lens, Season 1 properly gets going on Promethea. There's a vault there to find, and to find it, you'll need to help the Atlas Corporation, now run by Rhys, fend off the Maliwan invasion. This makes sense from a game design perspective, because Maliwan can provide a different kind of enemy type and a different challenge for combat. But from a narrative perspective, this is weirdly messy. The seasonal format means that instead of having the Calypsos as the main villain all throughout the game, you end up fighting a series of tangential side villains who are working with the Calypsos for their own purposes. On Promethea, that's Katagawa Jr., heir to the Maliwan throne and current head of acquisitions and mergers. Katagawa is not your villain, he's Rhys's villain, and almost everything on Promethea has more to do with Rhys than it does with you, or the Calypsos, or even Lilith and the rest of the Crimson Raiders. Rhys is only important to this season, not to the entire game. Lilith is important to the whole game, especially the finale, but the game takes away her screen time to instead spend hours focused on Rhys and dispattering of other side characters on Promethea for a significant chunk of the game's runtime. Rhys has been reduced as a character, though not nearly as badly as Vaughn. The game leans into the goofball, rambly, cocky sides of his character and removes the sinister dark side that made him so compelling in Tales. He's also got a new voice actor, who does a good job, but he's not Troy Baker, one of the most prolific and recognisable voices in the industry. According to Troy Baker, he wanted to do it, but Gearbox refused to work with him because of his involvement with SAG-AFTRA, the actors' union, which is incredibly ironic considering the anti-corporate satire that underpins the entirety of the Borderlands franchise, but as we've seen plenty before, Gearbox is maybe not the best spokes company for anti-corporatism. It goes without saying that good old Randy Pitchford fully lied about this entire thing and told people that Baker didn't want the job. It's especially ironic because Rhys's story is about how he's crafted, or is at least trying to craft, Atlas into a better company than it was before. A company that actually looks after its employees. Reese picked up the deed to Atlas in Tales, where Handsome Jack had bought the company for penny change after they went out of business following the events of the first game. As a place to take the character and an extension of previous events in the series, this all flows naturally. Not every aspect of the story is bad. The Promethea chapter offers some insight into the corporate culture of the universe and how the different corporations interact with each other on a regular basis. Open warfare as a matter of business transaction. Katagawa is not a terrible villain. He's set up to be an evil Reese. He even has the same eye and head cybernetics. But he's also kind of in love with Reese in a predatory way that is sort of compelling. An echo of Reese's relationship with Jack. Reese has a bad mustache and some fairly decent jokes, but once you leave Promethea, he's out of the game entirely, which makes the whole thing feel like a giant irrelevant tangent. The good stuff is also counterbalanced with annoying illogical bad stuff, including one of the most confusing and ill-conceived twists in the game. Zero makes a return, now working for Reese because I guess they met that one time in Tales. But late in the plotline, the game tries to pretend that Zero has betrayed Reese and is now working for Maliwan, only for it to be revealed that actually he hasn't, he's just been hiding and it's Katagawa himself wearing the Maliwan Zero suit. It's a twist, that's certainly true, but it doesn't make any goddamn sense if you apply even a little bit of logic to it. Like, why does Katagawa even do this ruse or think it will work if he doesn't know where the real Zero is? It doesn't work as a reveal, or a mystery, or a dramatic moment, it's just a weird thing that happens. Assume that's the case for a detail in almost every mission in the game. During the Promethea season, you also make a brief trip to Athenas, the homeworld of Maya from Borderlands 2. Maya has returned there to defend her home, and she's also picked up an apprentice, Ava. Ava is supposed to be the most important character in the game. She's cocky, impulsive, emotional, and slightly annoying. In other words, she's an average teenage girl. And yet, if you look around the internet, you will find hundreds of articles and videos and Reddit threads about how Ava is the worst character in the entire franchise and is solely responsible for everything wrong with Borderlands 3. Based on the problems I've laid out before Ava is even introduced, I can safely say that's not true. I don't even think Ava is a bad character. She's not the problem with the script, she herself is the script's biggest victim. Ava is a perfectly reasonable portrayal of a teenager, a much more down-to-earth, realistic portrayal than Tina ever was. She messes up and makes mistakes and needs help because she's a kid, and that's fine. She has a really good side quest early on where she sends you back to Athenas to find her secret emo diary, and it's a very relatable teenager sort of thing to do. It's just that the game is woefully lacking in moments like this that actually get you to care about Ava as a character. If Borderlands 3 can be said to have any sort of central theme at all, it's passing the torch. Lilith's arc is, sort of, learning to step back and let the next generation take the reins. That doesn't work at all because she's a video game NPC. Delegating is what she's been doing since Borderlands 2, so as an arc it's completely invisible to the average player. Ava is supposed to serve as a representation of the generation of Vault Hunters that will follow you. That's why she's Maya's apprentice, one of the player characters of the last game. But she falls into the same trap as Lilith. Any arc that Ava is supposed to have is completely lost in the episodic format. She has nothing to do for huge swaths of the game's runtime, making any character moments she has feel entirely unearned. Maya dies almost immediately after being introduced in one of the most jarring and wasteful character deaths I've ever seen, and it's not exactly Ava's fault, but she feels guilty about it anyway because she was there when she wasn't supposed to be, too eager to see a vault and ignoring the danger. And this is supposed to be a moment of growth and hardening for the character, but immediately after we go to Eden 6 and spend a huge amount of time on a completely unrelated plot which Ava has no involvement in whatsoever. Critical character growth is relegated to an off-screen side story. Eden 6 is simultaneously some of the best of Borderlands 3 and some of the worst. Eden 6 is the home of the Jacobs Corporation, the swampy moon of a gas giant with trees the size of skyscrapers and a spattering of locals just trying to make it through the day without being eaten by a dinosaur. In a very similar setup to Promethea, the Jacobs Corporation is under siege. The CEO has been murdered and his son, Wainwright, is in desperate need of your help. Wainwright happens to be the boyfriend of Sir Hammerlock, and the person who killed the former CEO is Aurelia Hammerlock, now allied with the Calypsos to their mutual interests. They get Eden 6's vault, she gets the Jacobs Corporation, the exact same deal that Katagawa made. The difference is that Aurelia doesn't have her own army, so the Calypsos, particularly Troy, have a bigger hand in this chapter of the story. Wainwright and the two Hammerlocks are all good characters, and the drama that unfolds between them is genuinely good stuff. I like Wainwright a lot, a southern gentleman who doesn't much care for all this trouble knocking on his doorstep. And he and Hammerlock are a genuinely cute couple. Two older gentlemen who happen to have found love later in life. One a dashing adventurer, one who'd rather stay home reading a book by the fireplace. It's cute. Aurelia's boss bitch personality remains perfectly intact and perfectly entertaining. She works well as an antagonist, if not a full-on villain. She's also one of the only things that the game actually carries over from the prequel, but more on that in a little bit. The problem with 8 and 6 is that the story here is far too long, with a large amount of missions that amount to nothing more than padding. There's a mission to rescue Hammerlock from jail that reintroduces Brick, Mordecai, and not-so-tiny Tina in quick succession, only for them to not have any more involvement in the rest of 8 and 6, or the entire main plot at all. Then there's several missions dedicated to Clay, a smuggler who works for Jacobs, who the game thinks is really cool, so that justifies eating up hours of screen time on plot threads that go nowhere. You also spend a whole mission picking up Ice-T, who's been shoved into a teddy bear. It's not all bad. Ice-T is kinda funny, but it's all time spinning wheels, deviating from a plot that itself is also a deviation from the actual plot. Remember Lilith? She's still in this game, honest guff. Cracks start to show even in the 8 and 6 plot that does work, because as nice as it is to see Aurelia again, it opens up a can of worms which the game is not prepared to answer. Namely, is nobody going to mention the thing that happened at the end of the prequel? Athena is nowhere to be found in Borderlands 3, and neither is the mysterious guardian who saved her life. It gets a mention in one of the hidden audio logs, but no involvement in the main story at all, not even a reference. The coming war that I personally spent years speculating about never comes, at least not in Borderlands 3. It's not something that Borderlands 3 wanted to do with the story, so it just doesn't do it. The same thing happens to Aurelia herself in miniature. Aurelia talks with disdain for Vault Hunters, calling them nothing but whores who'll do anything for money, seeming to forget that she herself was once a Vault Hunter. I don't have problems with retcons as a concept, we've already seen a bunch. A really obvious example is the Eye of the Destroyer in the prequel. In the first game, you see the Destroyer retreat back into the vault, but in the prequel, that's been retconned so that Jack can have removed the eye. I don't mind that because it contributes to a new and interesting story element for that game. That's the condition that makes a retcon acceptable. As long as the retcon is used to make something more interesting, I don't have a problem with it. But Borderlands 3 makes several retcons of the previous games that don't make things more interesting, they just make things different and usually worse. It's harder to identify at first, but like recent Vaughn, Aurelia has been reduced to a single element. She's a bitch. The game never explicitly retcons her involvement in the prequel, but it does ignore it, and ignores the character growth she went through across that game, resetting her into the Cruella de Vil pastiche that she starts as. Her story ends with her shooting her brother and then you shooting her in a boss fight. It's disappointing that it goes down like that because she should be a much more interesting character than that. I'm not a big fan of character death at the best of times, but Borderlands 3 has a wasteful approach to character deaths that I find especially disappointing. When you kill a character, you close a door, and any potential that character has for future interesting stories or development is lost forever. Maya is worse for this than Aurelia, because at least Aurelia had a full game of being a character. Maya is a siren, a soldier, a struggling mentor. She has a very rough past, which you learn about in some of the ecologues in Borderlands 2, and, personal to me, she's one of a select few asexual characters in video games. The game throws all of that narrative potential out immediately for the sake of a cheap shock. I'm not upset that it went down this way, I'm annoyed, because it's a waste of potential. There's a feeling throughout Borderlands 3 that the game is focusing on the wrong characters. I already mentioned how your player character disappears during cutscenes, and Maya's death is the absolute worst example of that in the game. But it's also in how all of these planet stories focus on people who don't affect the main plot. Just like with Reese, Wainwright and Hammerlock stop mattering the minute you leave Eden 6. And then the three actual main characters all feel like wrong choices. Lilith is a character who's already been thoroughly explored, and so giving her the spotlight again feels like a wasted choice. Ava is a fine side character, but not explored nearly enough to work as a main character. And then the wildcard third main character is Tannis, who has a much bigger and weirder role in this game than any of the previous games. Tannis ends up getting more screen time and plot relevance than either Lilith or Ava, which dampens both of their character arcs even more because Tannis is not a character that was ever designed to hold that kind of narrative weight. I haven't pointed this out yet because it's never been relevant, but Lilith and Tannis are voiced by the same person, Colleen Clinkenbeard. She's a voice acting star with over 300 anime dubs to her name, and it's not even something I noticed until I read it online, but it's still a bit weird that 2 of the 3 main characters of the game are voiced by the same person, especially with how similar Tannis and Lilith end up by the end of the game. I think Tannis is a much bigger problem with the plot of Borderlands 3 than Ava, but I suppose she escaped the ire of the fanbase by virtue of being a returning character. She's the ship's medic, and chief scientist, and a Viridian expert, and it's also revealed that she's a siren. She hasn't always been a siren, it's more complicated than that, but she's a siren now, making her even more important to the ongoing plot than she already was. It's too much narrative weight to put on a character whose previous contribution was being in an abusive relationship with her voice recorder. She cannot take the weight. She's a female Dr. Farnsworth, not a leading lady, and the game's attempt to turn her into one just falls flat. This is, of course, my personal bias. I already confessed earlier to not liking Tannis, and it's mainly just because I don't think she's very funny. The main joke of her character is to talk about how brilliant she is and how much she loathes all the simpletons like you, and I just don't find that very funny or endearing. Especially when the games keep treating her like a super genius who's smarter than everyone else, even when she's making the most obvious observations ever. There's plenty of other characters in the game who should be getting that spotlight instead. Moxxi, for example, has almost nothing to do in the base game, only getting a single side quest to go kill a sex weirdo in, admittedly, one of the coolest locations in the game. But the big one is the B team. It's not that the game does a bad job, it's that the game doesn't even try to justify why Brick, Mordecai, and Tina have no involvement in the main story. If you were playing this game blind with no previous info, you would have no idea that the 3 of them are some of the most important characters in the series. It was set up in the fight for Sanctuary that the 3 of them were going to go off on their own adventures for a while, but the fact that 3 founding members of the Crimson Raiders don't come back to help when the fate of the universe is at stake is utterly bonkers. Not even getting into the 4 player characters from Borderlands 2 who don't show up for any of this, or Athena and the Tales sisters. The B team get a series of side quests later on, and they're annoyingly good, because these are characters who provably can hold dramatic weight. Tina, all grown up, is an interesting concept because now she has the skill to back up her manic attitude. She gets to be a part of the team and not just a tag-along. There's a whole quest with Mordecai where the 2 of you attend a dead girl's birthday party, and it's not a joke, it's just soul-crushingly sad and real as you play along with her father's little contest to try and save the guy from a full-on mental breakdown. But it works because Mordecai is a character who can pull off that sort of stuff, which is why it's really annoying that he's being used for pointless side quests and not the main plot of the game. The B team never even talks to Lilith, which makes Mordecai giving her shit in Fight for Sanctuary especially assholish if he wasn't even going to stick around when she's in charge. When you see the final shot of the 3 main characters, which doesn't include you, obviously, it just feels like such an arbitrary collection of people. The only thing that connects them is being sirens, but that's a whole different can of worms. Tannis also contributes to the dumbest scene in the entire game, although it's not got anything to do with her personally. Just after entering the vault on Eden 6 and defeating the Guardian, the Calypsos kidnap Tannis. Troy phase locks her using the powers he stole from Maya, and then Tyreen teleports her away using Lilith's powers. They do this from an entirely different planet, which kind of breaks the tension of the entire game if you think about it for a minute. Because if they can just do that at any time to anyone, why is there even a conflict? Why don't they just teleport you into a sun? The Calypso twins are not terrible villains. They're no handsome Jack, but they're not the worst the series has given us either. The parasitic twin concept is interesting, and for their personality the game decides to make them a parody of online influencer culture, which makes them very annoying. But annoying isn't necessarily a bad quality in villains. It's as good a reason as any to get you wanting to kill someone. Having 2 villains instead of 1 means that the game can do some interesting character stuff between the villains. In the beginning, Tyreen is clearly the boss, and Troy even needs to be around her in order to live. But once he absorbs Maya's power, he finds a new level of independence from under her shadow, and the 2 start to struggle for power. It's an interesting dynamic. What doesn't work about the Calypsos is that while they're supposed to be annoying on a personal level, they also end up being annoying on a meta level. The Calypsos are too powerful to be dramatically interesting. It's really irritating that they steal the powers of Maya and Lilith and then can immediately use them so much better than they could. So much better than I could when I was playing those characters. For seemingly no reason other than that Tyreen is just super duper uber good and strong. They also end up contributing to some of the game's biggest mistakes and continuity errors. After Tyreen takes Lilith's powers, she uses them to teleport her followers into combat. But because this is just a standard spawn animation for the COV, it happens even when Tyreen has nothing to do with that particular mission, and even after she's dead in the post-game. There's also a moment, the only cutscene in the game that acknowledges you as the player, where Troy has phase-locked you but is distracted by Wainwright before he can kill you. This scene presents a major issue if you're playing as Amara, because all he has to do is touch you to kill you and steal your powers. There's no reason why he wouldn't, it's just something the game expects you to ignore. Amara is only a siren mechanically, not narratively, despite how much of the game revolves around sirens. The Children of the Vault make a lot of sense as a faction. The Calypsos are doing an evil version of what you were doing in Borderlands 2, appealing to the dregs and outcasts at the bottom of this awful corporate society by giving them an outlet for their violent anger, and a cause that justifies their behaviour. It's annoying that the game focuses so much on the influencer angle when the religion angle is so much more interesting. The Calypsos present themselves as living gods, messiah figures, and it's a pretty easy sell considering they have magic superpowers. Lilith did the same thing accidentally in Borderlands 2. The COV could serve as a very interesting satire of religious institutions and cults, in the same way that the games critique corporate institutions. Instead, by focusing so much on the influencer stuff, the satire ends up being, isn't Mr. Beast sort of like a cult leader? Really makes you think. Which is such a shallow observation to make that it feels a bit condescending. The bigger issue is how this pivoting from corporations as the villain to bandits as the villain reframes your place in the narrative from a radical to an agent of the status quo. In the previous 4 games, bandits are an issue, but the true villain is always understood to be the corporations, be it Atlas or Hyperion. In Borderlands 3, you befriend the CEOs of 2 of these massive corporations, which the game goes out of its way to paint as good, actually, and not sinister at all, while fighting a bunch of smelly mutated murderous weirdos. The series already ran into and then swerved away from this problem with Mr. Torgue, but Borderlands 3 commits to it so much worse because Rhys and Wainwright are shown to be 2 of the most noble and genuinely good characters in the game, despite being the figureheads of 2 of the biggest and previously most sinister corporations in the series. It's theoretically nice to get all this lore and backstory on the origins of the Jacobs Corporation, but I was a little distracted from all the Jacobs is a family company, Jacobs looks after its own, because I was thinking about the customer support rep all the way back in Zombie Island who couldn't get a shuttle down to you because of corporate bureaucracy. I suppose that DLC has always been of questionable continuity, but even without that, the length that the game goes to exonerate Wainwright and the Jacobs Corporation is really annoying because it goes against the very core of the satire the franchise is built on. At least Rhys has a game's worth of credentials to back up his reformist attitude, even if he did go on to become a weapons manufacturer, which the game glosses over the implications of rather spectacularly. The counter to this is that the Calypsos, though specifically Tyreen, are just psychopathic egotists. She wants to destroy the entire universe so that she can be the only star left in the galaxy. That's obviously worse than capitalist exploitation, so I suppose the status quo is preferable. But it's just not a very interesting villainous goal. The Calypsos have no underpinning ideology. Their plan, specifically, is to open the Great Vault and absorb the monster inside's power to destroy the universe. That monster is the Destroyer from Borderlands 1, and the Great Vault is Pandora, with Elpis serving as the key. This culminates in a dramatic charge against the Calypso's cathedral to kill Troy and stop him from phase-locking the moon towards Pandora. Once you beat him, you once again blink out of reality so that the 3 actual main characters can stand around and do some exposition. Maya's powers transfer to Ava, who was apparently always supposed to inherit them, before Tyreen wakes up and crushes the gang with some rocks. The game pretends it's going to end here with a fake to be continued screen, and it's one of the most bizarre moments in the game. As a joke, it doesn't land because this is supposed to be a very serious and tense moment. As a dramatic beat, it doesn't work because I understand narrative structure. The game isn't going to end before I get to kill Tyreen. Its inclusion baffles me to no end, and it really gives the impression that nobody writing the story had a bloody clue as to what they were doing. I don't think that's true, but in moments like this, it really feels like it's true. This is actually where the game pivots into the real final chapter, meeting up with Typhon de Leon on the Iridian homeworld of Necrotafeo. And you might be wondering, who the fuck is Typhon de Leon? Typhon de Leon is a swing and a miss in absolutely every way. He's supposed to be a hilarious character, but he isn't. He's supposed to be a dramatically interesting character, but he isn't. He's supposed to be the game's biggest twist reveal, but he isn't. Everything the game is trying to do with Typhon just falls flat on its face. Typhon de Leon is the legendary first Vault Hunter, the guy who found the first vault on Promethea, decades before the events of the first game. Borderlands 3 seems to be under the impression that being the first Vault Hunter makes him inherently interesting, but it's massively overestimating the excitement of the lore revelation that the first vault was found by some guy. Until Borderlands 3, it's not a question I was asking. The story had always been, Atlas found a vault on Promethea, and that's all the story ever needed. One of the most common collectibles out in the open world are Typhon's logs, where he details his life story in explicit detail. The joke is that you assume he would be this dashing, handsome Indiana Jones type adventurer, but really he's just a little weirdo. A joke that doesn't land because this is the first time he's been introduced. I had no prior expectations of what he should be like. He's also just not that funny. There's a running gag throughout the logs of his trusty Verkuvian backham, a piece of ham that is apparently one of the strongest materials in the universe, his primary weapon and means of defense. It's silly, but it's not funny or clever, it's just a thing that the game keeps bringing up over and over again, along with the fact that he grew up as a turd farmer, both hilarious running bits. The reveal that Typhon is still alive and is the father of the Calypsos could only possibly mean anything to you if you've been diligently collecting every single one of his audio logs. But if you have, then the reveal is extremely obvious. It doesn't work as a dramatic beat either way. Likewise, the reveal that he's a little Danny DeVito type is supposed to be a funny gag, since as you walk up to him you see a dramatic silhouette in the shadows. But it's not a reveal because his logs give the extremely clear visual image of a Danny DeVito type, so it's not a successful gag. He looks exactly like I thought he was going to look. But most annoying of all is that he doesn't have his Verkuvian backham. He has some garlic and some peppers and shit, but his trusty backham is nowhere to be seen. Where's the ham, Typhon? Where's the goddamn ham? Borderlands 3 is obsessed with lore, but in a really grating way, which Typhon so handily demonstrates. It assumes that lore is inherently interesting, without putting in the work to actually make it interesting. The game provides more context and backstory for the Iridians than ever before, but nothing that it explains about the Iridians is interesting or compelling. The Iridians have had a major redesign, and I don't like it. The architecture is much more normal, and the Guardians are much more generic, especially compared to the excellently weird, dull-faced creatures of the previous games. But that redesign also comes with revelations that make the Iridians less interesting as a whole. Late in the game, you get a device that can translate Iridian writing, another collectible that can be found out in the open world. These writings simultaneously provide a huge amount of lore and exposition while also not really telling you anything that you couldn't already piece together yourself. The game has no system for sorting these logs in your inventory, which is extremely annoying because they tell a linear story, but it's impossible to find them in the correct order and your inventory just sorts them in the order you find them. These logs were written by an ancient siren called Nereid, who had the same leeching powers as Tyreen. Even she doesn't know the origins of the siren, so that's still left open-ended, but she does explain all of the convoluted rules that mean that Tannis and Ava get to become sirens. Apparently, a siren can choose to give their powers to someone else by thinking about them really hard as they die, which means Angel decided to give her powers to Tannis, of all people. Opening a mystery box is always dangerous because the answers will never be as interesting as people's speculations. Borderlands 3 massively over-explains how sirens work in a way that makes them much less interesting. It becomes this weird pass the magic torch situation instead of the much cleaner answer that, hey, some people are just born this way. It also creates problems in the story, because when you first meet Maya, she tells you that she took Ava in as an apprentice because she knows she's going to be a siren someday. But it turns out that she knows she's a siren because she's planning to give her powers when she dies, which if that's the case is a very weird way to phrase that. It all feels like lore added as backfill to the twist that Tannis is a siren, a twist that just isn't that compelling. I don't do the suggested fixes thing anymore, but the solution here is so obvious that it drives me insane. Just make Ava the inheritor of Angel's powers. Then all the stuff that Tannis does in the plot, Ava can do instead. And Maya takes her in as an apprentice because she actually is a siren, not just because she'll maybe be one someday. Instead, all of these revelations massively overcomplicate the lore and world building for no narrative payoff. It's very frustrating. Nereid explains where the Iridians went. She killed all of them and used their essence to bind the Destroyer inside Pandora. An answer that's too tidy and too final to be very compelling. Little did they know they just needed a robot and their pets to shoot at it a bunch. I like the lore that the game adds to the Destroyer, revealing that the vault in the first game was a feeding slot, not the actual prison. It rebuilds the Destroyer up to be this ancient all-consuming evil, an idea I find pretty neat. I also like how, even if it was unintentional, it builds on the things set up with Zarpedon in the prequel. That game already showed the moon to be hollow and artificial, but maybe Zarpedon wasn't trying to stop Jack. Maybe she knew all this about the Destroyer and was trying to destroy Elpis so that no one could ever open the Great Vault, retroactively justifying her actions even more. But it's all built up to one of the most anticlimactic boss fights in franchise history, even more underwhelming than the first time you fight the Destroyer. Tyrene absorbs the Destroyer and becomes a big, but not that big, Cthulhu monster that shoots lasers at you. This is the primeval hunger that the Iridians sacrificed their entire race to stop. She's not even the biggest monster in the game. When she's dead, the three main characters once again emerge as you blink out of existence so that the rest of the scene can play out as if Lilith just defeated the final boss, which is like a personal insult for all my hard work of easily killing her by shooting her massive glowy weak spots. Then Lilith, with her powers returned, tells Ava that she's now in charge of Sanctuary and flies off to teleport Elpis away so that it doesn't destroy Pandora. It's a moment that rubs almost everyone the wrong way, because in no way has Ava earned this. That's not to say she couldn't, but it's a climactic emotional conclusion to an arc that the characters were never on. Ava was Maya's apprentice, not Lilith's. Does Lilith even know this girl that well? And how does she envision that's going to work? Is Marcus going to be sitting there taking orders from a teenage girl? There's like 6 different people that should probably be on that hierarchy before we get to Ava, including the player character, as if you exist. But the game has decided that Ava is just that important, despite never making her important. The song over the credits is Girl on Fire by Alicia Keys. I remember the moment well, because that song was the soundtrack to my first ever critique. As before the credits had even finished rolling, I had pulled up a text document and started vomiting up words to try and piece together what the hell I just played. It's a very funny choice. It's far too mainstream of a song for a Borderlands game, but it's so comically on the nose as to what literally just happened. Yes, Alicia Keys, that girl was indeed on fire. Well done. It ends the game on the note of cementing your place as irrelevant to the narrative. The song is about Lilith. This was all her accomplishment. You weren't even there. It is genuinely infuriating how the game continually undermines your own involvement with the game you're playing. Viewed as a whole, Borderlands 3 is like a really fun jigsaw, but someone has put all the pieces in the wrong place. Awkwardly shoved pieces that don't belong together next to each other, breaking and warping them. I can easily envision a good version of Borderlands 3. The gameplay is excellent, the level design is thoughtful and beautiful, the music is nothing but bangers. And the story does have some good moments, it's not all bad. The elements are all there, but the game keeps making the wrong choices. Somehow, despite all of the ways it builds from Borderlands 2, new planets, a bigger story with many more characters, it feels like a dramatic step down. By the end of the story, nothing has changed. The status quo has been returned, minus 1 or 2 sirens. But part of my disappointment and my anger was my own fault. I built up a Borderlands 3 in my head that was so epic, so climactic, so funny, so emotionally in-depth that anything would have been a disappointment, regardless of how good or bad it may have been. I still think the story of Borderlands 3 is bad, but it's not the worst thing ever. It did not hold me hostage with a gun to my head and force me to play after all. I just wanted more. And sometimes, you do actually get what you want. It's so much easier to appreciate Borderlands 3 now than it was at launch, because just like the first 2 games, Borderlands 3 is so much more than just the main campaign. 2 years worth of post-release content nearly doubled the size of the game. And the best part is that almost all of that content is a significant improvement over the base game, including some of the best DLC expansions in the entire series. If you were wondering, this is why I'm making this video before the launch of Borderlands 4. Whatever Borderlands 4 is at launch will not be what Borderlands 4 is in another couple of years, and I'd prefer to leave this project as a closed book before opening the next one. DLC is where the game's planet-hopping format becomes its biggest strength, because the galaxy is an infinite place full of wonderful and weird new worlds to find. There's also a big pile of cosmetics and seasonal events and all that other live service stuff, but being free from the bounds of Pandora unleashes a galaxy of opportunity. 2 of the most significant free additions the game got are called Takedowns. Takedown at the Maliwan Black Site and Takedown at the Guardian Breach. These serve a similar role to Digistruct Peak in Borderlands 2, raid modes for high-level players. This would be the part where I say that these aren't made for me, but I accidentally created an extremely overpowered crit build for Flax, so I actually was able to make it through these. The Black Site is pretty boring, although it does have a killer soundtrack. But the Guardian Breach is one of the coolest locations in the entire game. A planet that was burst from the inside when an Iridian temple phased right into the middle of it. Unfortunately, there's not really any more plot tied to it than that. Mostly it consists of Tannis going, "Look at that, eh? Pretty weird, isn't it?" Narrative and visual art are what I'm really here for, so while I can pop the heads off 6,000 Guardians in a row, I don't particularly enjoy that without a good motivation to do so. As I always say, satisfying murder requires satisfying motivation. Still, exploring the shattered remains of a broken planet is an experience unique to Borderlands 3, not something even remotely within the scope of any other game in the series. And it's in those uncharted waters where Borderlands 3 can truly shine. How about, for example, a luxury casino perched between two black holes?
Money. Some people say it's the root of all evil.
I just wanna let everybody hear me say, I don't wanna be no puppet on the string.
Those people are freaking idiots. Money rules, we all know it.
Moxxi's Heist of the Handsome Jackpot is my favourite of all Borderlands 3's DLCs and one of my all-time favourites in the franchise. It doesn't sound like a particularly exciting premise. Really? We're doing Handsome Jack again? But the DLC is so very clever with its incorporation of Jack that I'm more than willing to allow it. Plus, it's as if someone made the DLC just for me to apologise for all the ways the base game disappointed me. It centres Moxxi, a character who I love but that the base game totally wasted, and even better, it brings back Timothy Lawrence, Jack's body double from the prequel. A casino heist is such a classic setup that it's quite surprising that it took this long for Borderlands to go there. But the DLC is more than just a genre mashup. It might not seem like the most inspired location ever, but the Handsome Jackpot commits to the casino just as hard as Assault on Dragon Keep committed to fantasy. There's new enemy factions, new chests you open with blackjack rules, and every part of the station is dressed to the nines for a neon gambling utopia. The basic idea is that Jack made this casino sometime between the prequel and Borderlands 2, based on concepts originally penned by Moxxi during the brief time they were dating. When Jack died at the end of Borderlands 2, the casino automatically went into lockdown, trapping everyone inside and tractor beeping anyone who tries to leave. That was 7 years ago, and as such, everyone inside the casino has gone more than a little stir-crazy in their glamorous shining prison. It's an intriguing setup, but as you progress through the DLC, it gets even better. Moxxi sends you in to break the lockdown so she can claim the station for herself, but along the way you need to assemble a team who can help you get past the many layers of security, which makes up the bulk of the DLC. The Handsome Jackpot is one of the most well thought out and developed locations in the game, both in how the station was initially conceived and in the culture that's emerged in the 7 years since the lockdown. Because one of the most important things that the DLC brings back is satire of capitalism. The idea is that people would come to the station to gamble. They would lose all their money and go into debt, meaning their ship would be impounded and they couldn't leave. Their only option was to keep playing and getting further and further into debt until eventually they had no choice but to become Handsome Jack's slaves, indebted to him for life and forced to do whatever he wanted them to do. The game explains all of this to you passively and in the background as you go through the current day plot of the heist mission, but by the end you get a clear picture of how the casino was supposed to work. It walks you through the casino, the various districts, the impound lot, and the extensive trash compactor where a small faction of survivors are trying to build a peaceful commune, while the gangs above fight for control. The Handsome Jackpot just feels so complete in its world building. There's also a secret robot army factory because Jack does what Jack does, but the main idea is that the casino was a prison long before the lockdown began. It's a shining palace of greed and exploitation, built on the back of gambling's fundamental addictive qualities. This really isn't that different to how a regular casino works. The Jackpot just takes the core concept of a casino to the most extreme it's possible to go, a world with no regulations and no morality. The DLC knows better than to bring back Jack again. We've already seen his life, death and afterlife, so the DLC is not about Handsome Jack, it's about his legacy. The people he hurt and the scars they still carry around. He's all over the DLC, in statues and recorded messages, but these are just ghosts, constant reminders to all the people stuck on the station of who hurt them, none more so than the man who shares his face. Timothy Lawrence is not a character I ever expected to see again because he's just a little too obscure to be worth bringing back. But I'm so glad they did it anyway, because the drama and humour of being a sweet guy stuck in the body of a sociopath is so compelling. And the DLC continues his story from the prequel to a really satisfying conclusion. He's been trapped on the station since before the lockdown. If he ever tries to leave, the bomb in his face will go off. Meanwhile, he's been stuck on a station with a whole bunch of people who hate Handsome Jack. There used to be a lot more doppelgangers running about. In fact, a little detail I like is that Timothy, despite being the first doppelganger, is number 21C, which I assume is a deliberate insult from Jack for all that complaining he did back in the prequel. Timmy's the last one now because all the others were hunted down and killed. He only survived by avoiding everyone and hiding. Every day for 7 years, he's been forced to reckon with what he was a part of. He hates Handsome Jack, he's disgusted by him, but he also can't ever escape his legacy. The scars he left are permanent. This is also the case for the villain of the DLC, Pretty Boy. Borderlands 3 pivots from the mutant explanation of the earlier games to a kind of acceptance that people with dwarfism and gigantism are just a more common thing in the Borderlands universe. Pretty Boy is one such person, and Handsome Jack thought that was hilarious, so he kept him around in the casino's main tower as his personal court jester. When the lockdown happened, Pretty Boy ended up locked in the control tower, and once he figured out how to get the lights back on and the security systems reactivated, he became the new de facto leader of the casino. Locked in the tower, but in control of everything else. However, where Timothy rejects Jack, Pretty Boy sees that glimmering throne of gold and blood and decides it's his turn to be king. He doesn't reject Jack, he takes his chance to become the new Jack, perpetuating all the violence and cruelty when he's in a better position than anyone to do something to change it. He even keeps the mocking name Jack gave him, like walking around calling yourself Punching Bag. I think this, in its own way, is just as emotionally in-depth as Dragon Keep's grief plot. It's about the cycles of abuse, how victims often end up perpetuating the exact same crimes in a warped attempt to reassert their own sense of power. Pretty Boy doesn't resent Jack, he idolises him. There was a man who took what he wanted, stood above everyone else, and nobody would ever dare do a thing about it. Power above all else. Power is the only thing that matters. Power is the only thing that can bring you happiness and peace. What Timothy learns, and Pretty Boy never does, is that he's still his own man who can make his own choices. He doesn't need to be defined by Jack and the scars he left behind. He's not Jack, he's not Doppelganger 21C, he's Timothy. So, he literally cuts off the one bit of power Jack gave him, his robotic winning hand, to save the day. The DLC ends on an extremely cheesy note. It was established earlier that once upon a time Moxxi agreed to a date with Jack, sometime after the events of the prequel, but Jack sent Timothy along instead. Timothy asks why she would ever agree to that, and Moxxi says she wouldn't have done it if it was actually Jack, but Timothy never fooled her for a second. It takes him a second to get it, but he realises that that's a good thing. It's cheesy, it's saccharine, but it's also a more effective character arc than anything that the base game tried, so I can forgive its little sappy love story. And beyond all that, the DLC is just a whole lot of fun. The crew of the Heist are all entertaining in their own fun ways, especially Ember, the French pyromaniac dancer who doubles as your explosive expert. And Damien Clark is still absolutely killing it as both Jack and Timothy. It's got everything that's great about Borderlands 3. Incredible art direction and music, fluid combat, dynamic level design, but this time combined with a genuinely good story. It doesn't do anything to make me like the base game, but it does do its work to redeem Borderlands 3 as a whole. And it's just getting started.
Warmest greetings, Vault Hunter. As you know, I, Sir Hammerlock, am an adventurer, and they say that the ultimate adventure is love, and adventures are best enjoyed together, which is to say...
What Alistair's trying to spit out is that we're getting married, and we want you at our wedding party.
Handsome Jackpot is my favourite of the bunch, but incredibly, Guns, Love and Tentacles, the marriage of Wainwright and Hammerlock, is also one of the best DLC expansions in the series. Just as in-depth, just as impressive, just as entertaining, and just as committed to its core premise. Guns, Love and Tentacles is a gay wedding story by way of the works of H.P. Lovecraft. Being the exotic explorer that he is, Hammerlock would not settle for anything less than a cosy lodge nestled on the corpse of a gigantic dead monster on the icy forgotten planet of Xylurgos. It's an incredible visual, and that's only where the DLC starts. One of the things that makes Gearbox so annoying to talk about is that for all the shit they do, the union busting, the restaurant porn, the plagiarism, they're also consistently one of the most progressive and most inclusive companies when it comes to representation. Basing an entire DLC around a gay interracial wedding is just not the sort of thing you see from many video game companies, even the ones that are more openly progressive. Even 5 years later, I'd still struggle to name more than a handful of gay weddings in video games, and most of them would be in niche indie games. But that's just how Borderlands does. The games are well known for their representation that's often light years ahead of the curve. I've already talked about Athena and Spring's relationship, or Maya's asexuality, or Axton, the seemingly generic soldier dude, being bisexual. This DLC is not even that noteworthy comparatively, it's just a completely natural progression of everything the series has been doing since Borderlands 2. We've come a hell of a long way from Mr. Shank. Another wild social positive that Borderlands 3 did was a community science program disguised as a minigame in Tannis' lab. When it was first announced, I just kind of assumed it was bullshit, but a few years later, and apparently this little minigame was extremely helpful to scientists around the world in ways that I'm not smart enough to understand. What takes Guns, Love and Tentacles beyond even that level, though, is how important it is to the tone and theme of the DLC that Hammerlock and Wainwright are a gay couple. Because while it borrows the tone and aesthetics of Lovecraft, it also serves as a refutation of many of the man's beliefs. H.P. Lovecraft was not a man with a lot of love in his heart, at least not a lot of love for anyone outside of his incredibly narrow window of normal, meaning white, straight, well-bred men. Based on everything we know about the man, he would have been horrified that his work was used to inspire a gay interracial love story. He had a habit in his writing of painting anyone outside of his narrow view of normal as an evil, old god-worshipping less-than-human monster. The reason that his work has remained so important and beloved despite that is that his core themes and ideas are so compelling. To horror fans anyway. I'm a big scaredy cat who can't do horror, which luckily this DLC isn't. His main theme was the fear of the unknown. Ancient gods from beyond human understanding, that something is scarier when it's not described than when it is, because your imagination does the heavy lifting. Unintentionally to the man himself, these are themes that resonate deeply with various different aspects of queer identity. H-Bomber Guy has a great video exploring that idea in a lot more detail than I could ever, but there is a resonance in being an outsider, in the feeling that who you are is different, unknowable, and feared in ways you don't understand. Guns, Love and Tentacles is not an adaptation of any Lovecraft story in particular, it's an adaptation of these themes. While investigating the wedding venue, you and Wainwright stumble upon an ancient sacrificial ritual / dark wedding between Eleanor and Vincent Olmsted. You stop the ritual and kill Vincent, but then Wainwright picks up a cursed ring and starts to be taken over by Vincent, consumed as his new host. Vincent is a parasitic and unnatural being who is forcing Wainwright into a heterosexual relationship. That's not the explicit text of the DLC, but it is the subtext. Forced heterosexuality as a cosmic horror from beyond the stars. Eleanor continually taunts and provokes the couple throughout the DLC, questioning their love and claiming that it's not true love. Not like she has with Vincent. She's not literally a homophobe because her prodding doesn't have anything to do with their gender, but subtextually it does. Eleanor and Vincent were once scientists who discovered the ancient corpse of Githian, the monster that dominates the skyline of Xylurgos. The corpse whispered to them in the back of their mind, promising them salvation, eternal life, and for Vincent in particular, a way to escape his terminal illness. So he became one with the still beating heart of Githian, where he can project himself into new unwilling hosts. Eleanor, fueled by her undying love for Vincent, started the cult and gave herself over to Githian for power and eternal life alongside her husband. Isn't love itself kind of a crazy, unknowable force? Something that inspires madness? Love turned Eleanor into a monster much more than the ancient god did. This is equally a part of the DLC. Love is scary, man. Hammerlock and Wainwright do have doubts about their marriage. Maybe they aren't right for each other. Maybe they're making a mistake. But that fear is not a sign of weakness, as Eleanor claims. It's a sign of a healthy relationship. Not one that's so wildly obsessive and selfish as the Olmsteds, sacrificing others to maintain their own parasitic love. The story still holds together perfectly fine if Wainwright and Hammerlock are not gay, but them being gay adds the subtext and gives the story some real oomph. Homosexuality is not what makes a relationship evil, sinful, gross, or whatever. What makes a relationship those things is the selfishness, the obsessiveness, and the belief that your relationship is better and more important than everyone else's. And those are the things that can manifest in any relationship. We're talking about ancient tentacle gods, but this is also the exact way that conservative Christians talk about their relationships as compared to anything else. The natural, pure love that queerness is a corruption of. That two gay men could never experience a love as true as they have. The DLC rejects and flips that framing, positioning the gay relationship as the normal and good one and the Puritan straight relationship as the corruptive and evil one. And that rings a lot more true for me. Forcing people into the closet, forcing them into conversion therapy, forcing them to marry someone and making them act like they want it. That is the true abomination, and that is a common story throughout a lot of gay history, and in a lot of places, even to this day. It's a lot heavier than Borderlands is usually willing to go, even if it's all subtext, but it gives the DLC some serious heft. It's also only one part of this DLC that makes it so great. From a production perspective, Guns, Love and Tentacles is easily the best of the four. The new enemy faction, the Bound Cull, is one of the coolest enemy factions in the series, covered in tentacles and fighting you with ancient unknowable magic. The side characters help round out the tone, making sure that it never goes too heavy, like Claptrap chiming in on his own Lovecraftian quest, or the wedding planner, Gage, keeping the tone of the main quest lighter with her love of morgues. My favourite side character, though, is Burton Briggs. Everyone in the town of Cursehaven, the town that the Olmsteads built atop the corpse of Githian to attract new sacrifices to the planet, is cursed. There's a great sequence when you first arrive where you can talk to all of them, all with strange curses and quirks, like having to vomit every time they talk, or falling forever, or thinking that the floor is genuinely made of lava. Burton Briggs is the town detective, and his curse is that he can't remember anything. In his one main quest, this is entirely played for comedy, like how he's not sure if he goes by Burton or Bert, and he always follows his hunches, probably, he assumes. But after he's done in the main plot, he gets his own long side quest chain, which flips the tone from comedy to serious drama. Burton Briggs looks like the protagonist of a traditional Lovecraft game, and his personal story arc lets him be one, tracking down a cold case that he's forgotten all the details of. There's almost no jokes in this entire questline. It's a serious mystery with a serious revelation. He's tracking down a missing little girl, and as it unfolds, you learn that that missing girl was his daughter, Iris, and he killed her, not knowing that she had been used as a host for Vincent. He forgot it all, as much a coping method as it was a curse. But now that he remembers, you can free Iris from the strange world between worlds that she's been stuck in, and finally let her pass on. It's an absolutely gut-wrenching scene. The Olmsteads corrupted this relationship, this love, just as much as they're doing to Wainwright and Hammerlock. Only Burton never gets his happy ending, but remembering the love he had is still better than not knowing it existed at all. The first time I played, I had some problems with the more obviously magical and mystical elements of the DLC, the stuff that feels more home in Wonderlands than Borderlands. But I've changed my mind. We're off the edge of the map, the edge of reality, and here there be monsters. Who's to say that sirens and Iridians are the only ancient unknowable entities in the universe? There was an implication that Githian might have been a vault monster, but I prefer the idea that it isn't, that, like the Destroyer, the galaxy is full of these ancient primordial entities that warp the very fabric of reality. Guns, Love and Tentacles is incredibly dense and incredibly well made, pushing the limits of what's creatively possible within a DLC expansion. I may prefer the lighter tone of Handsome Jackpot a little more, but Guns, Love and Tentacles is maybe the peak of Borderlands 3 overall, and somehow we still have 2 more to go.
I suppose you think you've heard every story in the stars by now. Stories of war, lawlessness, death. After all, can't kick over a rock in this galaxy without finding some blood underneath.
The third DLC expansion, Bounty of Blood, is by far the strangest. It's a highly experimental and broadly heretical DLC that takes everything that the franchise had established and abandons it to do something new. Starting with its name. Since the zombie island of Dr. Ned, almost every DLC in the series has followed the same naming convention of centering on a character. Bounty of Blood is just Bounty of Blood. There is no character in the title because there's no returning characters in the whole DLC, except for the player characters. That's just the first of many conventions the DLC breaks. Like all the rest, Bounty of Blood picks a genre and sticks to it. Western. Only this time it sticks to it so hard that it starts to change the parts that come from Borderlands as well. Borderlands has always been Western themed, so to differentiate itself, Bounty of Blood changes the tone. It's not comedy. There's not zero jokes in it. Some of the side quests are more comedic, but the main story plays everything completely straight. The entire DLC is also narrated by a gruff-sounding cowboy relaying the story to someone around a campfire sometime in the future. This also isn't a joke like it might be if the thing was narrated by Marcus. It's used as a genuine storytelling device 95% of the time. The music is all atmospheric and contextual. The DLC even uses a different art style for its load screens and character introductions, which have been consistent through all of the content since Borderlands 1. I absolutely love all of this. Conventions are not rules, and a DLC expansion is the perfect place to get highly experimental with the foundations of the series. Can you change everything and still have it feel like Borderlands? The answer is yes. The setup is simple. The Vault Hunter takes a bounty job on a planet called Gehenna to take down a violent gang called the Devil Riders. You make it to town just as the Devil Riders attack the town to steal a big obsidian orb from the centre of town and kill the sheriff that hired you. So you have to work with his replacement, a former Devil Rider named Juno, to track them down and stop whatever they're planning. The art direction is absolutely stellar. To differentiate Gehenna from Pandora, Bounty of Blood combines the Western aesthetic with feudal Japan to create this wonderful mishmash of culture and aesthetic. A Western town with torii gates. The old Westerns already borrowed a lot from the even older samurai films, so combining the two feels weirdly natural. The one issue with the culture mashup is the way it makes some of the characters talk. I get what they were going for, but they sound like massive dweebs, and it seriously clashes with the series' tone they're trying to go for.
Hold your fire, you baka bastards! That ain't a Devil Rider. Hey there, Tomodachi. I'm Titus, Sheriff's deputy. Come here for a sec. Let's have a chat.
There's such a great use of colour. Red deserts, blue trees, white mountains. Despite seeming similar to Pandora, Gehenna looks nothing like it. It's in its own entirely different visual range. Almost painterly. It's maybe not as impressive as Guns, Love and Tentacles, but it's by far the most scenic of all the DLCs, which is itself a big part of the Western genre. Gehenna was a company world, literally. The company used to mine the planet for a rare resource called core, which they used extensively for weapon testing and other immoral experimentations. It's much the same as Pandora, particularly Hyperion's experiments with Iridium in Borderlands 2. But the repetition of these concepts doesn't feel tedious, it feels like a refocusing of the series, back to that Western ghost town aesthetic that makes the first game what it is. But what company exactly? This is Borderlands after all. Well, it's obvious. So obvious that it actually loops back around to being a twist again in a way I found genuinely surprising. The Jacobs Corporation. Of course, this is a cowboy planet. It's a twist because of how much Borderlands 3 had done to exonerate Jacobs. We just officiated the CEO's gay wedding. This reveal re-centers the darkness of the setting. Jacob's legacy is fire and blood, just like all the rest. They ruined this planet in exactly the same way that Dahl ruined Pandora. They're no better. Wainwright's Happily Ever After is built on the back of Gehenna blood. Taking the happy ending of the previous DLC and tainting it like this is extremely bold. But that's what makes it work so well. That's what makes it a twist even when it's obvious. Core, the mystery material, is incorporated into all aspects of the DLC. There's a couple new mechanics like jump pads or exploding core veins that you can use to break down walls, as well as two-way teleporters you get access to towards the end of the DLC. Some of the Devil Riders tattoo themselves with this stuff to enhance their abilities, but the most important thing Core brings to the story is ruin.
Ooh, so close.
The sky was split open, a wound like Gehenna hadn't felt in generations. Ruin was here.
I know only the eternal light.
The DLC makes you lose before you can win in the most visually stunning way possible. Isn't the future of warfare, the future Jacobs was building, glorious and beautiful? I don't think it's a coincidence that this takes us back to the colour palette of the caustic caverns in Borderlands 2. This is all still satire, even if it's not parody and comedy like normal Borderlands. The friendly corporate voice ushering in the apocalypse. This is why the locals hate the company, why they don't even speak its name. Jacobs, the family company that looks out for its people by using their home as a nuclear testing ground. It undermines and kind of redeems all of the Jacobs fluff in the base game. That was the version of Jacobs that they want to project, that Wainwright would like to pretend is representative of who they are. This is the true, unfiltered Jacobs. Gehenna doesn't have the mutants and psychos of Pandora though, it has the Devil Riders. They're not insane or greedy, they're bitter, vengeful and hateful. Butcher Rose wants to unleash those old company secrets to bring ruin to it all. She has an absolutely incredible design, but Rose is annoyingly the one aspect of the DLC that I just can't quite figure out. She's a very one-note villain. She sets out to destroy the town with a giant monster, and then that's what she does. It's unclear what exactly her motivation is other than being a bad guy. It feels like it's building up to some kind of twist, but then you kill the big monster and the DLC ends, rather abruptly. The narrator tells us that they never found Rose's body, but that never comes up for the rest of Borderlands 3. Characters are the weakest part of the DLC overall. Juno has a great design and an interesting backstory, but her arc is pretty flat. She's already gotten her redemption before the start of the story, so she starts as a good guy and ends as a good guy. Bounty of Blood is just more interested in vibes and history than it is in characters. One more heretical act to the rest of the series. It's not my favourite of the DLCs. It's a little too short and a little too repetitive to hit that mark, but it feels incredibly fresh compared to everything else. Its heresies standing apart from every other part of the series so far in such an interesting way. And yet, it's still Borderlands. Its heresies only demonstrate how flexible the Borderlands formula really is.
What goes through the mind of a psycho? Usually something rusty and sharp. But what about their thoughts? Their memories? Their dreams?
The fourth and final major DLC pack is also the most disappointing. Psycho Krieg and the Fantastic Fustercluck is neither fantastic nor Fustercluck. It is thoroughly average and very understandable, which is really its biggest problem. Fantastic Fustercluck is about entering the mind of Krieg to find out what makes a psycho a psycho. A fairly interesting premise that the DLC fails to capitalise on in any interesting ways. The problems begin at the point of conception. We've done this before, it's exactly the same setup as Claptastic Voyage, and the comparison is not flattering. Everything that this DLC tries to do has already been done bigger and better in Claptastic Voyage. But the biggest of all is the choice of minds. Claptrap is the franchise mascot and as such one of the most well-developed characters in the series. There's a lot of stuff to use as a basis for Claptrap's memories and inner thoughts that Krieg does not have. In fact, there's a sizable portion of players who upon getting to this DLC might not even know who Krieg is. He was one of 6 potential player characters in Borderlands 2, a game where the main characters don't speak. He's always been a fan favourite because of the hints of story and personality we do get, but the average player probably knows next to nothing about him. Because, to be honest, there isn't even that much to pull from. This DLC is built atop table scraps. The best Krieg thing was his introductory trailer. It's a 4-minute short film that's actually pretty great all on its own. Krieg has 2 voices, the one he speaks with and the one on the inside. The normal sane one who desperately tries to get the other to not keep yelling about meat bicycles. The sinner voice is also apparently what stops him from just being a run-of-the-mill bad guy that you gun down by the thousands. Anthony Birch once described this dynamic pretty memorably. Think of Krieg as a runaway semi-truck that's barreling down a hill towards a small town. The driver desperately wants to stop the truck, but he knows enough about physics and momentum to know that he can't possibly halt the truck. He can only hope to steer around as many people as possible and mitigate whatever damage the truck causes. This is, no doubt, a very interesting premise for a character, but it also presents a problem for this DLC, because going into that guy's head takes away what makes that premise interesting. There is no town, and the truck isn't going anywhere. The DLC might have landed a lot better if Krieg had been a character in Borderlands 3 with stuff to do, but since this is essentially the introduction to him as a character outside of a trailer and ambient combat dialogue, it's a very ropey foundation. It's also significantly smaller than any of the previous DLC packs and much less ambitious. It's almost completely constructed of reused assets and enemies, and considering it's supposed to be the mind of a psychopath, weirdly formulaic. It's arranged more like an arena than a traditional world. There's 3 areas representing Krieg's memories that you progress through in a linear shooting gallery. Then when you're done that, there's a single side quest for each of these areas to take you back in. All other side quests in the DLC are more vignettes than quests, short dialogue sequences that are either surreal or funny or just confusing, but never more than about 2 minutes long. There is a reason for that. This DLC was produced entirely in 2020, aka the year we all got locked in our houses to avoid a pandemic. The DLC even ends with a special thank you to frontline healthcare workers. Only the tail end of Bounty of Blood's production was likely affected by the lockdown. Fusterclug feels heavily diminished from whatever it was supposed to be before COVID. It just doesn't feel very psychotic. It's a AAA dreamscape like every AAA dreamscape that I've seen in the last decade. Floating islands full of enemies from the base game just doesn't cut it. It's not even that dissimilar to the optional endgame areas in the base game. Or you can find the exact same environments in Far Cry 5's terrible zombie DLC, or Rage 2's terrible skeleton DLC, which came out just a few months before this one. Fusterclug is much better than either of those because Krieg is an interesting character, but the DLC doesn't do anything to expand on him or make him more interesting. And the 3 memories it chooses to explore are all disappointingly vague and arbitrary. The first one is just a random mission Krieg did to assault a COV fortress. Even sane Krieg wonders why they're visiting this one because there's seemingly nothing important about it. There's some warped evil versions of the Crimson Raiders, meaning Brick and Mordecai, who weren't Crimson Raiders in the base game, but whatever, and the suggestion that Krieg has fears about the way these people perceive him. Fears that are unfounded. Which is fine, but it's not very flashy, or exciting, or psychotic. There's very little darkness to the psycho half of Krieg at all. He's kind of just like a big dog. He speaks in garbled nonsense, but is otherwise not actually that psychotic, which starts to undermine the entire premise of the DLC, but we'll get to that in a bit. The second memory is by far the most annoying. That trailer from almost a decade ago established that Krieg had a crush on Maya, so now having a crush on Maya has become a core aspect of his character. Maya is dead, so she comes back as a memory ghost to tell Krieg how she'll always be with him and never to let her go. They're about one step away from having her running through the flowers in a white dress, smiling in slow motion at the camera. It's the most generic dead wife portrayal they could have gone with, which reduces Maya as a character even more post-mortem, as being more important for what she meant to this dude who, as far as we know, she wasn't even in a relationship with, than anything else she did in her life. Plus the way it ignores the Aero Ace coding the character previously had, which I guess isn't a retcon because this is just a figment of Krieg's imagination, but it's still really uncomfortable. She gets kidnapped and damseled by the train from the start of Borderlands 2, and you spend the entire mission dodging the attacks of an evil train. It doesn't represent anything interesting, it's just literally the train from the start of Borderlands 2, because that's a thing Krieg remembers. But the third memory is the most frustrating. It's the memory that starts to delve into Krieg's past and the experiments by Hyperion that turned him into what he is. Visually it's easily the best, with a massive Krieg strapped to a table in the sky and a bunch of trippy visuals and hallucinations that finally start to utilise the psychosis framing, but it's all hampered by the fact that the DLC isn't interested in revealing anything concrete and seems to retcon some of the stuff that was previously introduced. The experimentation being done by Hyperion was explored in the background in side quests of Borderlands 2, like with Tina and her parents. There's also another series of audio logs by a scientist named Dr. Samuels, who was being forced to oversee the experiments by Jack. It's also implied at the end of the Crawmerax DLC that she may have helped Krieg escape. Samuels in this DLC, though, is replaced by a much more generic mad scientist type called Dr. Benedict, who is the most in it for the love of the game evil scientist ever. They may as well have brought back Dr. Ned. He's apparently responsible for the creation of not just Krieg, but many of the psychos in Borderlands 2. But the DLC doesn't explain why Krieg is different from the rest other than saying he's special, which isn't an answer. The DLC also sidesteps weighing in on the popular Krieg is Tiny Tina's dad theory by just stoking the flames but not committing to anything. It doesn't even reveal who Krieg was before he became a psycho, which, if you were ever going to reveal that, this is the time. Since the memory doesn't reveal anything new about Krieg, or Hyperion, or Psychos as a whole, it just feels like a big waste of time. It wants to keep all of that stuff vague and mysterious, but the whole question of the DLC is, what makes a Psycho a Psycho? A question which the DLC, for some reason, doesn't actually want to answer. It is an interesting question. Why do so many people in the Borderlands universe put on a gas mask and start running around with a buzz axe yelling about meat bicycles and poop trains? Initially, it was just a visual gimmick, but the continued commitment to that visual does warrant some further investigation, and the answers the DLC provides are deeply unsatisfying. The final area, the area that you're going to all the other memories to reach, is Valhalla. Some kind of foreign influence on Krieg's mind lives there. The Psycho Reaver, a medieval-looking dude with a mask similar to the iconic Psycho mask. Is this thing in all of the Psychos? And if so, what is it? Some sort of ancient primordial god? The DLC doesn't explain shit, it just leaves it there and dusts off its hands like it's job done. It's supposed to be an emotional ending about coming to terms with yourself and all that. The two Kriegs reunite and realise they have to work together to build something new, which is fine. I don't know enough about split personality disorders to know if that's actually a healthy response or not. But what about the fucking Psycho Reaver, guys? Is no one gonna ask questions about that? It's the weirdest and most interesting thing the DLC introduces, and it's nothing more than a bullet spongy boss fight. None of this is terrible. Honestly, it's still a more consistent story than the base game despite this. But it's bland, which is very disappointing for a journey inside the head of a madman. It's just not that mad. It's the end of the major DLC packs too, which is a sour note to go out on. Although the actual final DLC content for the game might be a little more sour. The first 4 DLC expansions were sold in a Season Pass for typical Season Pass prices. When that was done, they announced Season Pass 2 for a second year of less impressive DLC expansions. Less impressive might be underselling it. For 40 whole Canadian dollars, Season Pass 2 granted some premium skins, a new game mode, a new skill tree for each character, a new side quest, an extremely boring raid boss, and a big dump of behind-the-scenes content. It was an underwhelming season to say the least, and a weird end note to the whole Borderlands 3 experience. The skins were all sold separately at $14 a pop. Jesus Christ, that's over half the price of a full expansion. But the rest of that content was split between the two very strangely named Designer's Cut and Director's Cut expansions, which each cost the same as one of the major DLC expansions. I'm making this so about money because this is one of those times where I find that price tag absolutely outrageous. The Designer's Cut is barely worth money at all, let alone the same price tag as Guns, Love and Tentacles. New skill trees for each of the characters is an interesting DLC, but that bundled with an honestly crappy new game mode doesn't come close to matching up to even Fantastic Fustercluck. I mean, first question, does anybody at Gearbox know what a cut is? A cut, in film parlance, is an edit of the movie, based on the olden days where you would literally cut film reels together. A famous example in recent history is Zack Snyder's Justice League. You have the original cut, which came out in 2017 and ran for 2 hours, and then you have the Snyder Cut, which came out in 2021 and ran for 4 hours, and was also framed in 4:3 aspect ratio. That's what a cut is. I'm not sure exactly what a designer's cut would be, but I would be curious to find out. I'm imagining a reworking of the game's core mechanics, mixing up and changing level layouts, reworking skill trees, basically a bunch of tweaks to the game that the designers wanted to do originally but couldn't for one reason or another. This is not that. This is a new game mode and some skill trees. It's hard for me to judge the designer's cut beyond the monetary. The director's cut is for me, theoretically, while the designer's cut is for the number crunchers. But even for them, I feel like the cut comes up lacking. I've only properly played with 2 of the skill trees, Mars and Flax. I found Flax to be particularly boring, especially compared to the skill trees they already have. It's entirely dedicated to buffing the pets, which is not a terrible focus, just not very exciting. And certainly not worth $20. The loader pet is neat, although I'm not sure how exactly it counts as a beast. Amara's tree is cryo-focused, and it's all built around a new action skill, which is a big damage orb that you punch around. It's very high concept and way too convoluted to be fun to use, and based on a quick glance through the other skill trees, I get similar vibes from them as well. Maybe they all have prime number crunching potential, I wouldn't know, but it's hard to add anything meaningful to skill trees that were already the most diverse and varied in the series. The other thing in the designer's cut is Arms Race, and Arms Race is the weirdest thing Gearbox have ever put out as DLC. It's like playing an experiment, a gameplay idea that I'm kind of shocked became more than an idea. The experiment is looking to answer a couple of questions. 1, can you make a single-player battle royale game? And 2, would Borderlands still be fun if you stripped it down to the bare bones? Well, the results are in, and the answer is no, on both counts. Here's how it works. You enter a big arena with none of your weapons or abilities and have to scavenge for what you can find across the arena as the border of the map shrinks and shrinks, forcing you into one final encounter, which you can hopefully win with the weapons you've been able to gather. You can then send any weapons you like back to Sanctuary for use in the actual game. And for whatever reason, it's a game show hosted by Axton and Salvador, finally making their big debut in Borderlands 3. If there's fun to be had in Arms Race, it's not at the very end of the game. The core idea of Arms Race, taking you back to the bottom of the power curve and having you scavenge your way back up, isn't an awful idea, but stripping away all your abilities really is. Without the abilities and skills, Borderlands is just a shooter with a lot of different guns. It's fine, but the mayhem, the chaotic dance of Borderlands 3's combat is totally gone. If I had done the mod at level 5 and not level 72, maybe I'd feel differently about it, but stripping away all of my abilities and modifiers at that point just feels painfully slow. This is coupled with what has to be one of the blandest maps in the entire game, a big snowy concrete industrial complex. The arena is way too big and every single corner of it looks exactly the same. The map border that shrinks, or the murder cane as they call it, is obviously ripped straight from a Battle Royale game, but it's a very bad fit for this sort of game mode. It forces you into a smaller area, but the enemy spawns are the same. There's still specific areas where they spawn, so fighting doesn't actually get more hectic as the map shrinks. It just limits you to the spawn areas around the middle, which means you always end up fighting in the same areas over and over again. Then to top it all off you have the hosts. I like Axton and Salvador, they're quite funny. But they're not funny enough to save this mod. Plus there's so few lines of dialogue for this mod that they were already starting to repeat by my third run. They add very little to the experience, like they were added as a token gesture just so it can be included on the fan wiki that they're technically in this game. It's just not a very fun mod, and the way that it strips all your abilities and your meticulous build of weapons and equipment can't be very satisfying to the number crunchers either. I just can't picture anyone playing the game mode for more than an hour before getting bored and never looking back. Not to mention the very funny fact that the two parts of the DLC, the new skill trees and the new game mode, can't even be played together at the same time. The director's cut is a little better, although still clearly not worth $20. The thing that's supposed to make it worth that money is, I guess, the behind the scenes section, which adds a big pile of concept art, previs animations and storyboards. I think I would enjoy it a lot more with commentary, but just as a Google Drive link, it's hard to get much out of it other than neat, I guess. The core of the DLC is a series of missions with Ava and her attempt to make a podcast out of a string of seemingly paranormal murders. This neatly doubles as a tour of all the old locations from the base game and their supporting characters for one last appearance before the franchise moves on. As that, I think it works pretty well. Returning to the old planets and seeing the old faces feels quite nostalgic even though I wasn't big on the base game. But the environments of these planets were never the problem. The area this DLC adds to Promethea, a dingy back alley with the neon towers illuminating the sky above, may be my favourite location on Promethea. A planet that was already my favourite. The vibes are just immaculate, like a sci-fi Wolf Among Us. It's also clearly supposed to be a bit of an Ava redemption tour, much like the Commander Lilith DLC. I'm not convinced it works. If you didn't like Ava before, I'm not sure why giving her a podcast would make the difference. Not that podcasts and people who have podcasts aren't very cool, but the DLC doesn't give her any development or an arc different from what she had in the base game. You don't even need to play this DLC after the finale, you can play it concurrently with the main campaign, which I suppose might make it feel slightly more like a cut than the designer's cut. But I prefer it as an epilogue, it certainly makes structuring this part of the video much easier. The mystery of the DLC is frustratingly compelling because it ultimately doesn't go anywhere. It's revealed that a guardian called the Seer was working behind the scenes to shape and orchestrate the events of the base game, in some effort to maintain causality. It hints towards a bigger plan and bigger things to come, but apparently Lilith teleporting the Moon away wasn't part of the plan, and thus the plan is ruined. So then you have a fight with the Seer and kill it, and that's that over and done with. I suppose I should be happy with an open and shut case. But it's a strange story element to set up, only to build up to an underwhelming boss fight against another generic-looking Guardian. It is possible that this is still leading somewhere in Borderlands 4, but let's just say their track record on such things isn't the best. In that way, the director's cut is really emblematic of the best and the worst that Borderlands 3 has to offer. A final burst of tremendous art direction and level design, mixed with a story that doesn't really go anywhere, and refuses to engage with the questions it asks. A final farewell tour and a reminder of the whole Borderlands 3 experience. I find it impossible not to dream about a real Borderlands 3 director's cut. A re-edit of the game that shifts the pieces around, adds in some scenes, and just generally supports the core of the story with all the detail and focus it needs to actually land. I think that game could be terrific. Instead, Borderlands 3 gets to settle for being the game that's better than I remember, but still not the game that I wanted it to be. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is a full game expansion of that original DLC almost 10 years later and built on the back of an entirely different game. Borderlands 3 is the prequel to Borderlands 2. The game is mostly the same as Borderlands 3, but with new player character mechanics, different guns that have a magic flavour, and magic spells instead of grenades. Other than that, jumping from one game to the other feels pretty much seamless. It's something that I, and a lot of people, were expecting eventually. In fact, I'm surprised it took them so long. The original DLC was such a game changer for the series, with an endless well of possibilities. After all, the only limit with the core setup is imagination. Wonderlands does expand in many ways from the original DLC. It's much bigger, of course, more ambitious with its design, and much more committed to pure fantasy, especially in its approach to player characters. It's also in other ways much less ambitious than the original, especially when it comes to storytelling. The main problem Wonderlands keeps running into is that the same trick just isn't as exciting the second time. Wonderlands is a good game. It's pretty, it's fun, it's got a good sense of humour, it's a more consistent game than Borderlands 3, but what it's desperately missing from the original is heart. Wonderlands mixes up the format in a few key ways. The main one is that you don't pick from a selection of pre-existing characters. You create your own character from scratch and select from a series of classes, just like a traditional RPG. Which makes sense for what this game is going for, but at the same time takes away one of the things that makes Borderlands creatively interesting. In the year since it first came out, Borderlands' refusal to do traditional character creation like all the other looter shooters has become something of a staple of the series. One that I'm fine with because character design is something the Gearbox is very good at, even in the much maligned Battleborn. You may imagine that creating your own character means that your player character matters even less to the story than they did in Borderlands 3, and you'd be both right and wrong. Your player character doesn't matter and doesn't have a solid personality, but that's not really a big deal because the entire story is imaginary, which was one of Dragonkeep's biggest strengths. But unfortunately, Wonderlands doesn't utilise it nearly as effectively. It does the same visual flair where things will happen and change as Tina describes them, which is still cool, but this time, because it's an entirely new story, not a strange retelling of Borderlands 2, the deeper layer is missing. I have absolutely no idea when this is supposed to fit in the timeline, but Tina is stuck in a cave, alongside a crashed smuggler and his robot companion, Valentine and Fret, voiced by Andy Sandberg and Wanda Sykes respectively. Since they're all stuck together, they decide to play some bunkers and badasses, and that's the setup of the game. Wonderlands is structured much more like a real-life tabletop game. You go through it in blocks, or as they're often called in D&D, modules. The story is a series of 5 or 6 different adventures stringed together with no real narrative connection between them. Most campaigns of D&D work exactly like this. The party travels to a place, does some quests, then moves on to the next place, each with a distinct theme to make them memorable. Some are better than others, but overall they don't need to be cohesive, they only need to be fun. This disconnected story really doesn't give you much to grab onto. You're always just passing through. Murder hoboing, as it were. You meet a cool NPC, you help them out with a problem they're having, usually involving a boss, then you move on to the next area. You meet Paladin Mike, help him save the town of Brighthoof, and then you move on. You meet Torgue the Barbarian, help him save the forest, and then you move on. You meet Bones Threewood, the skeletal pirate, help him reunite with his partner, and then you move on. You meet the Lastard, help him get his body back, and then you move on. This is all fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Because the entire game is imaginary, none of this can be very in-depth. The meta layer of playing D&D, or B&B in this case, robs the world you're seeing of depth. The only thing it's there for is gameplay, visual flair, and to make you laugh. It's good at those things, but the original DLC had more ambition than that. The story that really matters in both this game and the original is the story being told around the table, the story that the fantasy is being used as a lens to tell. And that story is where Wonderlands really comes up short. In Dragonkeep, there was a moment where Mr. Torgue is assigning you tasks to make sure you're prepared to enter the magic forest. He has you shoot down some blimps, punch a guy so hard he explodes, and then, for his final task, he asks you to blow up the ocean. At which point the players call it quits and he's banished to the stocks for derailing the game. It's a funny moment. For a second the quest objective even changes to match, an obviously ridiculous thing to ask for with no conceivable way to actually make it happen. Well, about a third of the way through Wonderlands, we once again meet Mr. Torgue. This time we need his help to bless our boat to cross the ocean safely. Before that, he takes a second to have a therapy jam where the players at the table work out their problems, which overpowers the spell. A silo rises from under the ship and launches a missile into the air. Then more launch in the distance and crash into the middle of the ocean with a gigantic explosion, sending an almighty wave barreling towards you. He really did it after all. He blew up the ocean. I think this scene is the perfect summation of what Wonderlands is. It's a funny scene in its absurd way, it's a nice callback to the original DLC, it's highly playful with the fictional premise of the game, and it's also symbolically perfect for what this game is. As wide as an ocean and as deep as a puddle. The D&D structure, go to a place, help a cool character, move on. That's the kind of storytelling that works in a tabletop setting because while the characters change, the actors don't. Every NPC you meet is your friend, the DM. Every NPC is a chance for them to do a fun voice, explain some cool lore they've come up with, and make the players laugh. These disconnected adventures are connected through the player's shared experience. D&D is also an extremely slow game. One of these adventures could be months of sessions, an entire arc where the players talk about what's going to happen, and come up with little side things along the way, and that long-term investment and friendship building is something that a video game can't really recreate. D&D is a collaborative storytelling exercise. The DM sets the stage and the players act out their roles. It's not a game you can play alone, and that's a large part of its appeal. D&D is a bonding experience. The original DLC captured this about as well as it could. Brick, Mordecai and Lilith represented different kinds of D&D players. The fan, the newbie and the skeptic, and those first-time experiences especially are a bonding experience for friends. Their relationship to Tina was that of odd parental figures, and that dynamic was explored using the game as a backdrop. And then there was the even deeper level of the death of Roland, how his death was affecting his old friends, and especially Tina, and how playing the game brought them all closer in his absence. The players of the original DLC were also important NPCs and former player characters, well-known figures. Fret and Valentine are strangers, not just to us, but to Tina as well. Both of them are also established role players, as it's your character who takes on the role of newbie. That's already a less interesting setup, but not a terrible one. D&D is a great way to meet new people and make new friends, which is sort of the story the game tells, it's just not a very deep story. There is some indication that Tina is lonely, that she's extending the game to keep Valentine and Fred playing with her, but it's not really resolved. They decide to keep playing so you can finish up the side content. Beyond that, just like the in-game story, the conflicts at the table are a series of disconnected segments. Valentine and Fred are different kinds of role players. Valentine plays fast and loose with the rules, while Fred prefers to play by the book. They agree to disagree and move on. Tina tries to introduce an NPC and can't get the players to trust her, eventually ending with her killing off the NPC and yelling in frustration. They calm her down, tell her they're having fun, and move on. There's no through line, no real emotional arc that carries throughout the game. They're just playing along, having disconnected issues, and then resolving them. These beats aren't bad. I especially like the segment where Tina couldn't get them to trust her NPC. It's a relatable DM experience. But it's only one segment of 6. It gets brought up, pondered and resolved in the course of around 40 minutes. The same goes for all of the individual adventures. I liked saving the forest with Torgue, I liked going on that pirate adventure with Bones Threewood. It's just missing the emotional through line of the original. That, more than the fantasy trimmings, is what gave Dragonkeep its punch. And Wonderlands has no punch. A good way to illustrate the problem is to look at the side content. Along with the usual spattering of side quests and the areas you travel through are entire side locations, all of which have an extreme attention to detail, with the standout for me being Tangledrift, a city lifted into the skies by a magic beanstalk. But once you look at the structure of these side locations, you may start to see a familiarity. In Mountain Craw, you help a goblin named Jar free the goblin people from the oppression of a false god. In Tangledrift, you help the fairy Punchfather save the town from a parasite infesting the beanstalk with evil magic. In Crackmask Cove, you help Phil, a man on trial for the crime of having evil vibes, earn his freedom. In Sunfang Oasis, you help Garrett of Trivia free the ancient evil Serpent Queen from a curse so you can kill her. All of these could be put seamlessly into the main story and it wouldn't really change anything. They're the exact same structure where you help an interesting NPC with a quest through a cool location and then you move on. And they're all good. I mean, Garrett of Trivia is a really weird parody of Geralt because he's this weird, posh asshole, which is not Geralt of Rivia's vibe at all. But besides that, they're all really good with an insane amount of production value. In fact, the side quests across the board have a much higher standard of quality than I'm used to in a Borderlands game. Being shrunk down by a wizard to find out what his reckless apprentices are up to, helping two metal groups in a magic battle of the bands, which leads, somehow, to you being possessed by a demon and forced into finding him a new host body. That thing they like to do where they include a side quest which is deeply sincere and doesn't have any jokes in it. And one of the best of the lot, the one where Fred and Valentine obsess over a random blue-hatted NPC and Tina has to hardly come up with a story for him. The writing is on point, or at the very least the writing is good at what it's trying to do, which is to make you laugh. I can't help feeling the same thing I felt after playing Borderlands 3, that there's so much potential here that's going untapped. A feeling quadrupled by the truly pathetic showing of DLC this time around. Wonderlands DLC content is so miserly that it doesn't even warrant its own section. It's just a horde mod with 4 variations sold at $10 a pop. It is truly pathetic and an incredibly disappointing waste of the literally infinite possibilities of an imaginary fantasy setting. Apparently, this is because the team thought all that time and production effort was better spent on Borderlands 4, and I suppose we'll find out soon enough if that's true, but it does give Wonderlands that bitter, abandoned feeling I got from the DLC of the prequel, although somehow even worse because at least that game did get one of the best expansions in the series. Even as an excuse to just get more shooting and looting done, the Mirror DLCs are a failure with annoyingly designed bosses and a confusing wheel-based loot system. Because it's mostly just Borderlands 3, Wonderlands is fun to play, but there are a few rebalances that make it a little less so. The main one is the damage values have been messed around with and now combat takes twice as long, with a whole lot of bullet sponge enemies that feel like they take forever to take down, especially as you get into the higher level areas. It's not a deal breaker, the game is still fun, but it does make the game drag a lot more than Borderlands 3 did, and that's a negative. And certainly not an aspect to build all of the DLC content around. A cynical part of me wonders if that's to make the game feel longer than it actually is. Wonderlands is a fair size, but it's not Borderlands 3 big. Including all the big side areas, it's probably on the scale of the prequel, but with a whole lot less depth. Hence why, even though this is an entirely separate game, this segment of the video is probably going to feel more like an extra big DLC expansion to the Borderlands 3 section. The game truly doesn't feel that way. It's much more of its own game than the prequel was, but it's also a lot less interesting to talk about. One of the weirdest aspects of the game is its primary antagonist, the Dragon Lord, voiced by Will Arnett. He does a great job with what he's given, and he has some of my favourite lines in the game, but the execution of this character is deeply strange. Very early in the game, the Dragon Lord makes it clear that he knows he's the villain of a tabletop RPG, and he can talk to you, the player, without the other characters, including Tina, knowing about it. If that makes no goddamn sense at all to you, then we're on the same page. Because I thought this was a game being DM'd by Tina. All of the dialogue in the game is her putting on voices, and there's even a couple of times where she breaks character voice by accident. And yet it's also made pretty clear that the Dragon Lord is correct. He does things that Tina wasn't expecting to happen, somehow, and shows you things Tina doesn't tell you. His goal as a villain is to destroy this world and rebuild a new one outside of her control. It creates this odd distance between the story the game is trying to tell and the story it's actually telling. The Dragon Lord is trying to make an argument about the value of the world he lives in, that he's sick of being under the thumb of a cruel and unstable 13-year-old god. But this doesn't really land as a dramatic beat because the world of the Wonderlands is designed to be deliberately unbelievable. Tina is supposed to be a bad DM who constantly changes her plans and makes things up on the fly. The world is obviously fake. That's always been part of the joke. She blew up the ocean earlier. The Garret of Trivia quest is a good example. There's a weird amount of lore surrounding the snake goddess you're reviving and fighting at the end of the quest. Not super interesting lore, but lore nonetheless. But why? The purpose of this quest is a weirdly mean-spirited Witcher parody. There's even a moment where Tina messes up a quest objective so just hides an important thing behind some crates. You're not supposed to take any of this seriously. Questions or analysis of the lore feels pointless because it's all just the musings of an insane 13-year-old. It's not going to coalesce into anything. You don't get this in a normal game of D&D because there's only one layer of separation between you and the story. In Wonderlands, there's two. You're being told a story by Tina, who herself is a story being told by Gearbox. The Dragon Lord only gets meta about that first layer, but the layer he's mad at is equally as made up and imaginary as his layer. To make it weirder, he reveals his origin story, the Dragon Knight, Tina's first and only player character from her introduction to the game. She had him do something evil, which flipped his alignment, and that put her off being a player and swear to only DM from now on. It's lore, very meta lore, but it doesn't go anywhere. Tina doesn't have to relearn how to be a player again. It's just the character's metatextual tragic backstory that has no impact on the story going forward. It seems like it's building up to something, some kind of confrontation between Tina and her abandoned OC, some sort of commentary on how we treat the characters of our imagination, but it never does. At the end of it all, he's still your villain to fight. He never has a moment of reconciliation with Tina, he just decides not to be evil anymore so he can run the boring endgame horde mode. And it's frustrating that it all fizzles out, because I felt like it was building to something interesting, something about how the characters we create can take on a life of their own, how as D&D players we can become really attached to these purely imaginary people and the strange dynamic that brings with it, how they start to take on personality and a life separate from their own creator. But as it is in the game now, he's just a less interesting, more spiky, lot-so-hugging bear. Wonderlands is in some sense an even more frustrating game than Borderlands 3, because it's sort of a better game than Borderlands 3, and yet I find myself with almost nothing to say about it. The art direction is stellar as always, but because it's all imaginary, there's no depth behind it, no interesting world building. It's all cardboard sets for an imaginary story. Wonderlands is just a game, in a way that I think people assume all the Borderlands games are. Something to play and kill time with nothing deeper going on behind that surface level of entertainment. I've played through the entire game 3 times at this point, but it all just washes over me without leaving much of a lasting impression. The credits begin with a thank you note from Gearbox and an explanation that almost the entire game was made during the COVID lockdown. Considering what that meant for Fantastic Fustercluck, Wonderlands is a tremendous accomplishment. If they hadn't told me, I wouldn't have guessed. Apart from my understanding of how time works. And it's as fair an excuse as any for the game's shortcomings, an excuse which the next and for now final game can only hope it shares. New Tales from the Borderlands is not the worst thing ever. It's not good, it's quite bad, but it is a little better than you've probably heard. I mention that because odds are good that if you've heard of this game, you've heard that it's hot garbage, and it's extremely unlikely that you've actually played it. As far as I can tell, it's one of Gearbox's biggest ever flops, including the likes of Aliens Colonial Marines. And while there's an annoying fraction of people who'll claim that as a victory in the anti-woke culture war or whatever, unfortunately, New Tales has a lot of real problems as well. New Tales from the Borderlands is pretty much exactly what you'd expect if the writers of Borderlands 3 were asked to write a New Tales game. That's not exactly true, but it feels true. New Tales from the Borderlands tells a broadly incoherent story with some potentially strong characters and peppers it with a mix of genuinely good and truly terrible jokes. It feels like a natural successor to Borderlands 3 in that way, with the unfortunate caveat that in New Tales you don't get to go shoot things when the story is annoying you. It's not the worst game I've ever played, although it's certainly the worst Borderlands game, but the issues with it are so much more complicated than having some cringe dialogue. Although take that with a grain of salt, because I know from experience that I have a much higher tolerance for cringe dialogue than most people.
What? You got fired? Yikes and a half? That sucks.
Yikes and a half indeed. New Tales tells the story of 3 characters: Anu, an Atlas scientist, Octavio, her adopted brother and street hustler, and Fran, a psychotic Frogurt shop owner, and their adventures during a Tediore invasion of Promethea. It's almost completely disconnected from the original Tales, with the exception of Reese showing up as a minor character, and Fiona as an even minorer character, but that's not one of the problems with the game. Following a new cast, and especially being set on Promethea, gives New Tales a very different sense of identity. Tales from the Borderlands was a revolutionary title, and creating a follow-up would be almost impossibly difficult. So creating something new within the same framework is a much better idea. New Tales was not made by Telltale, considering that Telltale went bankrupt in 2018. So the game was instead made with a mix of Gearbox employees and some Telltale strays from the original project. You can absolutely tell that it's not the original team. Other than the Telltale format, the game feels entirely different, with a completely different sense of humour and narrative intention. The game just isn't nearly as clever as the original. It doesn't use the framing device of the original game, so what you see is what you get. It also doesn't serve as a parody of the Telltale format like the original did. It tries to use all of the conventions of the Telltale format sincerely, which puts it under fire from the very jabs and attacks the original game was making against the format. New Tales genuinely cares about the choices you make much more than the original did. The game has 5 different endings. The original only has 1. This makes it an annoyingly complicated game to talk about because the variables that lead to these endings are extremely vague, and seemingly based on the most minor choices in the game, leading to an often incoherent experience where you feel like you're guiding the story in one direction, but actually you made the wrong dialogue choice 3 episodes ago, so the game is heading in this direction instead. That's not to say it's all bad. The 2 siblings are actually quite good and generally likeable protagonists. They're similar to the Reese-Fiona split, but different enough to be distinct. Octavio is much more hustler and low-level than Fiona's con artistry, and Anu is a scientist instead of a suit, which gives her a much more distinct personality. They have a conflict of ideology. Anu is a visionary and an idealist. She lives in the violent, awful world of the Borderlands, and she wants to make it better, create conflict resolutions without violence, which makes her one of the most genuinely human characters in the whole series. She ends up having to kill someone to save her life in the first episode, and she's genuinely horrified by it. It haunts her for the rest of the game. She also has a dedicated have a panic attack button in many dialogue situations, which I think is an absolutely hilarious prompt to give to the player. She's not built for the Borderlands, and unlike Reese in the first game, she never really learns how to roll with the chaos of it all. Octavio is an ambitious realist. He has no qualms about violence. His best friend Louis is an assassin droid who he helps on missions for some extra cash. He wants to make a name for himself and be a big star within the capitalist system as it exists. He has no desire to change any of it, he just wants to be on top. Hence the conflict between brother and sister. They're well-balanced protagonists, pulling the same trick as the first game, but different enough to be interesting. Then there's Fran. What's that old saying? 2's company, 3's a crowd. Fran is a 45-year-old yogurt maker who happens to be Octavio's boss. Her deal is that she's crass, gross, loud, loves violence and chaos, and has anger management issues. None of that makes her an un-Borderlands-y sort of character. If she showed up in Borderlands 3, she would fit right in as a minor NPC. But as a main character, she does not work at all. She has no place in the sibling dynamic Anu and Octavio have. She has no place in any of the storytelling the game is trying to do, because she's just a completely absurd human being. And most importantly, she's just not very likeable. She's not very funny, even though the game thinks every single one of her jokes is a slam dunk. One of her worst running jokes is how she keeps coming on to the other main characters and asking if they need mouth-to-mouth whenever they get injured, which I suppose is supposed to be funny because she's not conventionally attractive, and thus it's funny that she thinks about sex at all. But what it really is just continual sexual harassment as a running gag. But the biggest problem with Fran is that she never feels like one of the main characters, even when she is. She's always the third wheel, the comedic side character who has for some reason been given much more narrative weight than she deserves. 3 protagonists is just one too many, especially when after the first episode the 3 characters are almost always together, which defies the point of having 3 different characters if you're not actually getting to see different perspectives on things. Speaking of perspective, if you're watching the video and not just listening, then you may have noticed that this game looks weird as fuck. What you're seeing is the switch from keyrigging animation to full motion capture, and it looks awful. It makes all of the characters look like plastic mannequins. Extremely creepy, weird, and distracting in every single scene. The developers in pre-release interviews talk very excitedly about this. Mocap is standard practice in the industry and has been for at least a decade, so this is a chance for Borderlands to modernise. Nobody seems to have considered the effect lifelike animations and proportions has on this art style. It's the worst on Anu, who's the most cartoony looking of the 3 and therefore the most jarring to see talk. It dives right into the uncanny valley to create this weird, smooth animation style that is genuinely uncomfortable to watch in motion. Motion capture does not work with Borderlands comic book art style. It creates this early rotoscope animation effect where all of the characters look out of place in the world they're standing in. Like real people are standing around and talking and someone traced the lines around them. It's incredibly uncanny valley, especially when the camera really zooms in. You can see like the pores on their face and realistic skin texture. Why would they do that? It's, in my opinion, the absolute worst part of the game, because it's in every single scene. It's so distractingly unpleasant to look at it that it makes everything else in the game worse by association. It also imposes limitations on what the characters can do that the first game didn't have. They have to move around like real people, not cartoon characters. So the game is constrained to the boundaries of reality, which is not where Borderlands belongs. This is most noticeable in any of the action scenes, which in the first game were heavily stylized and cartoony, but in this game look like a bunch of people wearing mocap suits awkwardly running into each other. There's no energy to any of the action, it's all uncomfortably slow and awkward. It's a common complaint that there's too many QuickTime events, but I don't think that's really the problem. The problem is that the QuickTime events feel weightless and slow. They're regular time events. The game also does the musical openings thing from the first game, but they're just not good. The choice of music is truly awful, some of the worst songs I've ever heard, but they're also so lifeless. If I didn't tell you there was music playing over these cutscenes, would you even know? There's a minigame / collectible thing in the game called Vaultlanders. It's intended to be a parody of amiibos or magic cards or something. I don't really know. There's a lot dedicated to it, including probably the best running joke in the game. But the actual Vaultlanders minigame is so pathetically simple that I have to assume it's an intentional joke. As a one-off joke it would be fine, but you can play this as a full-on bonus mode from the main menu, when it's literally just a QuickTime event with no challenge at all. It's bizarre. One of the many, many bizarre decisions the game makes. Not always bizarre in a bad way, mind. I wasn't kidding when I said that the game does have some genuinely great jokes in it. The main thing the plot centres around is a magical healing crystal that the gang finds in a vault at the end of episode 2. The first thing they do with it when they figure out it has magic healing powers is take turns shooting each other in an absolutely absurd game of Pass the Parcel. It just keeps escalating and escalating in a genuinely funny way that is darkly playful with the concept of a magic healing rock. The game also uses the magic healing rock to kill off main characters multiple times because they can just be brought back again with the magic rock. It makes a joke of the concept of life and death, and then the characters start making jokes about it. It's a very different tone from the first game, but it is successfully funny a lot of the time. This is when New Tales feels the best, when it's doing its own thing and leaning into absurdist nonsense instead of doing the clever meta things that the original was doing. Another bizarre example is the sexy intern Fran hires in episode 4, Fergus. The only things this character does are gyrate his ass and say the words free labour over and over again. Completely absurd, but having fun with its absurdity in a way that does loop back around to being fun again. It's another place where the siblings work as protagonists. Anu is a normal person trapped in this bizarre absurdist land, and she doesn't know how to handle that. Octavio lives within that world and can more easily go with the flow. Also, Fran is here, herself being an absurdist element with her hover chair freeze rays. Absurdity is not antithetical to coherent storytelling, but it is an annoying counter-argument to problems with the story. You're not supposed to care, it's all just silly, the game seems to say to me as I ask very basic questions about the things that happen in the story. The narrative of the game is supposed to take place during an invasion of Promethea, and the first episode does a good job of establishing that, with TDR ships arriving, soldiers marching down the streets and enforcing a lockdown. However, after the first episode, this ceases to be a plot element at all. There's no fighting on the streets. It seems to be life as usual on Promethea, as if there's no war happening at all. The game is absolutely full of things like this, things that are set up and then just cease to matter. It feels like every episode wants to take the story in a different direction that ultimately doesn't end up going anywhere. Which is especially weird because all of the episodes were released at once. The first episode spends a great deal of time setting up Octavio's friend group, a sniper lady, an explosives expert, and a dodgy tackle salesman, only for none of these characters to ever matter for the rest of the game. Same for Anu's friend and lab assistant, and same even for Reese. The game is very anti-corporate and capitalism skeptical would be the best way to put that. It makes it a huge part of its identity, in extreme opposition to Borderlands 3. In doing so, it Udo reverses Reese to make him much more of a sleazeball than he was in Borderlands 3. The scene with Reese in his office is an inversion of the interview scene he had with Vasquez in the first game. Now, Reese has become the Vasquez, the figure of arrogant corporate authority. I like this characterization a lot more than Borderlands 3 because there's something compellingly cynical about it. Capitalism corrupting good intentions. No matter what Reese might have intended at the end of Tales, now that he has all the money and power he's always dreamed of, he's not eager to lose it, and the snake is back with full force. It's no wonder Sasha is nowhere to be found if this is the sort of person he's become these days. But after this scene, Reese ceases to matter to the game at all. It's ultimately little more than a cameo. They also still didn't bring Troy Baker back, so I guess that bridge is burned for good. He's also one of the only returning characters in the game, and the others get even less to do. Lore is a character I've avoided talking about until now because of the twist this game adds to him. He's changed gender since his appearance in Borderlands 3 as the Cockney coffee-loving leader of the Promethea Resistance, making him the first openly trans character in the series that I can think of. Borderlands 3 hinted at the character being gender fluid, but New Tales fully commits to that idea. Unfortunately, he's just a cameo in this game. He doesn't even get a title card, which seems like a massive waste. It's not that I want the game to be drowning in guest appearances, the focus of the game should be on the main characters, but the original game felt so much more connected to the previous games than this one does. It wasn't just fun to see Athena or Scooter again, the game also took the time to flesh them out and add depth. New Tales has an endless well of pointless new tangential side characters that have no payoff whatsoever. But that's not surprising because it can't settle on concrete arcs for its own main characters, let alone the side characters. In episode 4, each of the characters are lured into a trap by setting up a room for their greatest ambitions. Anu gets a high-tech lab full of puzzles to solve and accolades to earn. Octavio gets a VIP party where everybody is celebrating his greatness and his business sense. And Fran gets a replica of her Frogurt shop because that's pretty much the beginning and the end of Fran's motivations beyond a love of killing people. It sets up arcs for each of the characters, lessons they need to learn, but the only one who actually manages it is Octavio, who learns to stop assigning his value to external validation. Anu instead pivots completely and has to learn not to be so arrogant and self-obsessed, which hasn't been her characterization for the rest of the game, and Fran has to unrepress her repressed memories of a time she activated mecha mode on her hover chair and killed hundreds of people. I have absolutely no idea how this was supposed to lure her into a false sense of security, but I suppose the villains didn't have a clue on what to make of Fran either. TDR is theoretically an interesting villain, and I like the design of the foot soldiers a lot. Their armour looks cheap and shitty, but that's fine because TDR's thing in the games has always been being the cheapest one and whose guns look like they're made of plastic. The TDR soldiers are also consistently funny, with little bits and banter whenever they show up. But their CEO, Susan Caldwell, is a big nothing. She's a cunning, evil CEO with pretty much no personality beyond that. And since she lacks a strong personality, TDR as a whole ends up lacking in personality. It should be the company where all the ships are falling apart and everyone's underpaid, and the CEO is the type to not spend money on anything unless it's absolutely necessary. But instead, they just have the aesthetic of the Empire, big grey spaceships and hallways. Caldwell's plan is to use the healing crystal along with an evil hurting crystal she already has to take over the galaxy. She hosts a Teed talk, another good joke, to demonstrate this to the other CEOs and offer unconditional surrender to her superior firepower. This council of CEOs includes, for some fucking reason, Athena, who I guess is now the CEO of Hyperion or something. A direction for her character that I do not understand even a little bit, but since this is a silent cameo, that's all we get about that. The game does pick up in the finale, although there's some caveats on that. The healing crystal the gang found is sentient, and over the course of the game slowly begins to merge and take over Anu. It's not an evil sentience, just an ancient and unknowable one, which makes the final choice much more interesting. Whether or not to fully merge with the crystal or reject it. The intended good choice is the one where you reject the shard. In this ending, Susan takes the shard instead and becomes an extremely silly boss fight which all the three characters work together to defeat in a very typical power of friendship sort of way. The bad choice, the one where you choose to merge with the shard, is way more interesting. Anu and the Shard entity have established a deeper connection and therefore create a more perfect union. Anu ascends to godhood and becomes the most extreme version of her character it's possible to be. She detests violence, and so she evaporates everyone in the galaxy who's ever killed someone. That includes almost everyone in the Borderlands universe, certainly every main character across the games, and hilariously it includes Fran, who Anu evaporates immediately, leaving the rest of this ending to play between just the two siblings. Truly cementing Fran's place as not mattering to the narrative at all. This is completely absurd and beyond the scope of anything Borderlands has ever done before, a godlike being who can turn the entire population to dust. But absurdity is where New Tales feels the most at home, and I have to admit this is the most invested in the story that I was for the whole game. With nothing but a smooth-talking idiot standing between an unknowable god and the death of the entire universe. Octavio has to speak on behalf of humanity as Anu's very last tenuous connection to that humanity. It's a genuinely tense and well done scene, and a very interesting thematic conclusion to their reunion and conflict as siblings. Anu has to learn that she doesn't always know what's best for Octavio, and here, as a god, is the most extreme version of that lesson possible. It works despite the absurdity, because of the absurdity. And because this is not a game about combat and all the QuickTime event action sequences look terrible anyway, a battle of wits is so much more satisfying than a battle of fisticuffs. Despite the weird story pacing, threads that go nowhere, and how much I despise looking at their faces move, I did end up liking Octavio and Anu. I believed in their relationship and found this ending genuinely satisfying. Unfortunately, the game didn't agree with me. Apparently, I hadn't chosen enough of the right dialogue choices in the earlier episodes to repair their relationship. So Octavio died off screen in my ending. Each episode ends with a score for each of the main character relationships, as well as a skateboard score for the team's total relationship. And I ended with all of the scores extremely low for reasons I genuinely don't understand. Because the game chooses an ending based on these small dialogue choices instead of the big narrative moments, it robs the big narrative moments of mechanical weight. I felt like this was a great conclusion to the sibling story, but the relationship bar disagreed with me because I made Anu call him an idiot one too many times 2 episodes ago. To me, this is much worse than the first game's illusion of choice, because by putting way too much weight on these minor choices, the ending becomes incoherent. I'm not sure it's even possible to get the best ending without following a guide of exactly what to say and do in every single episode. And when I did follow a guide to see all of the endings, the choices that differentiate which ending you get are so impossibly arbitrary that it exposes how broken the system must be on the other side. Like, whether you tackle this guard or not will determine if Fran or Octavio will die at the end. That's the final sting of New Tales. Even when it does things I like, it never lasts for more than 2 minutes before it's doing something to annoy me instead. It's a truly fascinating piece of art in that way. A lot of time, money, and passion poured into a lot of confidently wrong ideas. Things that anybody from the outside could have seen a mile off were bad ideas. Like the art style, or Fran, or the choice mechanics that define the ending. Things that the developers were seemingly oblivious to. From a certain Schadenfreudian perspective, this is where all the best bad art comes from. The pride that goeth before the fall. You only create a new Tales from the Borderlands if you have absolute total confidence in your terrible ideas. New Tales is a product born from the idea that Borderlands is a hit maker, that for the past decade they've done nothing but print gold. So they must be unstoppable, their ideas must be golden, they must be creative geniuses. A level of overconfidence that was bound to blow up eventually, and New Tales is where it happened. But ironically, it's the failure of New Tales that gives me a spark of hope for Borderlands 4. Borderlands 3 was a disappointment, Wonderlands' response was only lukewarm, New Tales was a gigantic failure, and the Borderlands movie was an even bigger gigantic failure. Borderlands in 2025 is somewhere that it's never been before, on shaky ground. Borderlands 4 is no longer a surefire hit, which means, I hope, that it will be something new, something that strives to reinvent and revitalise the franchise in the same way Borderlands 2 did, in the same way the first game did for video games as a whole. Or it will kill the franchise for good. I suppose we'll all find out soon. Borderlands is one of the most complicated and inconsistent franchises out there, and also at this point, one of the longest. It's survived, I think, because that inconsistency ends up being a part of its charm. Part of the Borderlands appeal is a teenage rejection of the normal and the mainstream. Borderlands is weird, it's scrappy, it's crass, it's often immature. But these are the things that give it its identity and keep its identity in an increasingly homogeneous AAA space. They are imperfect games, made by a very imperfect studio. But if I've learned anything from Borderlands, it's that perfection is not all it's cracked up to be. I would rather be in the tangle of mess, hunting for gold, than in this shining utopia made of the stuff. After all, any Vault Hunter will tell you that the thrill is in the hunt. Thank you for watching, and congratulations on making it to the end. I hope you enjoyed yourself. If you didn't, then I assume you're some sort of masochist, so good for you, I guess. I'd also like to give an extra special thank you to my wonderful patrons for your continued support. If you'd like to see your name up here, or just support the things that I do, then please consider signing up. It would mean a lot to me, as well as a like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring the bell because... insert joke here, I've written too much. If you're not quite sick of hearing me talk about Borderlands yet, then I did go on a podcast recently to talk about the Borderlands movie, which you can find up here. Or if you're ready to dive into the next one, then here is my entire Assassin's Creed series critique. I'm gonna go take a nap. It's nap time.